Chapter 358. Yi Yuan waved his hands and said with a smile, "Not going to quibble with you." Yi Yuan waved his hands and said with a smile, "Not going to quibble with you." Without waiting for the patriarch to heave a sigh of relief, Yi Yuan said unhurriedly, but patriarch swallowed his saliva and carefully followed up, "But what, little brother?" Yi Yuan's eyes looked towards Master Dao Yuan and Zhu Shan with ill intention and said with a grin, "But I want to nitpick with them." When Dao Yuan and Zhu Shan heard Yi Yuan's words, their expressions changed. The patriarch hurriedly said, "Little brother, just now it's all us who have eyes but did not recognize MT Tai. Why don't a great man like you not stoop to harbor grievance for past wrongs?" Master Dao Yuan and Elder Zhu Shan also did it with Li Yang in mind. That's why they stopped you from touching him. How about this? Whatever requests you have, just state them, little brother. As long as our cloud-prancing tribe can take it out, we absolutely won't say no. Yi Yuan's eyes glimmered for a while. Then he flashed a brilliant smile at the two people and said, "Since the two elders did it for Li Yan, then me pursuing it appears somewhat petty. All right then, I'll treat the incident earlier as if it never happened." Hearing that this little ancestor finally got over it, the patriarch also heaved a long sigh in relief. If Yi Yuan really quibbled over it, he also did not know what he should do. Yi Yuan's words earlier were still ringing in his ears. If he offended this little ancestor and he washed his hands of this matter, then this son of his would be lost again after getting him back. With such a torment, he probably would not have many good years left. All right then, since little Yang is fine, everybody disperse. Quickly take down these white silk and the mourning hall. Inauspicious, the patriarch commanded. In the bedchambers, Li Yang laid on the bed sickly, unable to even speak. Yi Yuan was currently reading his pulse. After a long time, Yi Yuan removed his hand and stood up. Patriarch Li Tung hastily chased after and inquired cautiously, "Young Master Ji, Lil Yang, what illness did he has?" "Not sick," Yi Yuan said coolly. Li Tung said with a bitter face, "Young Master Ji, earlier was indeed this old man's fault." Yi Yuan extended his hand and interrupted his words, saying, "Li Yang is really not sick. He was poisoned." Poison. Astonishment was written all over Li Tung's face. Li Yang's condition looked like he was sick from every angle. How could it be poison? Don't believe? Where did that come from? Young Master Ji's words. This old man naturally believes it. But disbelief is written all over your face. Yi Yuan said, "The poison he's inflicted with is called mind loss powder. It's colorless and tasteless. Even magic artifact, rank, profound silver needles can't detect it. Spirit artifact, rank, profound silver needles. I reckon that you guys don't have it, right? This." Li Tung sucked in a cold breath when he heard it. A poison that even magic artifact, rank, profound silver needles could not detect. That was exceptionally powerful. Actually, when I impedently Hong and the rest, and heard them talk about Li Yang's symptoms, I had some guesses. But diagnosing him earlier confirmed my conjectures. Mind loss powder doesn't have any obvious symptoms after being inflicted by it. It's just that one's actions would become rather peculiar, and the flare-up duration is also roughly around a month. It's an extremely powerful poison, Yi Yuan said. Then, does this mind loss powder have a cure? Li Tung asked tremblingly. There naturally is. It's just that I don't seem to have a need to give it to you, right? Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Li Tung was stunned when he heard this, but he forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart. He could also tell that Yi Yuan was indeed someone with abilities. It was just that the way he behaved was too arrogant. Even if he had offended Yi Yuan previously, he was at any rate a peak 9th level C transformation realm existence. This brat actually did not give any face at all. To Li Tung, who held a high position, he could not accept this sort of humiliation. If it were not for Li Yang, he would most likely have fallen out long ago. Who would have expected that Yi Yuan seemed to have long seen through his displeasure and said with a smile, "Whatever you're upset by, say it out. Don't keep it in your heart." Later, the elderly one falls ill before the young one recovers. Those people would be overflowing with joy in their hearts. Li Hong was at the side the whole time and did not dare to make sound. Hearing Yi Yuan's words at this time, he finally could not resist urging, "Young Master Ji, you should say a little lesser." Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said, "You still have the nerve to speak. You blockhead, playing what expressing your will through death. Do you know that if you had died, you have played right into other people's hands? If you died, not only would there be body who pities you, others would even stomp a few times on top of your corpse and spit twice." Li Hong was a steadfast person and would not say anything to Yi Yuan's words. But Li Teng completely erupted at this time. "You, this junior, really don't know what's good for you. Do you really think that without you, the earth won't rotate anymore? I'm grateful to you for saving little Yang, but aren't you going a little too overboard by acting so tyrannically?" Li Teng said furiously. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Old man, good advice is an unpleasant medicine. If not on account of Li Hong's face, I wouldn't even be bothered to care about these lousy matters in your tribe. Wait until you, father and son, get harmed and killed by others. You can then go to the underworld to reunite." Li Teng snorted coldly and said, "Exaggerating things to scare people." But Li Hong finally understood a little and quickly asked, "Young Master Ji, your meaning is?" Yi Yuan burst into laughter and said, "Don't you feel that the entire incident is very fishy?" Not at all. Our tribe has always been harmonious. Patriarch and Vice Patriarch, the two of them have several hundred years of friends. I plus P. Us junior generation also have a very good relations. I plus P. Young Master Ji, aren't you overthinking things?" Li Hong asked warily. Yi Yuan had an exasperated look like he failed to live up to expectations and said, "You being loyal to people is being loyal, but you're too dumb. Think it over properly. Why did your young patriarch get poisoned out of the blue? Why were you sent to the most dangerous place to seek out the purple illusion blood ginseng? And does your family's patriarch look much older than before you set off? Additionally, who was the one holding the authority over the tribe these few days? Start using your brain and think properly. Perhaps your family's patriarch was close comrade in arms with the vice patriarch formerly. But now When Yi Yuan's words were said finish, Li Teng and Li Hong ruminated over it. Li Hong said weakly, "You mean to say that Elder Dao Yuan deliberately made me unable to rush back in time?" Yi Yuan snickered and said, "At least you're not too stupid. But we calculated the travel route prior to this. How do you know that I won't make it back in time?" Li Hong said perplexedly, "That's too easy. The purple illusion blood ginseng is a prerequisite item for the crimson-tailed scorpion's advancement. He just has to know beforehand that there is a crimson-tailed scorpion over there about to advance, then send you guys over. Can you all still make it back?" Yi Yuan said. Li Hong sucked in a cold breath, but he still felt that this was too unbelievable. But the cloud-prancing tribe is flurries. Plussing with each pa sing day right now. If the young patriarch can advance to the Soul Sea realm, we would become even more overpowering. Why do they do this? Because that way, they would have even less of a chance. The one who spoke was not Yi Yuan, but it was Li Teng who had been keeping silent the entire time. Chapter 359 Within Zhu Yun Manor's hidden room, Vice Patriarch Zhu Yun's eyebrows were locked tightly, appearing very somber. Within Zhu Yun Manor's hidden room, Vice Patriarch Zhu Yun's eyebrows were locked tightly, appearing very somber. "Oh, Dao Yuan, where did this boy come from? How can he have such capabilities? Dao Yang was clearly already dead. How can he possibly have resurrected?" Zhu Yun opened his mouth to ask. Master Dao Yuan similarly had knitted brows and was very gloomy. "That boy's finger technique is unbelievably profound. It's indeed rather odd, but he only opened up the obstructed meridians in Li Yang's body and let him revive for the time being. My mind-loss powder is incurable. Li Yang can last for at most another 2 days. He still has to die." Zhu Yun's eyebrows raised up. "Dao Yuan, is what you said true?" "Of course it's true. Mind-loss powder is colorless and tasteless, a type of poison that paralyzes a martial artist's nerves. It's simply incurable. I made Li Hong and the others go seek out the purple illusion blood ginseng just to find a scapegoat to help you all clear away some obstacles. In fact, what antidote is there? Dao Yuan said, BRIMMING with confidence. Then that's good, that's good. As long as Li Yang dies, the Tlea of number one genius in the tribe will fall on little Tian's head. The next patriarch will incontestably be him. Zhu Yun let out a sigh in relief. Zhu Shan gritted his teeth and said, "It's all that in punk. Otherwise, our plan would have already succeeded." Now, many unexpected complications cropped up. After Liang dies, I must think of a way to kill him. Dao Yuan immediately concurred, saying, "That's right. That boy is sinister as Hell. He mustn't be kept. We have to think of a way to kill him." Being threatened by a junior, Zhu Shan and Dao Yuan were both filled with pent-up anger. Furthermore, their plan was originally flawless, but was ruined by Yi Yuan. How could this not infuriate them? Zhu Yin clearly did not have much of a favorable impression of Yi Yuan too. He said indifferently, "Relax. As long as Li Yang dies, Li Tong would completely not be in the mood to bother with tribe matters. At that time, wanting to deal with a brat, wouldn't it be effortless?" Bang, 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 bang. The secret room's door was knocked on violently. Zhu Yun's brows furrowed, appearing rather annoyed. "Little Tian, this boy, is always so quick-tempered. How will he take on great responsibilities in the future?" As he spoke, Zhu Yun causally fired out a blast of essence energy. The secret room's door opened on its own. The moment the door opened, a fretful-looking Zhu Tian barged inside. "Father, disaster is imminent," Zhu Yun said impatiently. "Talk slowly. What's the hurry? The sky hasn't fallen yet." Zhu Tian said anxiously. "The sky has already fallen. Liang he." Zhu Yun frowned and said, "What about Liang? He died?" Liang didn't die. He was saved by that punk." "What?" "Liang was brought back to life by that punk." Zhu Tian repeated again. Dao Yuan and Zhu Shan stood up. "How is that possible? My mind-loss powder is absolutely foolproof. Even I don't have the antidote. Where do they get the antidote? This is impossible," Dao Yuan said incredulously. "What do you mean no antidote? There's news from over there that Li Yang has already completely recovered. Now, they're all praising Ji Qing that punked the miracle hand of Ji. Oh, D over there, a living divine doctor." Zhu Tian was full of indignation. The young patriarch position that reached his hands was going to be handed over so quickly. How could he not be depressed? Zhu Yin did not speak. His eyebrows locked tightly as he paced around inside the room. After some time, he suddenly looked at Zhu Tian with ning eyes and asked, "You said just now that news came from over there. Is it not confirmed yet?" "It was said by the undercover that we arranged inside the Patriarch Manor. The news can't be wrong," Zhu Tian said. "Then did he see Liang?" Zhu Yun pressed on. "Oh, that's a no. But he said that he saw that after Li Tong and Li Hong walked out of Li Yang's room, they were grinning from ear to ear. Following that, this news was announced. It shouldn't be wrong. Now, Li Tong regards Ji Qing as a distinguished guest and nearly praised him to the skies. Looking at the momentum, it's about to surpa. S. Master Dao Yuan." Zhu Yin did not say any more, but exchanged a look with Dao Yuan and asked, "How do you see it, Dao Yuan?" Dao Yuan was originally very nervous too, but hearing Zhu Tian's words, he relaxed. "In my view, Liang wasn't revived at all. How can the poison of the mind-loss powder be so easy to resolve? Even if that child started learning the alchemic path in his mother's womb, it's also not possible to have the ability to resolve the mind-loss powder poison. If Liang is really fine, Li Tong should be taking care of him at this time, not entertaining Ji Qing with great fanfare. But Li Tong might have already detected our affairs," Dao Yuan said. Zhu Yin nodded and said with a sigh, "I was his assistant for so many years. Already reached this extent, and he's still unwilling to let go. Him doing this is forcing me to take action." Zhu Tian was at a loss listening by the side. He totally did not know what these two were talking about. Haha, he's the one forcing us. Originally, I didn't plan on taking action this early either. But since it already reached such an extent, the first to strike naturally has the advantage. Moreover, we have already been preparing for several years. How can he arrange anything appropriate in a short duration of time? Zhu Shan said with burning eagerness. Father, what are you all talking about? Are you going to make a move? Zhu Tian had a baffled look. Zhu Yan looked at this son and did not know what he should say either. Zhu Tian was indeed preceded by Li Yang in terms of martial strength. But in terms of wits and stratagem, Li Yang tossed him several streets behind. Zhu Yan could only control his impatience and explained, Li Yang wasn't resuscitated at all. In fact, he's already dead. The reason why Li Teng is entertaining Yi Yuan with such a great fanfare is because he became aware of our intentions and wants to soothe us first, and to make us not dare to take reckless actions so that he can arrange for a backup plan to deal with us. Only then did Zhu Tian come to a realization. He said excitedly, turns out that Li Yang is dead already. Huh. From now onwards, I'm a #1 person in the Cloud Prancing Tribe's junior generation. But Zhu Yun ignored him and said to Zhu Shan, gather all of our men. Tonight, at midnight, we'll sneak into the Patriarch Manor, silently and utterly crumble Li Teng's forces. Yes, Zhu Shan accepted the order and left. Midnight, a group of experts silently sneaked into the Patriarch Manor. Zhu Yun and Li Teng, the two of them established the Cloud Prancing Tribe together. Zhu Yun might even be more familiar with the Patriarch Manor than his own home. In terms of martial strength, Zhu Yun and Li Teng, the two of them were around the same. They were both at the peak 9th level sea transformation realm. But tonight, Zhu Yun brought a number of experts forth. Just the sea transformation realms had 4 people, 5 versus 1. With a sneak attack, Zhu Yun could not possibly lose. As long as he took down Li Teng, the Cloud Prancing Tribe would naturally fall into his hands. The group of people sneakily entered the courtyard and started to creep towards Li Teng's residence quietly. But as they walked, they discovered something off. Zhu Yan discovered that they had already walked for a very long period of time. Why was it still so far away from Li Teng's residence? Zhu Yan turned back around and could not help being greatly startled. The few people that he brought here were all missing. **T. We walked into a trap. Zhu Yan felt that things were bad. But right at this moment, Patriarch Manor suddenly became brightly lit. A large group of people appeared in front of him. Lord Vice Patriarch, why aren't you sleeping at home late at night, but come here to wander around instead? Yi Yuan asked Zhu Yun with a grin on his face. Chapter 360. Zhu Yun's expression changed. He saw one familiar face after another. Zhu Yun's expression changed. He saw one familiar face after another. Li Teng, Li Hong, Li Min, so on and so forth. Of course, there was Yi Yuan. When his gaze landed on Li Yang's body, it involuntarily shrunk. Ji Qing that punk really cured Li Yang. Also, no clue whether Yi Yuan did it deliberately or not, but he stood at the forefront, a certain distance away from the rest. Zhu Yan originally already despaired, but seeing this he was secretly thrilled. Seeking death, Zhu Yan erupted suddenly and clawed at Yi Yuan's throat. He wanted to hold Yi Yuan hostage, but when he arrived in front of Yi Yuan, he immediately felt that things were not good. It was as if Yi Yuan did not see him. He actually did not evade or dodge. There was a blur in front of Zhu Yan's eye. He actually said directly through Yi Yuan's body and could not help being greatly alarmed. Lord Vice Patriarch is really composed in the hour of peril, to actually still think of taking me hostage. However, you won't have the opportunity. Yi Yuan still stood at his original spot as he looked at Zhu Yun with a wide smile. How could the grand array that Yi Yuan spent a full day to set up be easily broken by Zhu Yun? To be able to make Yi Yuan spend an entire day to lay it out, the power of this grand array could be imagined. This array formation was born out of none other than precisely Lu Linfeng's Azura confounding array. Yi Yuan called it Lesser Confounding Formation. Although the name sounded very ordinary, its power was remarkably terrifying. The complete Azura confounding array was an illusionary killing formation. Forget about sea transformation realm martial artists. Even if the fierce Gale world's Wind Emperor, a boundless realm powerhouse, entered within, it would also be certain death. Back then, if the Grand Yin True Sect Master could comprehend this set of array formation, he completely would not need to sacrifice the entire sect to protect the endless world. He could directly use this grand array to trap the fierce Gale world's Wind Emperor to death. Although Yi Yuan comprehended this set of array formation, he could not even unleash 0.1% of its power. Hence, he blazed out a new trail, stripping away the illusion formation within this set of array formation and lowered the difficulty. That was this lesser confounding formation before their eyes. Even so, this also took Yi Yuan one full day. Looking at it now, the effects were rather decent. The 9th level sea transformation realm Zhu Yun trapped within could not figure out the direction at all. This array formation did not have the effect of killing people. It was just a pure trapping formation. But wanting to come out was as hard as ascending to heaven. The terrifying aspect of this lesser confounding array laid here. I stood right in front of you, but you could not see me. Zhu Yun gnashed his teeth hatefully and roared, "Stinking brat! I'll kill you!" Zhu Yun pounced at Yi Yuan desperately. But Yi Yuan was like the moon reflected on the water. He was completely unable to touch Yi Yuan. The current Zhu Yun was just like a monkey being teased. "Stop wasting strength. You can't hit me," Yi Yuan said coolly. After flopping around for a long time, Zhu Yun himself was dead exhausted. But he did not even touch Yi Yuan's clothes and was unbelievably disheartened. At this time, Li Tong slowly walked out, came in front of Zhu Yun, and said, "Sigh. Old chap, why did you do this?" Zhu Yun looked at Li Tong, his state like he was insane as he said, "Ha ha! Li Tong, are you pitying me now with the ATT Tude with a winner? I don't need it." Li Tong sighed again and said, "Old partner, the two of us have teamed up for several hundred years. How many trials and hearts? I plus PS have we experienced together? How many times have we braved untold danger? So many years of feelings. Did you forget them all? Don't give me that CRAP. Li Tong, you still have the nerve to say this to me. In terms of contribution to the cloud-prancing tribe, how am I, Zhu Yun, inferior to you in any way? Why is it that you could be the patriarch, while I can only listen to your commands by the side?" Li Tong shook his head and said, "If you wanted this patriarch position, you could have just told me. Why'd you have to lay hands on little Yang? You know that he is my lifeblood, but you resorted to such vicious means to your nephew. If not because little Hong was fortunate enough to bring back young Master Ji, little Yang would have already been killed by you. You watch him grow up. How could you bear to do it? Humph. Why? You suppressed me my entire life. Could it be that I even have to let my son be suppressed by your son his entire life? I don't need to be the patriarch, but I cannot tolerate my son being beneath others too." Zhu Yin bellowed. But at this time, Yi Yuan interjected, "That son of yours has great ambition but little talent, and lack morals and character. Wouldn't let him be the patriarch be bringing the entire tribe towards the abyss? People can be selfish, but don't tie others onto your selfishness. The other people in the tribe are innocent. Why should they be buried with the dead for your selfishness?" Yi Yuan's words struck Zhu Yun's sore spot. He howled at Yi Yuan, "Who do you think you are, to dare come and lecture me?" Slap! A crisp sound echoed. Zhu Yun's face took the blow solidly. Although Yi Yuan's slap was no different from scratching an itch to him, that sort of humiliation was even clearer than the sensation from the body. "Such a smelly mouth," Yi Yuan said icily. "Arg, I'm going to kill you, boy." Zhu Yun howled at the skies, but it was all futile. He simply could not hit Yi Yuan. "Old man patriarch, finish him off. This fellow is unrepentant. There's nothing much to be attached to," Yi Yuan said apathetically. But Li Tong furrowed his brows at this time, appearing to be hesitating. Indecision invariably leads to trouble. Leaving this kind of person, apart from bringing your tribe towards decline, there's no use at all. Yi Yuan said. Li Ting mused for a long while. Sucking in a deep breath, he slowly walked towards Zhu Yun. Inside the Patriarch Manor's inner hall, Li Teng brought Li Yong to give Yi Yuan a deep bow. Many thanks for young Master Ji's great kindness. If not for young Master Ji, us father and son would probably have met with an unexpected calamity, Li Teng said. In his speech, Li Teng was filled with respect towards Yi Yuan. Disregarding other things, just that incomparably profound array formation filled Li Teng with endless dread. Zhu Yun and his strength did not have a very large difference. If without the lesser confounding array, blood would surely flow in the cloud-prancing tribe like rivers this time. Now, to be able to resolve the infighting with unstained swords, it was naturally a happy ending. Many thanks for young Master Ji's grace of resurrection. Speaking of which, our Li family's disciples, from top to bottom, owes young Master Ji far too much. It truly makes Li Yong petrified. Li Yong followed up. Yi Yuan waved his hands and said with a smile, "You all don't need to thank me. If you want to thank, then thank Li Hong. Initially, I was disinclined to bother with this side business of yours. But that boy is very silly and very naive, which stirred my sympathetic heart." As a matter of fact, Li Hong was much older than Yi Yuan, but Yi Yuan calling him boy actually had no unaccustomedness whatsoever. Sigh. My cloud-prancing tribe's lives from top to bottom were all saved by young Master Ji. In future, as long as young Master Ji has any instructions, our cloud-prancing tribe will definitely not hesitate to lay down our lives if need be, Li Yong said. One had to acknowledge that this Li Yong was much stronger than Zhu Tian. When talking, he gave people a spring breeze-like feel. It was also no wonder that he could subdue the hearts of the cloud-prancing tribe's junior generation. Yi Yuan smiled and waved his hands, saying, "There isn't a need to lay down your lives. You just have to lend me the transmission array to use. I'm in a bit of a hurry, so I won't delay. Let's depart now." Chapter 361, The Pa-S. Sageway between the two worlds was already at a state of heightened nervousness. There were constantly people patrolling. The Pa-S. Sageway between the two worlds was already at a state of heightened nervousness. There were constantly people patrolling. Lan Yu brought Lan Hu along and were currently making their rounds when Lan Yu suddenly said, "It's been so many since Lan Bao left, but there's no news. I'm a little worried." Lan Hu was taken aback and said, "No way, right? Big brother Lan Bao's strength is extremely great. How can he possibly lose to a brat that just broke through to the crystal formation realm? I also don't feel that it's very likely. But if he dealt with that Yi Yuan, he should have returned long ago," Lan Yu said with a frown. Or maybe he was delayed by some matter along the way. Lan Yu shook his head and said, "This matter cannot be treated lightly. We'd better send people to the central capital to warn Lord Wind Emperor. I reckon that Lord Patriarch should have already brought the advance party over. That batch of slaves is most likely already sold off. Lan Hu, I'll have to trouble you to make this trip." Lan Hu mused a moment and nodded, saying, "Okay, what should I say when I see Lord Wind Emperor?" "Tell the truth. But you have to let Lord Wind Emperor know the formidability of this boy. With Lord Wind Emperor's wisdom, catching a puny little crystal formation realm is naturally nothing much." "Fine. Then I'll depart right away." Lan Hu did not drag either and left as he spoke. Wind-raising city. It was one of the four great cities surrounding and protecting the central capital. After entering the level 1 region, there would be many cities that existed. Each city would have wind-expelling formations. Martial artists living in the cities was not too different from the endless world. It was just that inside the city, an inch of earth, an inch of gold. Ordinary martial artists simply could not bear the costs inside the city. The final destination of all the transmission arrays in the peripheral was these four great cities. Inside a restaurant in the wind-raising city, a young man was currently eating while listening to the conversations of the surrounding martial artists. Have you all heard? After 4,000 years, the realm Pa-S, Sageway between our fierce gale world and endless world finally opened up. A middle-aged martial artist flaunted this news to his companions. Indeed, once he said that, it immediately aroused everyone's interest. Endless world? What kind of place is that? Stupid. Since it's called a world, it's naturally a small world like our fear-scale world. It's actually this case. Doesn't that mean that we no longer need to live in this wind and sand anymore in the future? That's of course. Lord Wind Emperor allegedly already deployed forces to prepare to invade the endless world Enma. SSE. At that time, not only do we no longer need to live in this wind and sand, we can enjoy limitless beauties and essence crystals. The middle-aged man was already fantasizing about the beautiful life. How do you know this news? Is it reliable? Absolutely trustworthy. My elder brother is a guard in the central capital's Shao family. 2 days ago, he just happened to come to Wind-Raising City to settle some business and told me this news. Definitely won't be wrong. My brother said that the Shao family even bought 2 Endless World slaves. Each one of them looked so delicate and tender, much better looking than our fear-scale world's people. The middle-aged martial artist bragged. Hearing these words, the eyes of the youth eating at one side involuntarily flickered. This youth was precisely Yi Yuan, who had just entered the city not long ago. After leaving the cloud-prancing tribe, Yi Yuan and Lan Feng transited midway once more and had just arrived at Wind-Raising City yesterday. Yi Yuan knew that tea houses were places where information converged. Hence, he came today to see if he could hear some news relating to Mei Zhan and the rest. To think that he really heard some juicy details. It was just that this bit of news was still too little of value to Yi Yuan. Approaching the capital, it was inconvenient for Yi Yuan to bring Lan Feng around. By any chance that there were Lan family members who had not left and they discovered it, the problem would be huge. Yi Yuan savored a sip of tea and was somewhat gloomy. Experts roamed like clouds in this central capital. Wanting to rescue his fellow apprentices was really as hard as ascending to heaven. But for the Wind Emperor to launch a war between 2 worlds, he was bound to transfer large numbers of experts out. This was an opportunity to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was presently being dejected by himself when the people at that table conversed again. Speaking of the Shao family, have you heard? The Shao family's little princess, Shao Ruyan, is about to hold a martial combat. 1. Time to find a husband. Our Wind-Raising City has a registration venue. I heard that Shao Ruyan is beautiful like a heavenly fairy. If I can get close to her, I can really even die willingly. The middle-aged man had an idiotic look. Save it. Their family's martial combat. 1. Time to find a spouse. The first requirement is to be under the age of 30. You're already out. Another person dealt a blow. Sai, you're not fun at all. I heard my brother say that he once saw Miss Shao Ruyan and was immediately awestruck by her fairy-like looks. A beauty like that, don't you wish to? Rubbish. Who doesn't like beautiful women? But then we are people from completely different worlds. It's best to not have these rotten ideas. Either way, I'll also join the fun when the time comes. At this time, Yi Yuan suddenly moved closer and asked, this elder brother, such a formidable family like the Shao family, why would their own missus have to hold a martial combat? 1. Time to find a spouse? That middle-aged martial artist shot a glance at Yi Yuan and said disdainfully, what? Do you also want to join in the fun with this strength? I think you should forget it. Those Partic. 1. P. Aiding in the spouse, finding martial combat. 1. Tying at the minimum requires late-stage crystal formation realm strength. You this second-level crystal formation realm. Once you go up, you'll be beaten to death by others right away. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, haha, elder brother is mistaken. This younger brother is from out of town and doesn't know much about the capital's matters. So I want to understand more. It also counts as seeing the world. As he spoke, Yi Yuan fished out a middle-grade essence crystal and stuffed it into the middle-aged martial artist's hand. That middle-aged martial artist's brows shot up, and he immediately switched to a smiley face as he said, haha, it's indeed a good thing for young people to see the world more. You asking me also counts as asking the right person. The Shao family is just a second-rate family in the capital. In terms of power, They are inferior to the first-rate families, the Huang family and Shui family. A year ago, the Huang family and Shui family proposed marriage at the same time to the Shao family, Wisconsin H.I., plusing to marry this Shao Ruyan. The Shao family didn't dare to offend either one of them. They dragged until now where it really can't be dragged anymore. So they could only come up with this strategy to organize a spouse finding martial combat. What time? While it's a spouse finding martial combat. 1. Tie-in. In truth, isn't it still the struggle between the two Huang and Shui families? How can ordinary martial artists be the two families' match? Yi Yuan saw the light and said, then judging by what elder brother said, didn't this spouse finding martial combat? 1. Time become ornamental? There shouldn't be anyone who goes to register, right? Haha, then you guessed wrong. Do you see this street filled with young men? They're all targeting Shao Ruyan. The middle-aged martial artist said with a snicker. You don't understand this, right? Shao Ruyan is known as one of the two absolutes in the capital. Which man under the heavens doesn't wish to obtain her beauty? Even if they know that they are just serving as a foil, as long as they are martial artists of the right age, they will chase after like a flock of ducks. Furthermore, for martial artists such as ourselves, once we marry Shao Ruyan, it will be soaring to the sky with a single move. So, do you think they will partake? 1p8 or not? Chapter 362. Turns out that there's still so many stuff to learn. Yi Yuan had a face like he learned things. Turns out that there's still so many stuff to learn. Yi Yuan had a face like he learned things. Huh, young man, you just entered the Jianghu. Although your strength is still decent, there are still many things to learn. Otherwise, you'll even be counting money for people after being sold. The middle-aged martial artist then chortled. Yi Yuan smiled and agreed. He did not feel like arguing. He already obtained all the information he wanted and also had a preliminary understanding of the capital's faction division. Thinking now, this first-rate family should be the top-tier major influence in the capital. As for those like the Shao family, they might be a level weaker. As for the spouse, finding martial combat. 1. Tie-in. Yi Yuan naturally did not have plans to partake. 1p8. He did not wish to marry a woman he did not know, although he knew that he would definitely get first place if he went. Martial artists under the age of 30 in the fear-scale world were at the very most first-level C transformation realm. With Yi Yuan's present strength, it was still more than sufficient to defeat a first-level C transformation realm. Leaving the inn, Yi Yuan did not plan on staying in Wind-Raising City any longer and headed directly out of the city in the direction of the capital. But before traveling for long, Yi Yuan's path was obstructed by 3 martial artists. Boy, didn't think that we would meet again so soon, right? It was precisely the middle-aged martial artist who took Yi Yuan's middle-grade essence crystal. The 3 people were all C transformation realm martial artists. But seeing that Yi Yuan was alone, evil intent welled up. Towards these 3 fellows, Yi Yuan naturally did not take this to heart. He said nonchalantly, yeah? This elder brother isn't thinking of inviting me to drink wine by stopping me here, right? Ha, what is he saying? He said to let me invite him to drink wine? Boy, are you really stupid or pretending to be dumb? Hand over all the essence crystals and treasures on your body, and I can leave you an intact corpse. The middle-aged martial artist barked fiercely. Yi Yuan smiled and said, you're going to kill me whether I hand them over or not. Why should I give them to you? The middle-aged martial artist was stunned and thought it was true. This sort of threatening words seemed rather stupid when one heard them. Fine then. Today, your grandpa How will show mercy and let you off. Quickly hand over all the essence crystals on you. As he spoke, he extended his hand out and demanded from Yi Yuan. That's more like it, Yi Yuan said. As he spoke, Yi Yuan touched his storage ring like he was really going to give them. The middle-aged martial artist had a pleased look as he said, boy, next time when you go out, make sure to remember the principle of not revealing your wealth. Understood? I already told you in the inn that there are still many things to learn. Yi Yuan smiled and said, elder brother must be joking. If I were to learn like you, wouldn't I become dumber as I learn? N. The middle-aged martial artist was just about to get angry, only to see a blurry figure. A malicious-looking silhouette appeared. It was precisely Lan Feng. Seeing Lan Feng appear, the three people's expression changed. 3 first-level C transformation realm versus a third-level C transformation realm. They did not have the slightest hope of winning. Currently, the middle-aged martial artist's face was as fascinating as you wanted it to be. He said with a wail, "A little brother, we have eyes but can't recognize MT Tai. We were wrong. Will get lost right away." Lan Feng's figure moved and blocked their path. Yi Yuan said leisurely, "Who permitted you to leave? You all are stupid, but don't think of me to be as dumb as you guys, all right? If you all leave and spread the news that I have a spatial spirit artifact, wouldn't I be hunted down by everyone in the world?" What do you want?" said the middle-aged martial artist as he stammered. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Nothing much. This kind of thing like killing and robbing people, you people have done it quite a number of times, right? Just submit today." The middle-aged martial artist had a savage look as he said, "Humph, I don't believe that he can stop the 3 of us alone. Brothers, split up and move. Anybody that escapes counts. If I die, go to the capital to find my brother to help me take revenge." Finished talking, the 3 people really fled separately. But Lan Feng's movements were clearly much swifter than theirs. He held back the other 2 people the moment he made his move. Only that middle-aged martial artist escaped. The middle-aged martial artist could not help being overjoyed when he saw the situation and hastened his footsteps to escape. But right at this moment, alarm bells suddenly sounded, only to see a blur before his eyes. Yi Yuan actually ran in front of him from Gio Dinu Wen. Why you? How did you catch up?" The middle-aged martial artist had an expression like he had seen a ghost. How could a second-level crystal formation realm's speed be so quick? "Just caught up like this," Yi Yuan said smilingly. The middle-aged martial artist gritted his teeth and said, "Seeking death." Finished talking, a palm chopped towards Yi Yuan. However, Yi Yuan vanished before him just like that. Wind, fire, violent blaze, transforming dragon. The middle-aged martial artist only heard a cry from behind him. Then he was out cold. Yi Yuan grasped the limits very well and did not kill him. He came in front of the middle-aged martial artist, released his divine sense, and forcefully plunged into the other party's sea of consciousness. The middle-aged martial artist gave fled groan, but had his soul searched by Yi Yuan without any resistance. Soul search was even more tyrannical than slave seals. After searching the soul, the martial artist's divine soul would be shredded into fragments and become an idiot. But Yi Yuan did not have any intention of going easy. Looking at this middle-aged martial artist appearance, he had most likely done quite a few robberies. If he died, then he died. Nothing to feel pity about. Indeed, Yi Yuan saw that this fellow had done many bad things from his memories. It was enough to die 10 times over. And his brother actually went to find alchemists. The Shao family is soliciting alchemists? This is my old profession. I can give a shot. This fellow, sending himself to my gates, saved me a bout of trouble, Yi Yuan said with an emotional sigh. From the middle-aged martial artist memories, Yi Yuan roughly understood the faction distribution in the central capital. Although with the middle-aged martial artist silent. 1. He did not understand things that were too detailed. This gave Yi Yuan more or less some baseline in his heart. The central capital's factions were intricate and complex. But on the whole, they were divided into first-rate families, second-rate families, third-rate families, as well as some small families that did not make the mark. Apart from this, there were still some large factions that were not inferior to first-rate families, such as a major merchant like the treasure HOA, Riding Tower. Of course, the influences that could not be provoked most of all was the military factions. The Wind Emperor had 3 major Iron Guards. The first was the Swift Wind Guards. The second was the Shadow Wind Guards. The third was the most mysterious Dark Wind Guards. But these 3 major Iron Guards normally seldom interfere with affairs in the city. They were mostly cultivating. Such a colossal framework was truly unbelievably powerful. Yi Yuan could not help sighing secretly. When the fierce Gale World's cavalry stepped in the Endless World, how could the Endless World withstand them? Of course, Yi Yuan's understanding of the Endless World was not deep as well. Perhaps the Northern Domain also had very powerful factions. Either way, if the sky fell, the tall people will support it. He just had to rescue his fellow apprentices and bring them back to the Endless World. As for future matters, talk again in the future. When Yi Yuan finished dealing with the middle-aged martial artist here, Lan Feng had only just finished taking care of the two people. As for these two people, Yi Yuan obviously did not plan on leaving them alive. He directly killed them and burnt them into nothingness with fire. A day later, Yi Yuan finally arrived at the central capital by himself. Chapter 363. Even Yi Yuan was also immensely shocked by the central capital's magnificent atmosphere. Even Yi Yuan was also immensely shocked by the central capital's magnificent atmosphere. Looking from afar, this was simply like a desolate, ancient giant beast emitting an aura that made people revere and prostrate in wars. I+P. This was the holy land for all the fierce Gale World's martial artists. Not because there was a city here, but also because this place had a Wind Emperor. Boundless Realm Powerhouse was A.G. like existence in the fierce Gale World. Although Yi Yuan did not have much awe and veneration towards the Wind Emperor, he had to admit that he was an ant-like existence in front of the Wind Emperor. When he was about to reach the capital's gate entrance, Yi Yuan quickly discovered that something was off. The martial artists entering the city were actually queuing up in a long, long line. It was more than several miles distant from the city. Yi Yuan's vision was exceedingly good. He noticed that there seemed to be people examining thoroughly at the gate entrance. Yi Yuan also joined in the queue. He asked a martial artist softly, "This elder brother, this is younger brother's first time coming to the capital. Has the inspection here always been so stringent? If they keep checking like this, we also can't enter the city by nightfall." That martial artist also had a discontent look as he said, "Sai, don't talk about it. How can it be so strict in the past? How many people come and go into the capital every day? Wouldn't checking one by one tire the city guards to death? But gee, D knows what happened these 2 days. It suddenly became strict. They say that another world's spy sneaked inside. Don't you think that this is nonsense? How much time do people, such as us who frequently enter and leave the city, have to waste?" That martial artist complained fervently, but when Yi Yuan heard it, he was secretly greatly alarmed. Otherworld spy. Didn't that mean him? Could it be the Lan family tribe? Only the Lan family tribe knew that this fish that escaped the net, entered the fierce Gale World. Naturally, only they would inform the capital's side. Looking at it now, the news of Lan Bao's death had already been sent back to the Lan family tribe. Otherwise, they would also not have mobilized so many people and specially informed the capital. Since the capital already knew that he came, continuing to queue was equivalent to walking into the trap. Yi Yuan obviously would not do this sort of foolish thing. He grumbled, "This queue is so long. I can't enter the capital even if I queue until tomorrow. Forget it. Originally, I wanted to enter the capital to enrich my experience. Not going to waste this time anymore." Finished talking, Yi Yuan turned around and left. Due to the queue being too long, there were many who complained and left like Yi Yuan. He naturally would not draw other people's attention either. Yi Yuan walked leisurely in the direction away from the capital, and his head unwittingly started to ache. The inspection was so stringent. How should he enter the capital? Yet, Yi Yuan just happened to be the least proficient in disguising skills. Otherwise, if he changed his appearance, he believed that even the Lan family tribe's members could not recognize him. But now, he only slightly altered his looks. Those sharp-eyed ones could surely identify him at a glance. Yi Yuan naturally could not take this risk. Right then, a horse carriage came over from a distance. One look, and one could tell that it was a large family's young lady that returned from her trip. The gears in Yi Yuan's head rotated, and an idea came to his mind. He came to a deserted area and let white light out. White light clearly did not like staying inside the the spatial spirit artifact. Every time he came out, he would frolic about, but Yi Yuan did not have time to play with him. Holding him still, he exhorted, "White light, now's the time for you to exercise your individual charisma. In a while, I'll enter the spatial spirit artifact. You bring me along and jump inside that horse carriage. Think of ways to coax the lady inside to bring you into the city. Understood?" While White Light could not speak, he was very bright. He could understand all of Yi Yuan's words and nodded his tiger head at once. Yi Yuan was afraid that White Light would not do his best and urged again, "Little thing, Big Brother's life is all in your hands. If you screw up, Big Brother won't be able to make any more candy for you to eat in the future." Indeed, once Yi Yuan said that, White Light's entire body shuddered. The candy that Yi Yuan spoke of was naturally medicinal pills. Ever since White Light followed Yi Yuan, he had been eating cultivation medicinal pills like candy all along. No matter how many he ate, he could digest them all. It was precisely because so that White Light's cultivation speed was extremely shocking. He already reached late-stage Tier 2 and was going to break through to Tier 3 soon. Such cultivation speed was absolutely heaven-defying until it could not be defied anymore among demonic beasts. Hence, this threat from Yi Yuan immediately made White Light pluck his spirits up. Seeing as that horse carriage was about to drive into the city, Yi Yuan did not dare to delay. Muttering incantations, his figure vanished instantly and entered the spatial spirit artifact. White Light brought the dust-like spatial spirit artifact with him, transforming into a stream of flowing light and scurrying out. In a blink of an eye, White Light scuttled in from the horse carriage's window lattice. Inside the carriage were two ladies. Seeing S of White Light scurrying in, they involuntarily shrieked in fear. When they saw clearly that it was a highly lovable and cute kitten, the two of them melted in an instant. Right at this moment, the carriage curtains were pulled aside with a swoosh. A handsome man reached his head in and asked, "Ling Xue, you all right?" At this time, Shangwan Ling Xue already hid White Light under her skirt. The guy did not see it all. The awful thing was that Yi Yuan was afraid that an accident would happen and was observing the situation outside from inside Spatial Spirit Artifact the entire time. Currently, White Light was kept under Shangwan Ling Xue's skirt by her. Yi Yuan took in the full view inside the skirt. It was really too beautiful to be absorbed all at once, making Yi Yuan has to impulse to nosebleed. "Nothing. A bug flew in just now. It's already scared away by Qing Shangwan Ling Xue said. "Oh, then that's fine. You girls sit tight. We're about to enter the city," said the man who then drew the carriage curtains. Shangwan Ling Xue only took White Light out from under her skirt at this time and was delighted to the extreme. Where did this little white tiger come from? It's really so cute. Shangwan Ling Xue used her face to rub against White Light. White Light instinctively wanted to dodge, but at the thought of Yi Yuan's words, he steeled his heart and used his furry face to rub over too. At this time, White Light squeezed out a smile on his face with all his might, looking just like a kitten, one that was adorable to the max. Shangwan Ling Xue was instantly swooned by White Light in a blink and hugged him, unwilling to part with him. She would kiss him for a while, rub him for a bit, and scratch him for a while, nearly making White Light have an impulse to break down. An exalted divine beast progeny was actually treated as a pet by others. How could a proud divine beast suffer this blow? Right at this moment, conversing sounds came from outside. "This is our travel permit. Quickly let us pass," said someone. It was the man earlier. "Yes." The guard mused for a brief moment and directly let them pass. Yes. As the horse carriage gradually drove into the capital, Yi Yuan's tightly wound nerves finally eased up. "What's your name?" "Yelp. You follow me from now on, all right?" "Yelp." White Light trembled. "Ling Xue, we've reached." Right then, the horse carriage suddenly stopped. A man's shout was heard from outside. Shangguang Ling Xue was engrossed in teasing White Light and could not help being dazed when she heard this call. But right when she was in a daze, White Light struggled free from her hands with a whoosh and leaped out of the window lattice once more. Chapter 364. Oh no. That little white tiger's movement was so fast. I actually couldn't hold him. Shangguang Lingxue was peeved. Oh no, that little white tiger's movement was so fast. I actually couldn't hold him. Shangguang Lingxue was peeved. Right at this time, the carriage curtains were pulled aside, revealing a handsome man's face. Lingxue, we've arrived. Shangguang Lingxue had no time to bother with white light right now. She could only bend down and dismount the carriage, giving a lady's curtsy to the man. Many thanks to your highness, seventh prince. Lingxue had a very pleasant time these few days, Shangguang Lingxue said. Haha, to be able to go sightseeing with one of the two absolutes in the capital. Shangguang Lingxue, it's my honor. Seventh prince's bearing was extraordinary, without the slightest hint of putting on airs. Lingxue is but a common girl. How am I some dual beauty of the capital? It's all some meddlesome people monkeying around, Shangguang Lingxue said magnanimously. But seventh prince laughed and said, Lingxue is too modest. Since I've already sent Lingxue here, I won't impose on you anymore. Help me send my regards to Uncle Shangguang. Shangguang Lingxue smiled sweetly. Goodbye, seventh prince. Seeing off seventh prince with her eyes, Shangguang Lingxue's gaze began to wander about. But how was there still white light's figure? In a deserted corner, Yi Yuan's showed himself. He rubbed White Light's tiny head hard and said with a smile, when our family's White Light acts cute, really in. Oh, body can resist. White Light jumped aside and bared his teeth at Yi Yuan. Very clearly, that incident earlier already became his everlasting pain. He was a divine beast. A divine beast. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, all right, I'm not messing with you anymore. Well done this time. I'll give you candy to eat later. Heh heh. Only then did White Light became pleased. It was just that when Yi Yuan made him go inside the spatial spirit artifact, he refused to enter no matter what. Yi Yuan was helpless and could only bring him along by his side. Yi Yuan had searched that middle-aged martial artist's memories before. Following his memories, Yi Yuan finally found the Shao family's Four Seas building. Smelling the waves of herbal fragrance wafting over, Yi Yuan unwittingly recollected the days of the fragrant medicine pavilion. Not sure if father and mother are doing well now. I don't know where they went to in the northern domain. Going back this time, it's time to go find them in the northern domain, Yi Yuan murmured to himself. After musing for a brief moment, Yi Yuan stepped into the Four Seas building. The fierce Gale world's martial age was extremely flurries. Plusing. But due to a shortage of resources, their alchemy path and formations path were all much declined. Compared to the endless world, they were far weaker in these aspects. However, martial artists' root was still the strength of their own bodies. Hence, the aggressive nature in the bones of the fierce Gale world natives was still very strong. Therefore, when those martial artists heard that the realm Pa-S, Sageway was linked together, their first reaction was to invade the endless world and not to trade to make up for what they lacked. Buying medicinal pills? Over there. Tier 3 medicinal pills are very expensive. Looking at your penniless appearance, do you have money? Said a shop assistant said to him with his head held high. Right at the moment Yi Yuan entered the door. The clothes that Yi Yuan was wearing were clothes Lan Feng prepared for him. With the location that the Lan family tribe resided in, he naturally could not bring out any fine clothes. The shop assistants in the capital were all people whose eyes grew at the top of their heads. One look at Yi Yuan's appearance, and they knew that he came from the countryside. They naturally did not have a good attitude. Furthermore, precisely because the fierce Gale world's medicinal pills were in shortage, they appeared even more valuable. These shops that engaged in medicinal pills were naturally much sought after. As for their attitude, it was unsurprisingly not very good. Yi Yuan casually threw out a bronze token and said, Is the manager here? I'm here to enlist for the Shao family's guest retainer. This bronze token was what Yi Yuan found in that middle-aged martial artist storage ring. It was the token to enlist as a guest retainer. Guest retainer? The assistants looked at Yi Yuan with suspicious eyes and said with a scornful look, A brat whose hair isn't even fully grown dares to come and enlist as a guest retainer? Do you know how to light a fire for pill furnaces? Do you think that you're Miss Ryan? Quickly go, quickly go. The manager is very busy and doesn't have time to waste on a kid like you. As he spoke, the assistant was about to push Yi Yuan. He exerted force but shoved empty S-P-A-C. Currently, Yi Yuan already arrived behind him and lightly pushed his back. Smack! The assistant's face directly planted on the door. Ouch! Brat, you dare to make a move in the Four Seas building. I think that you're tired of living, right? Said the assistant as he touched his face that was in pain. This assistant was spirit condensation realm too. This bit of injury was naturally nothing much to him. But people came and went into the Four Seas building. He, this haughty assistant, lost a huge amount of face. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Seems like you made a move first, right? How could an alchemy emperor's dignity be affronted by a little clerk?" Yi Yuan was just doling out some small punishment. It was already considered showing mercy. But the commotion over this side already drew a large group of people to surround and watch. Evidently, it could not be resolved anymore. The assistant yelled out at the top of his voice, "Where are the guards? Where the H-E-L? L did the guards go to? Somebody is making a scene. Why aren't you taking him down?" This yell, two late-stage crystal formation realm guards suddenly appeared. But before they could make a move, a voice sounded from behind them. What happened? An elderly man came out unhurriedly. The assistant covered his face and said, "Manager Tong, this brat is intentionally here to cause trouble. I asked him to leave, but he didn't and even attack me." Manager Tong's face fell, and he asked Yi Yuan, "Was there such a thing?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "I came to enlist as Shao family's retainer. He didn't even test me before asking me to get lost. Isn't that going too far?" The assistant said hesitantly, "Manager Tong, this brat is at most 16 years old. Even if he started learning alchemy in his mother's womb, it's also impossible to have great accomplishments, right? This punk thinks that he's Miss Ryan, having alchemy grandmaster standards at a young age. He's clearly here to cause trouble." The words that the assistant said gave no cause for much criticism. With Yi Yuan's age, wanting to have major accomplishments in the alchemy path was basically impossible. What say you, young man? This Manager Tong was a composed person and did not jump to conclusions. Who would have expected Yi Yuan to take out a badge very calmly and wear it on his chest? It was shockingly that low-rank alchemy master badge. "I'm really an alchemist. I'm not here to pull your leg," Yi Yuan said composedly. Poor. When the surrounding spectators saw this scene, they involuntarily nearly vomited out a mouthful of blood. Was this young man here to play the fool? A low-rank alchemy master also dared to come to register for Shao family's guest retainer? Cough, cough. Haven't gone to the Alchemist Association for very long to take the test. I'm just indicating my ident. One tie. As for whether I have the qualifications or not, just test and you'll know. Yi Yuan explained. Ha ha. Manager Tong, I said that he came to cause trouble, right? A low-rank alchemy master actually dares to come to our Four Seas building to register as a retainer. In my opinion, he's definitely sent over by the Tong family to intentionally create trouble. The assistant jeered. The first thing an alchemist would do after advancing ranks would be to go to the Alchemist Association to pass the test for the badge pertaining to their rank. Hence, the way the clerk saw it, Yi Yuan was simply here to create a disturbance. But Manager Tong still ruminated for briefly before saying to Yi Yuan, "Young man, can you release your soul force?" Chapter 365, of course I can. But it doesn't have to be here, right? Of course I can. But it doesn't have to be here, right? Yi Yuan did not wish to be watched like a monkey. Manager Tong nodded his head and brought Yi Yuan into a wing room. "Is here all right, young man?" Yi Yuan nodded slightly. A majestic soul force rippled out. Sensing Yi Yuan's soul force, Manager Tong's expression could not help changing. "Middle-rank alchemy grandmaster," Manager Tong said in astonishment. Breaking through to the second-level crystal formation realm, Yi Yuan's soul force already crossed the threshold of low-rank alchemy grandmaster and became middle-rank alchemy grandmaster. Manager Tong, I wonder if I have the qualifications to enlist for the guest retainer position? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Only now did Manager Tong come back to his senses and said, Of course, even if you're unable to pass the test, I also have to highlight to the family head to keep you. You gotta be kidding. A 16-year-old middle-rank alchemy grandmaster. If it had not rope in such a person, wouldn't it be such a pity? As an alchemist, in truth, the hardest thing was the divine soul realm. Other aspects could be made up for through hard work, but the breakthrough of divine soul realm varied from person to person. Why was there an body who could refine divine pills in the divine realm? It was because no alchemist could shatter the fetters of divine soul realm. Furthermore, a genius like this, if Yi Yuan turned to the Tong family, wouldn't there be an additional extremely terrifying opponent in the future? Then that's good. Yi Yuan stubbornly stayed here just to get close to those two slaves. Otherwise, he would have turned around and left long ago. I wonder what little brother's name is. Manager Tong's attitude underwent a 180-degree change and already addressed Yi Yuan as brothers. Ji Qing. Yi Yuan gave his fake name. So, it's little brother Ji Qing. You came just in the nick of time. Miss Rian is currently giving out the test to the alchemists who enlisted for guest retainer. Shall we go now? Manager Tong consulted Yi Yuan's opinion. Yi Yuan did not move right away. Instead, he asked curiously, Manager Tong, pardon Junior for shooting my mouth off, but what is the Shao family recruiting retainers for? Such a large family business like the Four Seas building shouldn't lack alchemists, right? Manager Tong sighed when he heard this and said, Not hiding from little brother, the Shao family doesn't lack alchemists, but lack powerful alchemists. Oh, please enlighten Manager Tong, Yi Yuan asked. Actually, the recruitment of retainers this time is something which cannot be helped. In this capital, the biggest medicinal pill managing businesses are our Shao family and the Tong family. It's precisely so that our two families are practically sworn enemies. In order to vie for the medicinal pills market, the two families once came to blows. Just the sea transformation realm experts that died were over a dozen. Later on, Lord Wind Emperor sent people to pass the word down to make the Shao and Tong, these two families, stop fighting. Only then did the conflict stop. What has this got to do with you guys finding guest retainers? Yi Yuan asked with a confused look. Afterwards, through His Majesty, the Wind Emperor's mediation, our two families set down rules. Every 10 years, the two families' juniors will undergo a grand pill. Assembly wants to determine the two families' share of the medicinal pill market. And this year just happens to be the 10th year. Manager Tong said. Yi Yuan's expression was odd as he said, You all are finding guest retainers in order to partake. 1. P. 8 in this grand pill assembly? The Shao family's junior generation can't make the cut? Manager Tong's face changed, and he said furiously, What do you mean can't make the cut? First young master, Shao Rufeng, and second miss, Shao Rian, are both extraordinary alchemy path prodigies. Especially second Miss Rian. She already stepped into the high-rank alchemy grandmaster realm at the age of 20. You dare to say they can't make the cut? Yi Yuan pursed his lips, but thought otherwise. 20-year-old alchemy grandmaster. What was there to be proud of? Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Manager Tong could not help being stunned and nearly had an impulse to slap his mouth. This young man was only 16 years old. By the time he was 20, he would probably be a high-rank alchemy grandmaster already. Seemed like his household's missus did not have anything worth showing off, right? Manager Tong coughed dryly twice to ease the awkward situation. He continued, Actually, it's first young master's body that has a problem and is unable to take part in this grand pill assembly. Miss Rian alone simply cannot defeat the Tong family. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Like that, huh? Then is it compliant with the rules for me to partake? 1P8? After all, I'm not a Shao family member. Manager Tong said, As long as you join the Shao family, It's naturally compliant with the rules. Ah! Halfway through his words, Manager Tong suddenly noticed something off. What do you mean did it adhere to the rules if you partake? 1p8? Who told you to take part? Wasn't this punk's self-confidence a little too inflated? The test wasn't even Pa-S said yet, and he wanted to represent the Shao family to fight. One had to know that among the alchemists who came to register this time, there was no lack of high-rank alchemy grandmasters. Yi Yuan had just entered the middle rank not long ago. Wanting to Pa-S, this most likely would not be that easy. The reason why Manager Tong took a fancy to Yi Yuan was because he was eyeing his potential, not his present strength. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Since it follows the rules, let's go take the test then." Manager Tong had a gloomy look. This punk really took himself to be someone from the Shao family. When Manager Tong brought Yi Yuan out from the wing room, and Yi Yuan was invited upstairs, the assistant's eyes went wide. Could a brat really be an alchemist? The clerk had a premonition that he seemed to have gotten into big trouble and provoked someone that he should not have. "Don't look at me, don't look at me," the clerk repeated in his heart. But whatever one feared would come. Yi Yuan suddenly turned his head and flashed a slight smile at him. Then he went up slowly. The assistant's legs went wobbly, and he nearly kneeled on the ground. "It's over. This time, it's really over," the assistant murmured to himself with a wail. Manager Tong brought Yi Yuan straight up to the 3rd floor and arrived at a hall. There were already quite a few people in the hall, and even a number of medicinal cauldrons laid out. At the far end, there was a part. One time, the part. One time was blocked by many layers of chiffon, but one could faintly see a lithe and graceful silhouette inside. Manager Tong asked Yi Yuan to wait for a moment and walked over to the part. One time, Yi Yuan calmly sized up this hall and those alchemists. These few people were all the same, high-rank alchemy grandmasters. Seemed like only he alone was a middle-rank alchemy grandmaster. Of course, in these people's eyes, he most likely did not even count as an alchemist. There were still 4 alchemists apart from Yi Yuan. They clearly saw Yi Yuan too. Seeing the badge adorned on Yi Yuan's chest, they could not help having a disdainful look. Elder brothers are all here to enlist for Shao family's guest retainer? Yi Yuan was warm and enthusiastic as he went forward with a flattering smile. "So what if yes? You aren't the same as us, right?" said an alchemist among them, making a scornful look. Ha, you even saw through this. Big brother has really good eyesight." That person said sneeringly, "You, a low-rank alchemy master, came to play the fool, right? This place isn't suitable for you. Better get lost quickly so as to avoid incurring Miss Rian's displeasure." Yeah, a little fellow who doesn't know his own limitations. This bit of strength, and you also dare to come out and lose face. "I think you better go back home and drink milk," said another person. "Without the strength of a high-rank alchemy grandmaster, don't come out and make a spectacle of yourself. The few of us were chosen through layers upon layers of sifting. Who do you think you are?" Yi Yuan chortled and said, "Why are all the stuff I want to say all have been said by you people?" Chapter 366. This sentence from Yi Yuan drew the aggro from all the alchemists. This sentence from Yi Yuan drew the aggro from all the alchemists. At this time, Manager Tong came before the 5 people and said, "All right, the few of you were selected very carefully, and your strength goes without saying. I won't say anything unnecessary. Let's start the test now." "Hang on, Manager Tong," said an alchemist, interrupting Manager Tong's words. You have something to say?" Manager Tong asked with a frown. That alchemist pointed at Yi Yuan and said, "Manager Tong letting a low-rank alchemy master compete together with us? Isn't this insulting us? I refuse to compete with him." "Yes, we don't want to compete together with a low-rank alchemy master." The other 3 people immediately concurred. Manager Tong's face darkened, and he said solemnly, "I've already tested. He's not a low-rank alchemy master. He's the same as you all, possessing alchemy grandmaster divine soul realm. It's just that he hasn't taken part in the Alchemist Association's test for a long time. That's why he's wearing low-rank alchemy master badge." The few people naturally did not believe it. Not everybody on this earth was Shao Ruyan. A 16-year-old youth could become an alchemy grandmaster? Even if he became an alchemy grandmaster, could he become a high-rank alchemy grandmaster? Possessing alchemy grandmaster divine soul realm doesn't mean being able to refine tier 3 medicinal pills. I think that Manager Tong is clearer than us on this point, right? If Manager Tong insists on letting him compete with us, I'll withdraw. The alchemist earlier pulled out the big guns. Yes, I'll withdraw too. Manager Tong did not think that these few people would actually make things difficult for him. He involuntarily sneered coldly and said, "Withdraw? The way I see it, you people seem to feel that our Shao family is easy to bully. But I'm telling you, a starving camel is larger than a horse." The Shao family's matters were not a secret. Now, the news that the Shao family was going to be thoroughly finished this time was circulating outside. These few alchemists naturally also heard some extent of it. It was just that they also did not think that if the Shao family was perfectly fine, why would they find them? Indeed, once Manager Tong said these words, these few people's faces changed. At this time, Yi Yuan sat down carelessly on a chair and said, all right, you guys just play. I won't partake. 1p8, all right? But if you guys all can't make it, it should eventually be my turn, right? You're the one who said it. So what if I said it? This little lord, I will sit right here and watch you guys play. I want to see what the H-E-L you all can come up with. Yi Yuan said. Manager Tong secretly heaved a sigh in relief. Yi Yuan, taking the initiative to withdraw, really resolved his imminent problem. Honestly speaking, the counterattack by those people earlier was seriously quite devastating. He could indeed use the Shao family's power to forcefully suppress them. But if they really chose someone and he intentionally went easy during the Grand Pill assembly, that would not be amusing. Yet, Manager Tong did not have much hope in Yi Yuan. Hence, Yi Yuan taking the initiative to withdraw was naturally the best alternative. Earlier, he already clarified the situation to Miss Ruyan. Miss Ruyan also agreed to give Yi Yuan a chance. As long as Yi Yuan performed well, entering the Shao family was naturally not difficult. But the difficulty of this test was much tougher than the difficulty of the test to be given to Yi Yuan afterward. Hee, you still want to appear on the stage? There's no more chance. Sit there properly. The test officially began. Manager Tong said to the 4 people, the content of the test is very simple. There are refined medicinal embryos in here. The content of your test is to refine these medicinal embryos into pills, and it will be considered as passing the test. Evidently, this pill formula was very precious and naturally could not be leaked out. If just the medicinal embryos were provided, even if these few people were even more powerful, they also could not possibly steal the pill formula. Of course, this did not include Yi Yuan. The 4 people were even happier when they heard it. This was too easy. One had to know that the process of refining pills was very complicated. Any single oversight could cause the pill refinement to fail. But now, even the medicinal embryos were refined. They were only responsible for the final refinement and forming the pill. It was practically something that was not troublesome. Although they knew that this medicinal pill was surely not very easy to refine, how could the few of them be simple people? The 4 of them held their cleavers and entered the battlefield, starting the refinement at the same time. Perhaps they deliberately wanted to show off in front of Shao Ruyan. These few people's refinement techniques were very resplendent, looking quite like the model of a respected grandmaster. Even Manager Tong also nodded secretly when he saw it. These people were indeed worthy of being strictly and carefully selected. Their strength was highly outstanding. Yi Yuan watched this scene composedly by the side, with a slightly ruminating expression on his face. Actually, same as martial artists, the ranks of alchemists and the true standards of alchemists could not be equated the same. An alchemist obtaining the T of high-rank alchemy grandmaster did not mean that he could refine all the Tier 3 high-grade medicinal pills. The same Tier 3 high-grade medicinal pills, but the refining difficulty varied greatly. Even high-rank alchemy grandmasters could not refine some Tier 3 middle-grade or even low-grade medicinal pills. Behind the part. 1. Tie-in. Shaorian was also watching these four alchemists refine medicinal pills in a perturbed mood. This concerned whether the Shao family could win at the Grand Pill, Ace, Semli, or not. Truthfully speaking, even if selected, Shaorian did not have the confidence to win for certain. The strength of the Tong family's juniors was actually even stronger than the Shao family. But this matter was related to the Shao family's development in the next decade. Shaorian was compelled to face the problem head-on. A pair of beautiful eyes stared fixedly at those four people, hoping that it was best if they did not make mistakes. But whatever one feared would come. Just 7.5 minutes later, only to hear a puff. Someone already failed. The medicinal pill was burned into black charcoal. That alchemist had a dejected look. Why is this DAM pill so hard to refine? The other three people's faces currently no longer had the composure from when they just started. The difficulty of this medicinal pill had indeed exceeded their imaginations. Their soul force was completely locked onto the medicinal pill, and they did not dare to slacken the slightest bit. However, this did not have any D*M in use. Another series of puffing sound went on. A furnace of useless pills was refined out. When that person came to one side and saw Yi Yuan's cheese, plus cat smile, he wished that he could go up and rend his face. But their attention was very swiftly drawn over by the other two people. The two people's foreheads were already drenched in sweat. Clearly, the difficulty of this medicinal pill was already on the verge of seeing their limits. Before long, another person failed. Only one person was left still persevering. The three people who were defeated had their eyes glued on the last person, hoping that he could succeed, because from their peripherals, they already saw the expression on Yi Yuan's face. Earlier, each and every one of them looked down on Yi Yuan, thinking that they would definitely be the one who won. But now, there was only one final seedling left on the field. Manager Tong was also very nervous. In the blink of an eye, the four people who were carefully chosen only had one left. This unwittingly made him feel tremendous pressure. Fortunately, the strength of this remaining one was still considered decent. He actually already barely managed to finish refining the medicinal pill. Condense. Following his cry, everyone's heart tightened. Did it succeed or not? Chapter 367. When the medicinal pill formed, everyone heaved a sigh in relief. When the medicinal pill formed, everyone heaved a sigh in relief. Even the always composed Manager Tong also secretly wiped his sweat at this time. The other three people came forward as well, wanted to see what kind of medicinal pill was refined. Qiuji, how is it? Succeeded? The three people asked, rather nervously. Qiuji wiped away the sweat on his forehead and nodded, saying, I'm exhausted to death. Finally, I formed the pill. Talking up to here, Qiuji looked at Yi Yuan with a proud grin and said, I said that you won't have the chance means you won't have the chance. Well, can you get lost now? Yi Yuan was delighted when he heard that. Isn't the furnace not opened yet? Come, open it and have a look. See what kind of C-R-A-P refined. Qiuji's face darkened. He finished extremely forcefully earlier. He knew that the grade of the medicinal pill was definitely not high. But in front of so many people, he naturally had no reason to fear. Have a look then. I'll let you give up after this. As he said, the medicinal cauldron opened. Fragrance suffused all around. The four people reached their heads over to take a look. Even Manager Tong could not resist moving closer to have a look too. With this look, Qiuji's face could not be preserved anymore. The medicinal pill was refined, but it was simply a defect good, unable to even enter the ranks. Qiuji said to Manager Tong with a bitter face, Manager Tong, you take a look. Manager Tong was quite disappointed as well, but he also knew how great the difficulty this pill refinement was. Qiuji being able to refine successfully was already fairly decent. Manager Tong sighed and said, There's already no more time. It's you then. Qiuji was overjoyed when he heard that. Being able to join the Shao family, he no longer needed to worry for the rest of his life. One had to know that alchemist was a profitable career but also a money-burning career. Without the support of a major faction behind, it was very hard to have improvements. Qiuji being able to cultivate to high-rank alchemy Grandmaster realm was already his limit. Any further, and he must find a backer. Otherwise, it would be like this for this life. Hold on. Right at this moment, a pleasant voice sounded. Xiao Rian spoke. The gauze curtains were pulled aside. A veil-covered girl walked out from behind the part. One time, although there was a fine gauze covering the face, it could not conceal that lithe and graceful figure of hers, swaying until the four people were entranced. The four guys did not dare to slight her. They hastily gave a bow and said, "We pay respects to Miss Ruyan." Xiao Rian nodded her head lightly, but said, "You all are also aware that the Grand Pill assembly this time is of utmost importance to my Xiao family. Qiuji, although you refine the Jade Dragon Heart Calming Pill, it's only a defect good, not even entering the ranks. While your strength is not bad, you can't win the Tong family." Xiao Rian was clearly also slightly melancholic in her words. In truth, this sort of method, like finding guest retainers from outside, was a choice that could not be helped. The powerful alchemists were long divided up by the various large factions. The remaining ones were those who were rejected. These four people in front of her were considered pas sable among those who failed to meet the mark. Qiuji was thunderstruck when he heard this. He said with a face full of indignation, "But just now, Manager Tong clearly said that we just have to succeed in the refinement, and that will do. How can you all renege on your word?" Snort. A discordant snicker interrupted Qiuji's words. It was precisely Yi Yuan. Qiuji had anger that he dare not flare towards Xiao Rian, but did not mean that he dare not turn it towards Yi Yuan. He immediately said furiously, "What are you laughing about, stinking brat?" Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Sorry, I couldn't hold it. If this is also considered as a successful refinement, then aren't alchemists too easy to become?" Making sarcastic remarks when you can't understand the difficulty. You come and refine, then if you have the capabilities. Weren't you saying that you could refine very arrogantly just now? Why don't you refine one for me to see? Qiuji said with a cold smile. Xiao Rian's mind was currently in a whirl. These two people's endless bickering made her even more displeased, and she could not help saying, "Stop arguing." Although his soul force is not bad, wanting to refine the Jade Dragon Heart Calming Pill is basically an impossible thing. A few of you leave first. I need some peace and quiet. When these words were said, Yi Yuan was piqued. Why is Miss Rian the same as these uncultured people, judging people by their outward appearance? When these words came out, everyone perspired profusely. Xiao Rian was uncultured? Wasn't this brat's gall too fat? Indeed, Xiao Rian was so furious that her entire body was trembling. She was just about to blow her top when she heard Yi Yuan curl his mouth and say, "Isn't it just Jade Dragon Heart Calming Pill? Give me 15 minutes. I'll refine for you to see." Xiao Rian sucked in a deep breath to calm her emotions, but her tone became cold. What a high-sounding sentiment. 15 minutes to refine a Jade Dragon Heart Calming Pill? Do you think that you're an alchemy king? Fine. I'll let you try it. If you can't refine it. If I can't refine it, I'll sign my life away to work like a horse for Miss Ruyan for the rest of my life. How's that? Yi Yuan said smilingly. Xiao Rian's pretty face went red. Luckily, there was the fine gauze blocking her face. But when she saw that Yi Yuan's smile did not have lecherous intent, she knew that she misunderstood. As one of the two beauties in the capital, there were too many men pursuing Xiao Rian. Even if she did not wish to, she still had immense skill in the aspect of examining a man's words and observing his countenance. What I want you to work like a horse for. If you can't refine it, then help our Xiao family refine medicinal pills for life. Xiao Rian said. Hearing these words, the four people all took pleasure in his misfortune. They knew deeply from experience the refining difficulty of this Jade Dragon Heart Calming Pill. This punk only had a middle-rank alchemy Grandmaster soul force. It was still uncertain if he could refine pills or not. It was essentially impossible to refine it. He was going to be a pill slave for the rest of his life, for sure. Not everyone was Xiao Ruyan. Xiao Ruyan being able to reach such a realm was because her talent was good. More importantly, she had the powerful Xiao family supporting her from behind. Look at what this punk was wearing. One look, and they could tell that he came from the countryside. What kind of background could he have? At most, his natural talent was a little better, and his cultivation was a little quicker, refining a lifetime of medicinal pills. That's also a blissful thing. Except, I still have other things I need to do, Yi Yuan said with a rather emotional sigh. Only a short while ago, Yi Yuan's lifelong aspiration was to refine medicinal pills for life. But the D of destiny makes fools out of people. Now that he had transmigrated, he had no choice but to pursue the paramount of martial path to avenge his old hatred. Xiao Ruyan could not help being very puzzled when she saw Yi Yuan's somewhat desolate eyes. How old was this young man? Why did it seem like he had experienced countless vicissitudes of life? But to say that Yi Yuan could refine the Jade Dragon Heart calming pill, Xiao Ruyan refused to believe it no matter what. It was true that this Jade Dragon Heart calming pill was a Tier 3 high-rank medicinal pill, but barely any alchemy grandmasters could refine it. Even her own success rate was just 50%. This youth looked like he was even a few years younger than her. How could he possibly succeed? Xiao Ruyan merely had a momentary burst of anger just now. For this youth to have middle-rank alchemy grandmaster soul force, his potential was limitless. No matter what, the Xiao family had to retain him. Perhaps in a not-too-distant future, an extremely powerful alchemy grandmaster might appear in the Xiao family. Enough C-R-A-P. We're still waiting to see how you refine the pill. Our skills are lacking, so we need to learn well, Qiuji said sarcastically. Chapter 368. Xiao Ruyan furrowed her eyebrows, but did not say anything. Xiao Ruyan furrowed her eyebrows, but did not say anything. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "One needs comprehension abilities to learn things. Your talent is too poor. You can't learn anything." Qiuji's face darkened. "Smile. I hope that you can still smile a while. When you can't refine it, just wait to be a pill slave for the rest of your life then." Yi Yuan could not be inclined to bother with him. He went to the medicinal cauldron's side. Instantaneously, the aura on Yi Yuan's body changed abruptly. Earlier, there was still some profligate juvenile aura, but now it was as deep as the sea, as if everything in the outside world no longer had anything to do with him. Clearly not standing far from him, but it seemed to be two different worlds. Xiao Ruyan's expression involuntarily changed and immediately put away her belittling heart. When experts made their move, the genuine and the fake would become clear at a glance. Xiao Ruyan touched her heart and asked herself when she refined pills, she could not reach Yi Yuan's degree of focus either. Furthermore, Yi Yuan did not carry out meditation, but directly refine the pill. Such ability, among 10,000 alchemists, there might not even necessarily be one. Xiao Ruyan waved her hand to motion for everyone to move back and not disturb Yi Yuan's pill refinement. Yi Yuan grabbed with one hand. A bundle of flames flew up from the bottom of the furnace, enveloping the entire medicinal cauldron. Immediately after, he formed seals with both hands. The temperature of the flames was rapidly rising. TCH, pretending to be profound. This level of fire controlling skill is also just a little nice to look at only, Qiuji said disdainfully. Yeah, just showing off his skill. Pleasant to the eyes, but of no use at all. Another person concurred. They naturally would not remember that. As a matter of fact, they were also showing off their skills earlier. It was just that they did not parade for long before they could not sustain it anymore. And Yi Yuan was already very restrained currently. If he really showed off his skills, even he would be frightened. Keep your mouth shut if you don't understand. Use your soul force to take a look. The surrounding temperature around the medicinal cauldron is all exactly the same. This lets the medicinal pill receive heat extremely uniform. When refining a Jade Dragon Heart calming pill, the most important thing is uniform heating. When Xiao Ruyan spoke up, the rest naturally shut their mouths sensibly. And Xiao Ruyan herself was also extremely surprised. Could it be that this Ji Qing had refined Jade Dragon Heart calming pills before? Otherwise, how could he possibly know this crucial aspect? Was it just a coincidence? As they were talking, Yi Yuan already completed the heating. Gesturing with one hand, the medicinal embryo flew into the medicinal cauldron. Next, the dazzling display of technique that made everyone feel dizzy officially began. One seal after another was fired into the medicinal cauldron nonstop. Yi Yuan's hands were like phantoms, intoxicating the people watching it. Even Xiao Ji and the others who had been displeased with Yi Yuan all along was also spellbounded by Yi Yuan for a moment and kept their mouths shut. This was still Yi Yuan, not Wisconsin H.I. Plussing to be overly conspicuous, so he did not enter the legendary realm. Or else, it would not be as simple as flaunting his technique. 15 minutes passed, said in a flash, only to see Yi Yuan lightly cry out, "Condense." The pill was formed. Only at this time did everyone feel as if they woke up from a dream. Manager Tong's strength was the greatest and recovered from his stupor first. He murmured under his breath, "This is genuinely a pompous display of one's skill." Xiao Ji and the rest also recovered and could not help flus. H.I. Plussing crimson red. Apart from Yi Yuan's realm being inferior to theirs, his other aspects were way stronger than them. Yi Yuan SN. 1. GG. E. Read and said, "Just nice around 15 minutes. Inspect the pill then, Miss Rian." Xiao Rian took in a deep breath and could not help sizing up Yi Yuan. She was astonished. This is a Tier 3 high-grade medicinal pill. You're actually not the least bit debilitated after finish refining it? When Xiao Rian herself refined the Jade Dragon Heart calming pill, every time she finished the refinement, it would be a little more than she could stand. Yi Yuan, on the other hand, was perfectly fine. Xiao Rian sensed it very clearly just now. Yi Yuan had only just broken through to the middle-rank alchemy grandmaster. Yi Yuan laughed and said, "Still all right. As long as the control is a little more precise, you don't need to expend so much soul force." Everyone felt depressed. How precise did one's control have to be able to expend so little soul force? Earlier, when he finished the refinement, Qiuji felt like he was on the verge of collapsing. He was a veteran high-rank alchemy grandmaster, and it was more than he could bear. Yi Yuan, a newly advanced middle-rank alchemy grandmaster, could actually do it to such an extent? A little more precise? How much was this little more? Xiao Ji felt like he had no more face to stay on, but he was still rather unwilling to give up. He wanted to see if Yi Yuan really refined out a medicinal pill. Xiao Ji plucked up his courage and opened his mouth. Who knows if you're deliberately kicking up a cloud of dust? Or maybe you wasted the pill long ago. Yi Yuan grinned and said, "I knew that you wouldn't turn back without hitting the south wall." "Open." Yi Yuan pointed a finger. A medicinal pill flew out of the medicinal cauldron on its own and landed on the jade dish. Everyone rushed to look at that medicinal pill. With a single look, it caused them to involuntarily draw a cold breath. High-grade medicinal pill. Xiao Ji could hardly believe it. Xiao Rian's beautiful eyes also became intent, and she stared at Yi Yuan rather incredulously. She could refine out a high-grade Jade Dragon Heart calming pill, but the success rate was too low. Majority of the time, it was all middle grade. When she performed below her usual standards, it would be low-grade pills. She never thought that this young man's first refinement was actually directly a high-grade medicinal pill. You must have cheated." Xiao Ji pointed at Yi Yuan and said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Stop disgracing yourself here. Quickly get lost. Entering the grand pill, assembly with this standard of yours, is no longer a matter of losing. It's directly throwing away all faces of the Xiao family members." Xiao Rian's patience was utterly worn out too. She said somberly, "Scram for me, lacking strength and still reproaching others." So many pairs of eyes were looking. "Pray tell then, how did he cheat?" Xiao Ji was so furious that his complexion turned green. He said with a cold snort, "Go, then go. This place doesn't want to keep this lord. There will naturally be a place to hold this lord." Harumph. Finished talking. Qiuji flicked his sleeves and left. Manager Tong's face fell, but he looked towards Xiao Ruyan, clearly seeking her opinion on whether to take care of this fellow or not. He only dropped it when he saw Xiao Ruyan shake her head slightly. Only after Qiuji and the other 3 people left, Manager Tong asked, "Those few people were so high and mighty. Why did Miss let them leave?" Xiao Ruyan let out a sigh and said, "If it were in the past, how could I tolerate them being so arrogant? How could they dare to be stuck up in front of me? It's just that they were publicly recruited by us. If a mishap happened to them in our place here, it would be even harder for this 4Cs building to sustain." Manager Tong also sighed faintly when he heard that and did not say any more. Yi Yuan also made out some things by the side. The Xiao family's present situation seemed to be very bad. They actually did not even dare to offend these alchemists without backgrounds. Logically speaking, although a large family like the Xiao family was not a pinnacle faction in the capital, wanting to take care of a few alchemists without backgrounds was still a piece of cake. But all these were not what he could bother about. His goal was to figure out who those 2 slaves were. At this time, Xiao Ruyan broke away from her pessimistic mood and returned to Yi Yuan once again. "Mr. G, if my conjectures are correct, you should have refined the Jade Dragon Heart calming pill before in the past, right?" Xiao Ruyan asked Yi Yuan with glittering eyes. Chapter 369. Huh? Of course I've refined it before. Such a simple medicinal pill. Yi Yuan did not have the intention of hiding it. Huh? Of course I've refined it before. Such a simple medicinal pill. Yi Yuan did not have the intention of hiding it. To Yi Yuan, this Jade Dragon Heart calming pill was indeed simple. The truly heaven-defying difficulty level tier 3 medicinal pill were countless times more complicated than this. Except, Xiao Ruyan had an impulse to cough blood when she heard these words. "Mr. G, can you enlighten Ruyan who you learned from?" Xiao Ruyan asked dejectedly. "Hee, my master is just country folk. Miss Ruyan has definitely never heard the name before. Moreover, before I left, Master severely warned me not to use his name." Yi Yuan pulled out another master. This move was the best. The Fierce Gale world was so huge. Could Xiao Ruyan really dig his master out? But Xiao Ruyan was not someone who was so easy to dupe. She interrogated again. "Since you're not willing to say, I won't force you either. But how do you make me believe that you're not somebody sent by the Tong family?" "This, I really have no way of proving it," Yi Yuan said helplessly. "That means that there's a possibility that the Tong family sent you here." Xiao Ruyan stared fixedly at Yi Yuan's eyes, wanting to see if he was telling lies. Yi Yuan naturally had a composed look as he said with a smile, "I think that if the Tong family wanted to do something, they wouldn't be foolish enough to send an expert like me over, right? Just based on those dregs that you were recruiting just now, wouldn't they winning you be as easy as turning over their hands?" Ugh. Xiao Ruyan was rendered speechless. Yeah, the Tong family completely did not need to do anything now and was already sure to win this grand pill assembly. Sending over one Yi Yuan to be a spy now was simply something superfluous. An alchemist that could refine the Jade Dragon Heart calming pill so casually was not some common good. At this time, Manager Tong moved close to Xiao Ruyan and said, "Second miss, that's the logic. Furthermore, there are only 3 days before the grand pill, the South Assembly, takes place. We have no other alternatives either. Even if he really is a spy, we can only use him." Xiao Ruyan sighed and gave a limpid bow, saying, "All right then, Mr. G. From today onwards, you're Xiao family's guest retainer alchemist. I hope that Mr. G can go all out to help my Xiao family win this match. As long as Mr. G can win a match, my Xiao family is willing to pay any price." "For real? Does this any price include Miss Ruyan?" Yi Yuan's eyebrows raised up. Once these words came out, 2 killing intents instantly locked onto Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan hastily chuckled and said, "Ha ha, just making a joke, just making a joke. Don't take it seriously, Miss Ruyan." "Humph. This sort of joke, I advise that you better not make them next time, so as to avoid you losing your small life. I still have things to do, so I'll head back to the Xiao family first. About Mr. G's matters, Manager Tong, you arrange it." Xiao Ruyan then left without even turning her head back. Yi Yuan involuntarily stuck out his tongue. Cracking this kind of joke with women would indeed suffer a disastrous catastrophe. Manager Tong saw the situation and used his finger to poke Yi Yuan. "Oh, you, what kind of joke did you have to crack? Why did you have to crack one with second miss? You're already considered lucky that she didn't kill you on the spot." Yi Yuan suddenly thought of something and asked curiously, "Oh, right, isn't Miss Xiao Ruyan hosting a martial combat? 1. Time to find a spouse? What's with that?" Manager Tong sighed heavily and said, "Sigh, second miss, she has a bitter life. Spouse finding martial combat. 1. Time is also Xiao family's action that could not be helped. Truthfully, within this capital, how can it just be the two Huang and Shui families that are coveting second Mrs. Beauty? Since Yi Yuan already became Xiao family's guest retainer, Manager Tong naturally did not have anything much to hide from him. He briefly introduced the Xiao family's matters to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan also sighed unceasingly after he heard it. As a second-rate family, the Xiao family's and Tong family's strength had always been equally matched. In so many years of grand pill assemblies, both sides had victories and defeat. But this sort of equilibrium situation was utterly shattered 30 years ago. 30 years ago, the Tong family's alchemy path strength suddenly skyrocketed. Quite a number of top geniuses appeared in the junior generation in succession, winning the Grand Pill assembly in one fell swoop. According to the agreement, the Xiao family must hand over 50% of the medicinal pill market after defeat. This Grand Pill assembly was actually the deciding factor on how many shares the two Xiao and Tong families occupied in the medicinal pill market. The victor occupied 70% of the medicinal pill market, while the loser only had 20%. The remaining 10% was allocated to the other small factions. For so many years, the two families had always been well matched in strength. When one side lost, they would think of any way possible to win back too. Hence, it would practically replace once every 10 years. But since 30 years ago, the Xiao family had never won a match before, consecutively losing 3 periods. This year's match was the 4th period. If the Xiao family lost again, they could basically announce their withdrawal from the medicinal pill market. The Xiao family was obviously unresigned to continuous defeats. These 10 years, they piled virtually all of their resources on Xiao Rufeng and Xiao Ruyan. These two people did not let them down either, especially Xiao Ruyan, who cultivated to the realm of a high-rank alchemy grandmaster at a young age. But there were unforeseen storms in nature. A while back, when Xiao Rufeng entered close seclusion, wanting to break through to the Soul Sea realm in one stroke and to become a quasi-alchemy king, his breakthrough failed. He suffered backloss. Plus now, Xiao Rufeng was bedridden with severe injuries and simply could not recover for the Grand Pill assembly in 3 days' time. Compelled against their will, the Xiao family invited Qiu Ji and the rest over. The medicinal pills refined at the Grand Pill assembly were basically all Jade Dragonheart calming pill difficulty level. Qiu Ji and the rest could not even refine the prepared medicinal embryos. At the Grand Pill assembly, they would only serve as a stopgap. Xiao Rian was also very disheartened earlier behind the part. One time, who would have expected Yi Yuan's appearance would actually make her eyes light up. As for the spouse finding martial combat, 1. Tian, it was also because the Xiao family's strength was weak. The Xiao family had to consolidate their position through means of uniting in marriage. If the Xiao family really lost the Grand Pill assembly, they had to find a way out for themselves in advance. Except the Xiao family could not afford to offend either one of the Huang and Shui families. So, they could only use this kind of spouse finding martial combat. 1. Time method to determine who Xiao Ruyan belonged to. Speaking of that, Xiao Ruyan was a pitiful person. Yi Yuan also sighed endlessly after hearing the Xiao family story. Therefore, regardless where Mr. G come from, please put your best effort forward and help the Xiao family win the match. This old man is forever indebted. Manager Tong said, giving Yi Yuan a deep bow. Yi Yuan hurriedly went to help him up and said with a smile, "Isn't it just a grand pill, assembly? A piece of cake. Forget about one match. Even 3 matches is not an issue. Ah, right? Can I take on 3 matches by myself? This way, the Tong family will lose for sure." Manager Tong hurriedly said, "That's naturally not permitted. This grand pill, Semley is competing in the composite strength of the two families' juniors. How can they possibly allow one person to fight 3 matches? Like that, huh? Then that's too bad. Guess they got lucky." Yi Yuan said with a face full of regret. Talking about alchemy, Yi Yuan was naturally excited. Forget about 3 matches. He would not mind even 30 matches. Chapter 370. Where did this little white tiger come from? How adorable. Come, let big sister hug. Where did this little white tiger come from? How adorable. Come, let big sister hug. He got angry. Even his angry appearance is so cute. This, sir, is this your little white tiger? Can you lend me to play for 2 days? From yesterday onwards, White Light became a beautiful scenic spot in Shao Manor. No matter where Yi Yuan went, he would become the focal point of everyone, especially these young ladies and maidservants. When they saw White Light, each and every one of them would be rooted to the ground and be unable to resist coming forward to tease him. But White Light did not like other people's affection. Each time other people came over, he would put on a posture that kept people 1,000 miles away and bared his fangs at them. However, the more he did so, the more lovable these young ladies and maidservants found him. Yi Yuan was obviously not wandering around with nothing to do. He wanted to find an opportunity to inquire about the matter regarding the slaves. But he could not be so obvious with this kind of thing either. To prevent drawing suspicion, White Light naturally became the best cover-up. With White Light as a front, Yi Yuan could openly find these maidservants and young ladies to chat. In the long run, he really found out quite a bit of news. By approaching the subject in a roundabout manner, Yi Yuan still confirmed in the end that the Shao family really purchased 2 Endless World slaves recently. Speaking of it, those 2 slaves were not bought by the Shao family, but the Huang and Shui family gifted 1 each. Evidently, these 2 families gifting slaves was in order to curry favor with Shao Ruyan. As a second-rate family, the Shao family did not have the qualifications to buy such rare slaves yet. Yi Yuan still wanted to inquire about the looks of those 2 slaves. But regretfully, those 2 were sent to Shao Ruyan's manor directly. Other people totally did not get a chance to see, and the residences of women were all a part of the inner courtyards. There were experts guarding all around. With Yi Yuan's present strength, wanting to intrude inside silently was not very probable. Seemed like to approach those 2 Endless World people, it ultimately still fell on Shao Ruyan. With Yi Yuan's present condition, he could only come into contact with these 2 people. The others should have been bought over by powerful factions. Wisconsin H.I. Plussing to figure it out in a short period of time was something not very easy. But Yi Yuan was not in a rush either. Ever since he knew that Mei Zhen and the rest were peddled to the central capital, Yi Yuan made the preparations for a long period of struggle. Ji Qing, I finally found you. I've been following behind you and asking around for quite some time. Yi Yuan was currently ruminating when Manager Tong yelled out at the top of his voice. The Shao Manor's area was immensely vast. Wanted to find a person really needed to expend some effort. And Manager Tong is finding me for something? I figured out that I'll have to live in Shao Manor in the future, so I obviously have to familiarize myself. That's why I'm looking around, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Manager Tong had an indignant look as he said, I say, little brother Ji, there are only 2 days to the Grand Pill Assembly. You have to do some preparations, right? Wandering leisurely around like this probably isn't good, yeah? Yi Yuan could not help rolling his eyes when he heard this. Isn't it just a Grand Pill Assembly? What's there to prepare? Isn't the Tong family just sending a couple of juniors up? It's not like we're competing against their family's old freaks. Seeing Yi Yuan pay no attention to it, Manager Tong was furious. I say, Ji Qing, you're our Shao family's guest retainer now, and drawing our Shao family salary. The Grand Pill, yes, simply concerns the Shao family survival. You have to at least put in some effort, right? Although the Tong family is sending their juniors, their strength is very formidable. How formidable? Yi Yuan asked curiously. Speaking of which, Yi Yuan was really completely clueless about that so-called Tong family. Tong family. Sai, forget it. Come with me. There's somebody who wishes to see you. After you see him, you'll naturally know. Yi Yuan followed Manager Tong to a quiet and secluded courtyard and entered a room. It's Tong Swan, right? Did you bring Ji Qing here? A deep voice came from inside the house. Yes, he's right outside, Manager Tong said respectfully. You withdraw first. Let him enter. The voice inside the house sounded again. Yes. Finished talking, Manager Tong turned around and said to Yi Yuan, you enter alone. Remember, don't be impudent. Oh, Yi Yuan replied very carelessly. Manager Tong was depressed, but did not say anything. He still withdrew. Yi Yuan entered the house, but it was a pill refinement room. A middle-aged man was currently meditating on the bed in the center of the refining room. Yi Yuan was just about to go forward to greet, only to see a majestic soul force attack him in a manner that blotted out heaven and earth. Yi Yuan's eyes flickered but did not evade, allowing the other party to do as he pleased. The middle-aged man's divine soul looked to have very strong offensive power, but when it landed on Yi Yuan's body, it was incomparably gentle. The light soul force enveloped Yi Yuan as if it was seeking out something. After several breaths, the other party's soul force retreated like tidewater. Young man, you're very poised. When my soul force attacked you, you were actually completely unruffled. The middle-aged man's deep voice sounded. It was just that although his voice was calm, it carried some astonishment. Clearly, Yi Yuan's performance just now greatly exceeded his expectations. Yi Yuan smiled and said, can't dodge it. Why take a superfluous action? Ever since I entered this house, if Senior wanted to kill me, I can only be at your mercy. The middle-aged man suddenly laughed and said, indeed, heroes come from the youngsters. Listening to the meaning in your words, if it were outside, you have the ability to escape? Yi Yuan said, neither servilely nor arrogantly, might not be without assurance. Evidently, the other party was a Soul Sea realm powerhouse. The possibility of trying to escape from the other party's hands was trifling, but in Yi Yuan's dictionary, there wasn't the word impossible. If he made proper use of the environmental and human conditions, he might not have zero chance of escaping. Recalling back then, he was only at the second-level spirit condensation realm. Didn't he still kill the sea transformation realm Black Crow old man? Of course, the difference between Soul Sea realm and Crystal Formation realm was an entirely different concept from the disparity between Sea Transformation realm and Spirit Condensation realm. Hence, Yi Yuan just humbly said that he might not be without assurance. There was a heaven and earth difference between the lower three realms and middle three realms for martial artists. No matter how strong a Sea Transformation realm was, there were only a lower three realm martial artist, completely incomparable from the middle three realm Soul Sea realm. Haha, Tong Swan said that you're capable, but doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Indeed not false, but you really escaped a calamity just now, the middle-aged man said with a laugh. Yi Yuan knew in his heart, but intentionally asked in confusion, oh, what do Senior's words mean? News came from the realm Pa-S, Sageway, that an endless world youth might have already silently infiltrated the capital. I was testing your divine soul just now. If your divine soul was different from us fierce Gale world martial artists, I would have killed you without hesitation earlier, said the middle-aged man indifferently. Yi Yuan was taken aback at the right level, asking in surprise, there's actually such a thing? Senior actually suspects that I'm a person from another world? Just that your age matches the information report. Your appearance in the capital is also very sudden. I only tested you out of cautiousness. Oh, right, I'm called Xiao Chongfeng, Xiao family's family head. Chapter 371 towards the middle-aged man's identity. Yi Yuan had already deduced it. Hence, there was not really anything surprising. Towards the middle-aged man's ident. 1. Tai. Yi Yuan had already deduced it. Hence, there was not really anything surprising. In truth, when Xiao Chongfeng's soul force pounced towards Yi Yuan earlier, Yi Yuan's first reaction was to retaliate. But he reacted very quickly. Xiao Chongfeng most likely held suspicions towards his ident. 1 Tai. Therefore, he might as well release his divine soul and let Xiao Chongfeng examine freely. Yi Yuan did not have much attainments in disguising skills, but in the camouflaging of the divine soul, who in the lower realms could match him. Although they were all humans on different planes, human souls still had some slight differences. This point Xiao Chongfeng knew. As an alchemy emperor, how could Yi Yuan be ignorant? Hence, ever since eliminating Lan Bao, Yi Yuan already camouflaged his own divine soul into the appearance of a fierce-gale world's martial artist through divine soul mystic arts. With Lan Feng's divine soul as a reference, Yi Yuan's camouflage was naturally flawless. Forget about Xiao Chongfeng, who only had Alchemy King level soul force. Even if an alchemy sovereign was present, he would also have no way of seeing through Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's research in the divine soul Serpa. Said the lower planes. Rather, if Xiao Chongfeng really made a move against Yi Yuan, while Yi Yuan was far less powerful than his soul force, he could forget about gaining any advantage. Even if he really killed Yi Yuan, he himself would surely lose half his life as well. Yi Yuan did not make a fuss over it. If he was too fake, it would be easy to leave flaws instead. Though the Xiao family was declining with day after day, to be able to become the head of a family, how many would be fools? Therefore, when Yi Yuan heard that Xiao Chongfeng was the Xiao family's family head, not only was he not surprised, he had a furious look as he said, "Harumph! Since family head doesn't trust me, what did you make me a guest retainer for? I'll resign from this guest retainer at once and leave the Xiao family." Finished talking, Yi Yuan really flapped his sleeves and left. Xiao Chongfeng did not think that Yi Yuan was actually so staunch and knew that he went overboard. He hastily called out, "Wait a minute, little brother Ji." But Yi Yuan did not even turn his head back as he said, "Other people give me an inch, I'll return them tenfold. If people don't trust me, why is there a need for me to snub despite showing good intentions? Farewell, family head Xiao." Xiao Chongfeng was so miserable that he nearly coughed blood, but he had no choice but to chase after. Xiao Ruffeng was still bedbound, and they finally found a replacement with much difficulty. If this Yi Yuan ran, then how the hell were they going to fight in this Grand Pill assembly? A gust of wind blew past. Xiao Chongfeng blocked in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "What? Can it be that family head Xiao wants to use force?" Xiao Chongfeng had never been forced to submit to a junior before. His old face was almost all lost. However, at this present moment, he had no choice but to control his temper and persuade Yi Yuan. That probing earlier already completely enraged Yi Yuan. Anymore, and Yi Yuan would not help the Xiao family fight even if he had to commit suicide. Xiao Chongfeng already knew that Yi Yuan's personality was very firm and persistent. How could he still dare to use force? He could only smile flatteringly and said, "Little brother Ji is mistaken. I apologize to you for the matter earlier. I believe that little brother Ji has also heard that His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, is already preparing to invade the endless world on a large scale. We have no option but to be more cautious." But Yi Yuan did not buy it. "Then may I know if family head Xiao has probed out anything?" Xiao Chongfeng had an embarrass. Said look as he said, "Little brother Ji is a true blue fierce-gale world native for sure. You naturally can't be a spy." I can understand family head's thoughts, but even if you want to feel me out, you can also let me know beforehand. Probing me without rhyme or reason like this is an unprecedented shame for me." Yi Yuan said icily. This family head was indeed overly impetuous with this matter. "I hope that little brother Ji is magnanimous enough to forgive," said Xiao Chongfeng, controlling his temper and apologized. Going over the limit was as bad as falling short. Yi Yuan obviously would not go overboard in needing him. He waved his hands at once and said, "Forget it, forget it. You're a senior no matter what. I'll drop this matter at that. I wonder what family head is looking for me for?" As the saying went, only capable people dared to be arrogant. Yi Yuan was so. Yi Yuan was like a savior to the present Xiao family. Even if Xiao Chongfeng was any angrier, he also had to swallow it back into his stomach. While he was a Xiao family guest retainer, it did not mean that anyone could command him as they pleased. If he did not teach Xiao Chongfeng a lesson, he would definitely become smug from success in the future and go overboard. The two people sat down once more as guest and host before Xiao Chongfeng opened his mouth to ask, "Little brother Ji, do you know why roughing he failed as assault of the Soul Sea realm?" Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "Could it be due to overly anxious for success? Yes, assaulting a major realm was not something fun. Not everyone would be as smooth sailing as Yi Yuan as well. To the vast majority of martial artists, assaulting each major realm was a major threshold in their lives. Very clearly, Xiao Ruffeng did not cross it. Xiao Chongfeng revealed a slightly surprised look and nodded, saying he wanted to win this grand pill Semli too badly. That's why he forcefully broke through to the Soul Sea realm, wanting to reach Quasi-Alchemy King realm. But sadly, he failed on the verge of success. Oh, can it be that there's actually a Quasi-Alchemy King among the Tong family's juniors? Yi Yuan was rather surprised. Quasi-Alchemy King was nothing much to him. But in a place like the Fierce Gale world, to be able to become a Quasi-Alchemy King at a young age, his talent could be deduced from that much. Xiao Chongfeng suddenly felt like he was like a clown. He beat around the bush, wanting Yi Yuan to ask why. But Yi Yuan's reaction was too quick. He just slightly hinted a bit, and Yi Yuan guessed the truth of the matter. This boy was too clever. What a freak. That's right. Actually, I came to find you to give you a reminder not to underestimate your opponent. The alchemy path strength of the Tong family's junior generation is very strong, Xiao Chongfeng said with a grave face. Evidently, Yi Yuan's haughty performance made Tong Suyin unable to rest easy. And after he reported it to Xiao Chongfeng felt worried too. This grand pill, assembly completely did not matter to Yi Yuan. But to the Xiao family, it was a major pinnacle event that determined the family's destiny. It was even more important than the Fierce Gale world invading the endless world. Yi Yuan's expression involuntarily became odd. He would never take the enemy lightly. But in terms of alchemy path, there was really no opponent worthy of him attaching importance to in the lower realms, especially the so-called junior generation. So, family head came to find me for this matter, huh? Isn't it making a great fuss over nothing? There are still 2 days to the grand pill, assembly. No matter how seriously I take things now, it also makes no difference to the matter, Yi Yuan said with a smile. You can't say that. There are many things that you can do. How about this? Making use of these 2 days, I'll make Ruyin interact more with you to learn from each other's strong points while making up your weak points. I know that your strength is very powerful, but the Jade Dragonheart Calming Pill is just an entry-level medicinal pill in the Grand Pill, assembly. To want to obtain victory, one must refine medicinal pills with even great difficulty. Xiao Chongfeng exhorted. Hearing Xiao Chongfeng's words, Yi Yuan's expression was normal, but he was overjoyed in his heart. He was just fretting about being unable to find a chance to get close to Xiao Ruyin, but Xiao Chongfeng delivered it to his doorstep himself. Yi Yuan nodded immediately and said, Jade Dragonheart Calming Pill is only an entry-level medicinal pill, huh? Then it seems like the challenge level is a little high. Exchanging pointers with Miss Rian for a while is also good, in case I find myself at a loss when the time comes. Chapter 372, Second Level, for Seas Building. Second Level, for Seas Building. Xiao Rian lightly bit her lip, the tips of her hair carrying sweat beads about to drip at any moment as she had a very strained look. With a puff, a cloud of green smoke appeared in the medicinal cauldron. Evidently, a furnace of useless pills was refined. Why? Where's the problem? Xiao Ruyin used the back of her hands to wipe away the sweat on her forehead, as she looked restless with anxiety. Second miss, better not force it. This vast tuber essence stimulating pill has already been confirmed as a medicinal pill that cannot be refined. Even family head can't refine it. Second miss. Manager Tong consoled her by the side. Xiao Ruyan's eyes welled up with tears, but it stubbornly refused to flow out. Since this vast tuber essence stimulating pill was handed down, it's impossible that it can't be refined. There must be something wrong. I'll try again. I can definitely refine it. Xiao Ruyan said obstinately. Manager Tong heaved a sigh and said, I know that second miss wished to let first young master's body recover before the grand pill assembly begins. But second miss, if your own soul force is overdrawn in these 2 days, wouldn't that affect the overall situation even more? Didn't that Ji Qing say that he can take on 3 by himself? Let him go alone then. Xiao Ruyan was not swayed, but pointed the spearhead at Yi Yuan instead. Evidently, Yi Yuan's jesting action made her very displeased. Miss Ruyan, can I presume that you're praising me? Yi Yuan's voice suddenly sounded out. Xiao Ruyan saw Yi Yuan, and she became even more incensed and said huffily, Your skin is really thick. A punk that doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you know how strong Tong Yongchang's strength is? Don't think that there's anything impressive about you refining a Jade Dragon Heart calming pill. When you're in front of Tong Yongchang, you're nothing. Yi Yuan shrugged and said, The Tong Yongchang that Miss Ruyan is talking about is the quasi-alchemy king known as the Tong family's junior generation's #1 genius, right? How about this? During the grand pill assembly, I'll handle him and leave the rest to you all. How does Miss Ruyan feel? Leave to you? Truly overrating your own abilities. Enough C-R-A-P. Don't hinder me refining pills. Xiao Ruyan already completely lost patience with Yi Yuan's arrogance. She did not have time to bicker here. A middle-rank alchemy grandmaster dealing with a quasi-alchemy king? Was this insulting people's intelligence? Oh, so Miss Ruyan is currently refining pills, huh? Then I'll have to learn well by the side. Yi Yuan suddenly became interested. He also really wanted to know what kind of standard this Xiao Ruyan was at. 20 years of age was merely around the same as Nanfeng Ruoqing, but her strength was a full major realm higher than Nanfeng Ruoqing. While there was the support of the Xiao family in between this, Xiao Ruyan's monstrousness need not be mentioned. The Huang and Xue family taking fancy on Xiao Ruyan were most likely not just because she was one of the 2 beauties in the capital, but probably because of her unlimited potential in the alchemy path. To marry a future quasi-alchemy king, maybe even alchemy king back home, this deal was worthwhile no matter how one looked at it. But Xiao Ruyan did not buy it. Stay far away from me. Yi Yuan curled his mouth and said, Do you think that I want to curry favor with you? Isn't it still because that old man of yours asked me to interact more with you, saying that it can improve everybody's alchemy standards? Honestly, I'm unwilling to do so. My level is so high. What if you secretly learn from me? Xiao Ruyan nearly spewed out a mouthful of blood. Your level was high? How high? Refined a tier 3 high-grade medicinal pill, and you really think that you're invincible? Do you have shame or not? Xiao Ruyan confirmed with Manager Tong's opinion. Seeing Manager Tong nod his head slightly, she knew that the first half of what Yi Yuan said was true. Since it was Lord Father who made him come, then it was not good to chase him out. Stay at one side and watch properly. Don't interfere with my refining. If you ruin my furnace of medicinal pills, see how I take care of you. Xiao Ruyan warned. As for the latter half of Yi Yuan's words, she chose to directly ignore it. Her old man was an alchemy king. Did she need to secretly learn from Yi Yuan? After saying this, Xiao Ruyan began refining the vast tuber essence stimulating pill once more. This vast tuber essence stimulating pill's refinement was extremely challenging. Not only did it have a humongous expenditure on soul force, but it was also an immense burden on the alchemist's essence energy. Xiao Ruyan already refined 2 furnaces of useless pills prior to this. Hence, not long after this refinement started, she appeared to be struggling very hard. But it was as if Xiao Ruyan was at loggerheads with herself, gritting her teeth hard and persevering. Yi Yuan watched Xiao Ruyan calmly. With his vision, he could naturally see through Xiao Ruyan's depth. Although it was just this short while, Yi Yuan was also able to see that Xiao Ruyan's foundation was rather solid. Even under a situation where the expenditure was so huge, not the slightest bit of error appeared in her refining. Just from this aspect, Xiao Ruyan was a qualified alchemist. Though they were both high-rank alchemy grandmaster realm, Xiao Ruyan was way stronger compared to Qiu Ji and the like. But very soon Yi Yuan discovered some problems appeared in Xiao Ruyan's refinement. The control of fire was of utmost importance to the refinement of the vast tuber essence stimulating pill. One needed to continuously control the changes in temperature of the medicinal cauldron to adapt to the medicinal pill's transformation. But Xiao Ruyan's refinement did not have such changes. The medicinal cauldron's temperature was consistent from beginning to end. Even if her refining technique was not wrong, due to the control of the medicinal pill's temperature being lacking, she simply could not refine the pill either. Miss Ruyan, do you think that if this medicinal pill was refined this way, it would be a little better? Yi Yuan suddenly interjected. At the same time as he spoke, Yi Yuan already fired out a seal, submerging into the medicinal cauldron. Xiao Ruyan was currently fully engrossed in the refining. Having the procedure being disordered by this seal that arrived unexpectedly, she instantly had an impulse to kill Yi Yuan. But the vast tuber essence stimulating pill was already being refined. Giving up at this time would cause everything to fall short of final completion. She could only forcefully suppress the fury in her heart and glare viciously at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan stuck out his tongue to show his innocence and retreated to one side Embark. Sedley. But right at this moment, Xiao Ruyan's expression changed, because she discovered that being disrupted by Yi Yuan, not only was the medicinal pill was damaged, it became even more solidified instead. Xiao Ruyan clearly remembered that during the refinement previously, it seemed like she would lose total control over the medicinal pill at this time. Why did it have signs of the pill forming instead this time? Xiao Ruyan unwittingly recalled that scene earlier, when that seal of Yi Yuan's over, it did not seem to have any change towards a medicinal pill, but rather, it seemed to have offset a portion of her essence energy. It was precisely because this portion of essence energy was cancelled off that it seemed to have made some changes happen to the cauldron's temperature. Could it be that, when refining the vast tuber essence stimulating pill, one needed to grasp the cauldron temperature at all times according to the process of the medicinal pill's refinement? This discovery made Xiao Ruyan pleasantly surprised. She started to experiment with increasing or decreasing a portion of essence energy to control the temperature of the medicinal cauldron. Grasping the temperature of the cauldron was an alchemist's basic skill, but those able to truly grasp the cauldron temperature well were very rare. Just a short while said, and Xiao Ruyan was already drenched in sweat. Chapter 373, Controlling Fire, was like cooking. Cooking a dish was easy, but cooking a delicious dish was very hard, especially those complex dishes. Controlling fire was like cooking. Cooking a dish was easy, but cooking a delicious dish was very hard, especially those complex dishes. The control towards fire needed to be precise to the extreme. The vast tuber essence stimulating pill inside the medicinal cauldron was like a dish with exceedingly complex procedures. Wanting to cook it required an enormous expenditure of mental strength to control the fire. Xiao Ruyan's expenditure previously was already huge. Now, it was naturally even more taxing. But Xiao Ruyan's willpower made Yi Yuan view her in a completely different light from before. Under the situation where both essence, energy, and soul force reached the limits, she forcefully persisted. Condensed pill. Xiao Ruyan gave a lovely cry. Mild, detonating sounds came from within the medicinal cauldron. Second miss. Miss Ruyan. When the medicinal pill formed, Xiao Ruyan finally could not sustain anymore and collapsed weakly. Yi Yuan's figure swayed, and he caught Xiao Ruyan. Second miss, are you all right? Manager Tong asked. Being hugged by Yi Yuan, Xiao Ruyan seemed to be oblivious to it, her gaze glued on the medicinal cauldron. Manager, Tom. Xiao Rian was already faint and weak, barely able to speak. But Manager Tong understood and hurriedly went to retrieve the medicinal pill. It greatly startled Manager Tong. A formed medicinal pill laid inside the medicinal cauldron quietly. Xiao Ruyan actually really refined successfully? Second miss. You really refined it. It's really the vast tuber essence stimulating pill. Manager Tong carried the medicinal pill with both hands as he said agitatedly. Although Xiao Rian was feeble, a satisfied smile finally showed on her face. Then, her eyes closed and she fainted away. No idea how long had passed, said. Xiao Rian woke up abruptly and sat up at once. You, why are you here? Xiao Rian exclaimed in shock. She sat up to have a look. Yi Yuan was currently playing with the vast tuber essence stimulating pill that she refined with a disdainful look, not knowing why. The rage inside Xiao Rian's heart surged up all at once. Yi Yuan turned his head over and looked at Xiao Rian with a smile as he said, Hey, if it wasn't for me helping you, you can forget about Partik. 1p. Aiding in that whatever grand pill is simply the day after tomorrow. You're not thanking me and still yell at me? Xiao Ruyan had a doubtful look. She did not know what Yi Yuan was talking about. But she discovered very quickly that not only was her essence energy already fully recovered, but even her soul force had also already reached the peak state. How is this possible? What on earth did Ji Qing do? She clearly already overdrew her soul force when refining. It simply could not be recovered from without several days of recuperation. Why was she completely fine right now? Did you help me? What did you do? Why are my soul force and essence energy both fully recovered? Xiao Ruyan asked with a frown. Nothing much either. I just happen to know a kind of divine soul mystic art that allows me to use my divine soul to nourish other people's divine soul, achieving the effect of perfect harmony. I've never tried it before. Trying it out today, the effects are indeed pretty good. Yi Yuan said with a rather satisfied smile. It was just that when Xiao Rian heard that, her pretty face immediately flushed scarlet red. A thick killing intent enveloped Yi Yuan. How was this divine soul mystic art that Yi Yuan said? It was simply defiling her. Dao companions would dual cultivate through such means, so as to nourish each other's divine soul. When Xiao Rian heard that Yi Yuan used this sort of method to help her recover her divine soul, the killing intent in her heart could not be any greater. Bang! Yi Yuan flew aside, while the table he was originally sitting at already turned into fine powder. You lecher! Go to Hell! Xiao Rian's voice was somewhat quivering. Hey, just making a joke. There isn't any need to be like this, all right? Yi Yuan cried out weirdly as he ran for his life. Making a joke? Is this also called a joke? Don't run. I'm going to kill you. Xiao Ruyan was already thoroughly rampaging. Hey, I'm really joking. If you continue to be like this, I won't be courteous anymore. Yi Yuan dodged a palm and yelled out weirdly once again. All right then, I want to see just how discourteous you will be. With Xiao Ruyan's late-stage crystal formation realm strength, how could she be afraid of Yi Yuan, a second-level crystal formation realm's threat? But the next moment, she crumbled. Her palm whistled forth, heading straight for Yi Yuan's face. But right at this moment, a medicinal pill suddenly appeared in front of her. It was precisely the vast tuber essence stimulating pill that she painstakingly refined. This vast tuber essence stimulating pill was used to help Xiao Rufeng recover his strength. She would rather overdraw her soul force and being unable to take part, and also had to refine it. How could she bear to destroy it? No choice. Xiao Ruyan could only avoid the medicinal pill and attack Yi Yuan from another place. But no matter how she attacked, that medicinal pill could accurately block her, making her simply unable to attack. Xiao Ruyan was quivering with rage. Finally, she could not help bursting into sobs. I say don't cry. If you let other people see this, they might think that I really did something to you. Once Yi Yuan saw Xiao Rian cry, he immediately knew that he went overboard. What men could not stand the most were women's tears. Yi Yuan was no exception either. Chapter 374. Xiao Ruyan stared at Yi Yuan with her beautiful eyes, wanted to see if Yi Yuan was lying. Xiao Ruyan stared at Yi Yuan with her beautiful eyes, wanted to see if Yi Yuan was lying. But how could she discern Yi Yuan intentionally masking it? You really didn't do it on purpose? Xiao Ruyan heaved a sigh in relief, but also felt somewhat disappointed. Really unintentional. It's just that your luck was good. Yi Yuan said sulkily. You. Xiao Ruyan nearly broke down. All right, I'll give you the medicinal pill. Since you're already fine, then I'll leave first. Still want to make us interact more? Isn't it just at this level? Refining a medicinal pill, but nearly crippled yourself at the end. As Yi Yuan was talking, he exited the Four Seas building and did not see the murderous gaze from behind. Yi Yuan naturally did it on purpose. This place was not the endless world. He did not wish to stand out too much. If Yi Yuan was willing, he could refine a high-grade, vast tuber essence stimulating pill. But Xiao Ruffing had nothing to do with him. Helping Xiao Ruyan up to this step was already doing what was humanly possible to help. Although he knew that Xiao Ruyan would surely cast her mind back to this, that was not important. He would just let her go, and guess then. 2 days later, the day of the grand pill assembly finally arrived. What Yi Yuan never thought of was that the grand pill assembly was actually held in the Fierce Gale World's Alchemist A.S. Association headquarters. Ever since going to the Alchemist A.S. Association once in the state of Qin, Yi Yuan had never stepped foot in here again. Little brother Ji, I'll have to trouble you for the grand pill assembly this time. Xiao Ruffling clasped his hands towards Yi Yuan. This was still Yi Yuan's first time meeting this Xiao family's #1 genius. He looked well-mannered and soft-spoken with a rather refined demeanor, giving people a good impression at first sight. But Xiao Rufing's complexion was clearly not good. Although he consumed the vast tuber essence stimulating pill, the low-grade vast tuber essence stimulating pill was only barely able to help him consolidate his foundation and nurture his essence. It was only able to alleviate the sequela from failing to A.S. Salt Realm. If Yi Yuan made a move to help him refine a high-grade or even superior-grade medicinal pill, Xiao Ruffing would surely be able to recover to his peak condition right now. But Yi Yuan had no such plans. The vast tuber essence stimulating pill was indeed an extremely hard to refine tier 3 high-level medicinal pill. Compared to the Jade Dragon Heart calming pill, the difficulty level was way higher. If Yi Yuan was freakish enough to be able to refine any medicinal pill, it would be hard to avoid drawing the suspicions of an observant and conscientious person. During this grand pill assembly, Yi Yuan did not plan on going all out either. Just winning his own match was fine. Thinking about it, dealing with the Tong family's weakest genius, taking the other party down shouldn't be something difficult, right? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "First young master is too kind. Since Ji Qing is Xiao family's guest retainer and is drawing Xiao family's salary, I naturally have to put forth my strength for the Xiao family." Xiao Ruffing smiled and said, "There's no need to be so polite, Ji Qing. This foolish elder brother is a few years older. Brother Ji can just call me Brother Xiao." Yi Yuan did not decline either and said with cupped hands, "Brother Xiao." At this time, an unfriendly gaze came from behind Xiao Ruffing. Who could it be but Xiao Ruyan? But today, within Xiao Ruyan's eyes, other than displeasure towards Yi Yuan, there were a few parts additional of uncertainty. Evidently, Yi Yuan had become mysterious in her eyes. "Ruyan, your eyes are really discerning. To actually be able to find an alchemy path genius like Brother Ji. Truly, the heaven doesn't want my Xiao family to perish." Plus, Xiao Ruffing said to his sister. Xiao Ruyan shook her head and said, "So what if I found him? We're bound to lose the match with Tong Yongchong, without any doubt. And I don't have confidence in winning Tong Yongsho either. Even Tong Yongwei is also somebody with uncommon strength. Whether or not Ji Qing can win him is another matter altogether." Very clearly, even if they had Yi Yuan, Xiao Ruyan was not optimistic about today's match. Listening to Xiao Ruyan's words, Xiao Rufeng's brows were also locked tightly together. Regarding this match that gambled with their family's destiny, the two of them could not afford to lose. In a twinkle, the people in front of the Ace Association's gates gradually increased. This match today not only concerned just the two Xiao and Tong families' fate, but it also involved the enormous change in the capital's alchemy world arrangements in the days to come. Basically, there was already an body who was optimistic about the Xiao family. Now, many families were itching to have a go to try and replace the Xiao family's position. Medicinal pills was a business with even more extravagant profits in the Fierce Gale world. The Fierce Gale world's resources were scarce. The price of medicinal pills was several times of the Endless world. There were even some rare medicinal pills that could sell at a sky-high price. Such a large market. How could everyone possibly watch it slip by them? Oh, isn't this the Xiao family's #1 genius, Xiao Rufeng? I thought that you'd be bed-bound, unable to get up. Didn't think that you actually came. A haughty voice was heard. Xiao Rufeng's face fell when he saw the arrival. He said with a cold snort, "Tong Yongchang, don't get too smug." This person was shockingly the Tong family's number genius, Tong Yongchang. But Tong Yongchang was even more pleased with himself as he said, of course I'm feeling smug. I say, you lying on the bed is already pretty good. You don't have to come out and embarrass yourself. But now you just have to run in front of me to make a spectacle of yourself. Do you think I will feel smug? What's this called? This is called delivering your face here for me to smack. Ha ha. You. Xiao Rufeng was so enraged that his entire body was shaking. But because of his failed breakthrough, being able to step on stage today was already pretty good. It was simply impossible to be Tong Yongchang's match. It unwittingly gave people a feeling of a hero being caught in difficult circumstances. In truth, with Xiao Rufeng's talent, advancing to quasi-alchemy king was something inevitable. Watching helplessly as the Grand Pill Ace Assembly got increasingly closer, and yet he still could not break through after so long. Finally, it made him unable to restrain himself from taking the plunge to forcefully break through. It was just that he did not receive divine favor and failed his breakthrough. Oh, right. I heard that you all even went around recruiting guest retainers for this compet. One time, your Xiao family is really too tragic to actually not even be able to pull together 3 alchemists to come on stage. Is this brat the replacement you guys found? Looks only SOSO. Tong Yongchang looked at Yi Yuan with a half-smile. But Yi Yuan did not take notice of Tong Yongchang's derision. His attention was placed entirely on the person behind Tong Yongchang. That person's eyes were somewhat dull, clearly different from normal people, as if he did not have his own thoughts. This person was none other than precisely Yi Yuan Sr., Du Cheng. Yi Yuan forcibly suppressed his own agitated emotions, with the expression on his face being as usual. His eyes did not look in Du Cheng's direction either. But regarding Tong Yongchang's words, not a single word sank in. But in Tong Yongchang's perspective, his mockery was like a stone falling into the ocean. It was utterly disregarded. This made him unable to quite preserve his face. "I'm talking to you, punk. Didn't you hear?" Tong Yongchang said solemnly. Yi Yuan ignored his words once again. "Ha ha, Xiao Rufeng. Turns out that your family found a fool to take up the gauntlet. I think you all should just directly concede today. What's there still to compete?" Tong Yongchang wanted to use laughter to resolve his embarrassment. Except, everyone looked at him like they were looking at a fool. Because no matter how foolish the Xiao family was, they also would not find a fool to take part in such an important Grand Pill assembly. Seeing in, body answer, Tong Yongchang's face finally fell, and he made a move, grabbing towards Yi Yuan. This time, Yi Yuan moved. Chapter 375 Tong Yongchang had the intentions of Sing Yi Yuan. The grab act was not held back at all. Tong Yongchang had the intentions of Sing Yi Yuan. The grab act was not held back at all. But his vision blurred, and Yi Yuan disappeared without a trace. Tong Yongchang was secretly alarmed as a sense of impending danger sailed from behind. Turning around with a jerk, but there was Oh, body there. Still from the back, a sense of danger pounced once again. Tong Yongchang turned around once more. There was still oh, body there. Everyone looked at him with strange looks, wanting to laugh, but unable to laugh. Wanting to laugh was because Tong Yongchang looked like he was afraid of even his own shadow. It was very hilarious. They were unable to laugh, was because Yi Yuan's movements were like that of ghosts and goblins. It was entirely unlike the movements that a crystal formation realm martial artist would have. While Tong Yongchang was an alchemist, he was a bona fide sea transformation realm martial artist. He actually could not even touch Yi Yuan. Are you looking for me? With a flicker of his body, Yi Yuan appeared before Tong Yongchang's once again. Tong Yongchang's face fell and had a feeling like he was being toyed with. Within this capital, there were not many people who dared to play tricks on him. Good. Excellent. You successfully infuriated me. I'll make the Shao family die very horribly. Who knows if, when the time comes, should they be thanking you for fighting on their behalf, or hate you for making them not even have the slightest thread of hope. Tong Yongchang laughed coldly and said to Yi Yuan, talk again about winning. What the use of talking big here? Yi Yuan did not care a whit. Tong Yongchang snorted coldly, and then led Du Cheng and the Tong family members into the A.S. Association building. Yi Yuan did not turn around, but felt quite a few eyes staring fixedly on him. Turning around to have a look, he indeed saw Shao Rian looking at him with an unkind expression. So your movements were actually so quick. Did you intentionally give way to me the day before? Shao Rian said. Yi Yuan laughed and said, already said that I was just joking. Why take it seriously? You can still laugh. You've already thoroughly infuriated Tong Yongchang just now. He'll definitely exert all his effort this time. We have even less of a chance now. Shao Rian grumbled. Rian, at this time, the Shao family should be even more united as one. How can you question Brother Ji? Brother Ji entered the Shao family at a time of crisis. It's sufficient to show his sincerity. Even if the Shao family loses today, we should also treat Brother Ji kindly and generously. Shao Rufeng hurriedly stopped and glared fiercely at Shao Ruyan. Ruyan is insensible. Please don't get angry, Brother Ji, said Shao Ruyan, apologizing to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, Brother Shao is too kind. I joined the Shao family originally just to find a place to stay. I didn't think so much. But since I've already joined, there's naturally no reason to go back on my word. Although he suspected that Shao Rufeng was just putting on a show, Yi Yuan did not mind. One should say that the anguish in Shao Rufeng's heart right now could only be more intense compared to Shao Ruyan. But he could take the opportunity to rope in Yi Yuan so shrewdly and subtlety. It was truly the bearing of a fierce and ambitious person. Shao Ruyan pursed her mouth, but did not make a sound. Following this, the Shao family's group too entered the A.S. Association building. The Alchemist A.S. Association headquarters occupied a huge territory. When the group of people arrived in a great hall, the place was already filled with distinguished guests. Yi Yuan took his seat and noticed several gazes looking over at him provocatively, and he could not help but to feel gloomy. You guys were clearly the ones stirring trouble. Why did you make it seem like I owed you guys? What the H-E-L-L? But thinking about it, those few people should be the Tong family's junior generation. And on that note, the strength of Tong family's junior generation was indeed way stronger than the Shao family's. Yi Yuan slightly released his sense and discovered quite a number of high-rank alchemy grandmasters, far beyond those few currently stepping onto the stage. Looking at the Shao family side in contrast, apart from Shao Rufeng and sister, there were barely any alchemy grandmasters. Thinking about it, their standards should not be much. Otherwise, they would not have needed to find Yi Yuan this guest retainer either. Yi Yuan's attention was still on Du Cheng. He traveled thousands of miles deep behind enemy lines for the sake of saving this bunch of fellow apprentices. Now that he finally saw one of them after experiencing life and death, waves surged slightly within Yi Yuan's heart. Right at this moment, the entire great hall suddenly quietened down. Evidently, an important figure had arrived. Yi Yuan did not recognize a single person here. He only knew one, and that was Xiao Changfeng. But Yi Yuan saw that he was currently escorting an elderly person. But that old man looked rather impatient. Similarly, an alchemy king powerhouse, Xiao Changfeng actually had a sort of groveling attitude, making Yi Yuan sigh unceasingly. When the family declined, even if one was an alchemy king powerhouse, they also would not have a backbone. In the martial artist world, it had always been the powerhouse's game. Body would pity the weak. On the other side, a middle-aged man with a similar age to Xiao Changfeng also accompanied an old man. But the two of them were laughing and talking, clearly the relation of equals. That person was naturally the Tong family's family head, Tong Fengshui. After chatting a few sentences, Xiao Changfeng and Tong Fengshui both returned to their family seats, while the two elderly men sat on the seats in the center. But a seat was still reserved in the middle of the row in the center. Clearly, there was still another, even more important character that had not arrived. Xiao Changfeng sat between Xiao Rufeng and Yi Yuan, while the other family elders sat at the back. After taking a seat, Xiao Changfeng suddenly said to Yi Yuan, "Little brother Ji, in this match, you will face Tong Wenchang. Rufeng and Ruyan will face Tong Wenshou and Tong Wenhui respectively. Facing Tong Wenchang, you just have to do your best. Victory or defeat isn't important, all right?" Yi Yuan understood in his heart that this was clearly Xiao Changfeng not believing in his strength, wanting to use the method of Tianji's horse racing strategy to win this combat. One time, towards Xiao Changfeng's arrangements, Yi Yuan did not have any conflicting thoughts. After all, he did not wish to be too conspicuous. In this kind of life-and-death juncture grand combat, Tian, hoping for Xiao Changfeng to entrust all of his hopes onto an outsider like Yi Yuan was clearly not something very realistic. In comparison, Xiao Rufeng and Xiao Ruyan, the brother and sister pair, were his biological children. They were naturally more dependable. Previously, the Xiao family was finding guest retainers impatiently because Xiao Rufeng was confined to his bed. The Xiao family only had Xiao Ruyan one person left. Now, since Xiao Ruyan refined the vast tuber essence stimulating pill, Xiao Changfeng naturally believed in his own son more. Although Xiao Rufeng was not in his optimal condition right now, wanting to win Tong Wenshou should not be something hard. The Tong family sent out 3 people to battle. Tong Wenhui's strength was the weakest, leaving Xiao Ruyan to deal with him. The assurance was naturally much greater too. One should say that under the situation where Yi Yuan's formidable strength was excluded, such an arrangement was the most rational. Yi Yuan did not have any mentality about not being able to get past losing to Tong Wenchang. He was a reincarnated alchemy emperor. What was he being serious for against a puny little quasi-alchemy king? Previously with Tong Wenchang, it was at most considered squabbling with words. Yi Yuan was not that petty to such an extent. Anyway, Xiao Changfeng did not place his hopes on him either. He just had to hoodwink him a little, and that would do. Thinking this through, Yi Yuan was even less serious about this grand pill assembly. He was planning out in his mind on how to get close to Du Cheng. Yi Yuan just nodded his head slightly at Xiao Changfeng to indicate that he got it. Chapter 376. After a short while, an old man slowly walked out from the back and sat down on the centermost seat. After a short while, an old man slowly walked out from the back and sat down on the centermost seat. Everybody stood up at this time and bowed. They said, "We pay respects to Sovereign Star Abyss." The old man nodded slightly and said, "Everyone have a seat." This old man, "I only wish to come and have a look at what genius descendants have appeared in our capital these few years. This matter about judging, Olmi won't be taking part in. You all just decided on your own. I'll be watching everybody's performance in today's match and take one person as my disciple." When Sovereign Star Abyss's words were spoken, everyone revealed ecstatic looks. What did I hear? Sovereign Star Abyss is going to accept disciples. I didn't hear wrongly, right? It has already been decades since Sovereign Star Abyss has accepted any disciples. Today, he actually wants to accept a disciple out of the blue. What on earth happened? A sovereign's disciple. As long as one can step onto this track, they will have a meteoric rise. When Yi Yuan saw this sovereign star abyss, his eyes also shrunk slightly. This was the first sovereign-level powerhouse that he met. When martial artists reach the divine traversing realm, they could be tled as sovereigns. That was also a sovereign-level powerhouse. The meaning of a sovereign-level powerhouse was extraordinary. In regards to the lower realms, they were practically pinnacle existences. This old man was apparently a divine, traversing realm powerhouse. More importantly, he was even an alchemy sovereign. An alchemy sovereign on the alchemy path was similarly considered as reaching a high level in proficiency. Only alchemy sovereign powerhouses had the minimum qualifications to enter Yi Yuan's arcane eyes. Due to the disparity in strength between Yi Yuan and Sovereign Star Abyss being too great, he completely could not see through the other party's depth. But Yi Yuan had a sort of feeling that this old man was not simple. Seemingly detecting Yi Yuan's gaze, Sovereign Star Abyss's gaze also looked towards Yi Yuan. That deeply profound gaze actually nearly made Yi Yuan collapse uncontrollably. Yi Yuan hastily moved his gaze, secretly sighing with vicissitudes of emotions. Right now, his soul force was still too weak. The other party just swept a glance lightly like that, and it practically made him lose his mind. Rufeng, Ruyan, the two of you have to perform well this time. Even if you're defeated, you also have to obtain Sovereign Star Abyss's favor. As long as you become his disciple, our Xiao family can likewise protect our family business. Xiao Changfeng said softly with visible joy on his face. The pair nodded slightly, but Yi Yuan sighed lightly in his heart. This Xiao Changfeng was evidently an experienced and cunning person, but he was too conservative with this sort of major matter. It might not have a good outcome. Firstly, this method of Tianjian racing horse strategy was actually a very negative way of dealing with things. It was equivalent to admitting that their own family was not as strong as the other party, giving up fighting with the other party's strongest person and letting the strongest person on their side deal with the Tong family's number 2 figure. Even if they won in the end, there would not be anyone cheering for the Xiao family either. Xiao family would obtain victory, but lose the respect of others. And Xiao Changfeng, making his own son and daughter perform well to draw the attention of Sovereign Star Abyss, was similarly a method that lost one's drive. The Xiao family was in an inferior position to begin with. The family did not know how to risk it all to fight, but entrust their hopes onto another person instead. Yi Yuan could not agree with this way of doing things. Furthermore, Yi Yuan had a feeling that Tong Wenhui and Tong Wenshou might not be easy to deal with. Truly, the older the person was, the smaller the guts were. All right, the once-in-a-decade grand pill assembly is about to begin. Most of the people present here know this old man, but this old man better still introduces himself first. I'm the Alchemist Association's first elder, Yang Xiao. The grand pill assembly this time will be hosted by me. Speaking up to here, Yang Xiao cleared his throat. Xiao Changfeng and Tong Fanshua got up at the same time and said, I'll have to trouble Sovereign Star Abyss and Elder Yang. Yang Xiao nodded slightly and continued. Sovereign Star Abyss has already spoken. The juniors of the Xiao and Tong families have good fortune. The sovereign has not taken in any disciples for close to 50 years already. This time can be considered as an epic-making event. All right, enough superfluous words. The two Xiao and Tong families have already sent the name list of the battles to my hands. I'll now announce the battle sequence. Speaking up to here, Yang Xiao looked at the battle name list in his hands. His eyes involuntarily swept over Xiao Changfeng. Xiao Changfeng's heart palpitated but did not say anything. He naturally knew that doing it this way was inappropriate. But this was also a solution that could not be helped. Yang Xiao was silent for a moment and continued. The first battle, Xiao family Xiao Ruyan against the Tong family's Tong Wenhui. When these words were uttered, the crowd burst into an uproar. What? Xiao Ruyan is actually facing the Tong family's weakest Tong Wenhui? What kind of situation is this? Haha, to think that Xiao Changfeng actually pulled this sort of underhanded trick. Looks like the Xiao family's fortune is over. Yeah, looking at this, Xiao family has already given up on the battle with Tong Wenchang, leaving Xiao Ruffing and sister to go deal with the weaker Tong Wenshou, and Tong went away. Tong Fangshuo was also a little stunned, but he immediately burst into laughter and said, "Ha ha, Xiao Changfeng, you're really deteriorating the older you get. The Xiao family declining in your hands is also something within reason, but if you think that victory is within your grasp like this, then you're too naive." Xiao Changfeng was aware that reason was not on his side and did not respond to Tong Fangshuo. He looked straight ahead, no idea where he was looking at. Yang Xiu coughed lightly and continued, "Silence, silence." The second match, Xiao Ruffeng against Tong Wenshou. The third match, Ji Qing versus Tong Wenchang. That boy is really pitiable to actually have to face Tong Wenchang. I reckon that he'll be defeated horribly. Hee hee. What's pitiful about him isn't this. I heard that his strength isn't bad. A middle-rank alchemy grandmaster that can actually refine tier 3 high-level medicinal pills. He joined the Xiao family in their moment of crisis, but was directly forsaken by Xiao Changfeng. That's his pitiable part. Using such a method, even if they won, it will also be winning through unorthodox means. It's just sad for this young man. Many people felt sorry for Yi Yuan, a middle-rank alchemy grandmaster battling a quasi-alchemy king. What chances of victory was there? There were also many who felt disappointed. They originally thought that they could see Xiao Ruffeng and Tong Wenchang's summit battle. Who knew that there was no opportunity? Although Tong Wenchang was a quasi-alchemy king, he had only just advanced to the realm of quasi-alchemy king not long ago. In truth, there was still a chance to win, though this chance was very minuscule. Xiao Ruffeng had enjoyed Xiao family's limitless resources. Adding in his talent, he had always been keeping in pace with Tong Wenchang these few years. It was just that Tong Wenchang stepped into quasi-alchemy king realm a step before Xiao Ruffeng. That was why Xiao Ruffeng appeared a level weaker. But now, the Xiao family retreating without fighting made many people present feel disappointed. Yang Xiu continued and said, "The rules of the Grand Pill Assembly will be the same as past years. I won't be repeating them." Now, starting the first match, Xiao Rian versus Tong Wenhui. On the stage, the Xiao and Tong two families faced each other across a great distance. All sorts of alchemy medicinal herbs, wares, and medicinal cauldrons were also placed between them. Xiao Rian took in a deep breath and stepped up, not knowing why. Before Xiao Rian stepped onto the stage, her gaze unconsciously looked over towards Yi Yuan, and Yi Yuan was also presently looking at her and gave her a hand gesture. "Miss Rian, good luck." Chapter 377. Although Yi Yuan's words were cheers, no matter how she looked at it, it somewhat lacked some sincerity. Although Yi Yuan's words were cheers, no matter how she looked at it, it somewhat lacked some sincerity. But not knowing why, Xiao Rian's originally rather nervous feelings actually calmed down under Yi Yuan's encouragement. She shot a fierce glare at Yi Yuan and came to the fighting area. TCH, good intentions taken for granted, Yi Yuan muttered to himself resentfully. At this time, a quasi-alchemy king came to the arena. Clearly, he was the person maintaining order on site, while the final ruling was still by Yang Xiu and the other 6 alchemy kings. As for Sovereign Star Abyss, he shut his eyes from the start just now, looking as if he was snoozing, like everything here had nothing to do with him at all. The first match, Constant Eye, tooting medicinal pills. There will be people delivering 100 types of spirit medicines right away. The two of you need to differentiate these 100 types of spirit medicines and freely match these 100 kinds of spirit medicines together, forming pill formulas. Finally, the one who composes the most pill formulas win. That quasi-alchemy, King explained. There was a long table in the center. When the quasi-alchemy King finished talking, some apprentice-looking people brought up stock after stock of spirit medicines. There were Tier 2, Tier 3, so on and so forth. Xiao Rian and Tong Wenhui each respectively went to one side of the arena and started to differentiate the spirit medicines. This was actually testing the fundamental skills of the alchemist. Speedily and accurately identifying spirit medicines was an essential skill for alchemists. But in this sort of grand pill assembly that determined the fates of two families, identifying the spirit medicines were clearly not an easy matter. It was true that the two people could differentiate the vast majority of the spirit medicines. But there were definitely a handful of rarely seen spirit medicines that the pair had not even seen before. Under this sort of situation, one would have to see if the alchemist foundation was STU, or DY or not, and if they could identify them through the records in the books. Old Lu, in your view, which of the two of them will win? Yang Xiu asked an old man beside him. This old man was similarly an alchemy king powerhouse. Alchemist Association's elder Lu Han. Lu Han said, Ruyan's this lot S's talent is exceedingly high. Her future accomplishments are boundless. It's just too bad that she was dragged down by the Shao family. Tong Wenhui is 7 to 8 years older than that lot but his foundation is more solid than hers. In my opinion, the outcome should be around 50-50ths. Yang Xiu nodded and said, Actually, I feel that the Shao family only has Ruyan, this lot that can give Tong Wenchang a run for his money. Roughing that boy is already beaten by Wenchang. If Ruyan this la S performs well, maybe she can let Lord Star Abyss take her in as his disciple. Lu Han concurred and said, These two brats have been at loggerheads for so many years. This time, they finally will determine the winner. But I heard that roughing this boy was able to take part in the Grand Pill assembly today because Ruyan that lot S refined the vast tuberescence-stimulating pill. Looks like this lot S's talent is even above her brother's. Yang Xiu exclaimed in surprise. There's actually such a thing? No wonder. Salting cultivation realm and failing is the most troublesome. Although the Shao family has the vast tuberescence-stimulating pills complete pill formula, they were missing the refinement method. To think Ruyan that la S actually successfully refined it. When Shao Ruyan and Tong Wenhui started, the others were all discussing fervently. There was a sound, isolating formation around the arena. The two of them could not hear it, but quite a few people thought highly of Shao Ruyan's potential. Although, in terms of strength, Shao Ruyan might not be able to beat Tong Wenhui. However, the Shao family could not afford to lose. They had to win the first 2 matches completely. Otherwise, there was only the outcome of being eliminated. The two people's identifying speed was remarkably quick in the beginning. But towards the back, the two people's speed visibly slowed down, especially Shao Ruyan's. Her speed was noticeably slower than Tong Wenhui. Of course, the most important thing was still the composition of medicinal pills. As long as the medicinal pills composed on one side was more than the other, even if the spirit medicines were not fully identified, they would still win. Shao Ruyan deduced over and over again, repeatedly evaluating numerous times before writing down the answers at the last moment. Tong Wenhui was not any better. The two people handed over their answers at practically the same time. The answers were sealed within jade slips. Both parties did not know how many answers the other person wrote. The quasi-alchemy king hosting Pa-S said the sealed answers to Yang Xiu. The 7 judges started to examine and verify the answers. Yang Xiu placed the 2 persons' jade slips into a spirit artifact. Very quickly, the contents inside the jade slip were projected onto a wall. Shao Ruyan wrote 93 types of spirit medicine names. Tong Wenhui wrote 95 types of spirit medicine names. In a match regarding the spirit medicine's names, Tong Wenhui wins by a small margin. Now, we'll take a look at the pill formulas that the two of them have written. Yang Xiu's voice sounded out sluggishly. Everyone held their breaths. While talking, Yang Xiu inserted another jade slip into the spirit artifact again. The contents of the jade slip likewise appeared on the wall. Yang Xiu pointed to the newly projected contents and said, The newly projected contents are the model answers of the 6 elders present, and I spent 2 nights to enact. All the possible combinations of these 100 types of spirit medicines are all on here. Next, let's cross-reference them one by one. inferring pill formulas according to these 100 types of spirit medicines. The pill formulas written out might not all be able to be refined out. It was just a theoretical answer. The creation of a type of pill formula needed to experience extremely complex experiments. It might only succeed through countless failures. There might even be the possibility that it would not succeed at all. These 100 types of spirit medicines, with combinations of pairs and trios, it could theoretically infer out thousands upon thousands of answers. But because of the various spirit medicines' attributes and differences in medicinal properties, there were but scarcely several dozen kinds that genuinely had the possibility of forming a pill formula. And among these scanty few dozen types, it was already pretty good for one type to be able to form a pill formula in the end after going through numerous tests. But even the pill formula that could ultimately be formed might not be a useful pill formula. Some pill formulas might be very heaven-defying, but there were pill formulas that had very insignificant effects on martial artists, utterly without value. Hence, each and every kind of ready-made pill formula was exceptionally precious. Other than those common pills, as long as it was a pill formula that had some slight value, each major faction would treasure it greatly. And each development of a new kind of pill formula was also riddled with difficulties. Especially the higher the rank of the medicinal pill, the more valuable the expended medicinal herbs naturally was. How could the average alchemist have that level of financial resources to develop new pill formulas? Only those Tannic factions could have the possibility of developing new pill formulas. Just like the Tranquil Cloud sect, a large group of quasi-alchemy kings engaged in it for a long time and only just developed some Tier 1 medicinal pills. The medicinal pills that Yi Yuan took out were roughly the same as the things that they developed. Back then, it was like stepping on their tails. There are a total of 63 types of pills in our answer list. Xiao Ruyan wrote down 38 types of pills, and Tong Wenhui wrote 40 types. Now we'll be comparing the correct answers now. Yang Xiu started to match Xiao Ruyan and Tong Wenhui's answers with the correct answers one by one. The result was that Xiao Ruyan only got one pill formula wrong, while Tong Wenhui had 3 wrong. It was actually a draw in the end. And under the situation where it was a draw, they would look at who wrote the most spirit medicines. Since the two of them wrote down the same number of pill formulas, then the one who wins in the end is. Yang Xiu was about to announce the results. Wait a minute. Yi Yuan suddenly got up and interrupted Yang Xiu's words. Chapter 378, hearing Yang Xiu announce the results, the expressions of Xiao Changfeng and Sun were very ugly. Hearing Yang Xiu announce the results, the expressions of Xiao Changfeng and Sun were very ugly. Getting off on the wrong foot, the first match was already a loss. Clearly, it would be a tremendous blow to the Xiao family. Furthermore, Xiao Ruyan only lost the match because of a slight disadvantage. It would be hard to avoid affecting her compet. 1. Tie-in later at the back. But right then, Yi Yuan suddenly stood up. Wait a minute. Yang Xiu furrowed his brows and said unhappily, whatever it is, wait until after I announce the results, then talk. Sit down for me. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, My lord, the winner of this match should be the Xiao family. Yang Xiu's expression turned sullen. His tone became cold as he said, Are you questioning if the 7 of us are partial to the Tong family? But Yi Yuan smiled and said, I'm just taking the matter on its merits. Tong Wenhui got 4 answers wrong. Hence, this round should be his loss. Harumph. A load of C-R-A-P. Just now, I matched it correspondingly to the model answers. How can it be wrong? Family head, Xiao, didn't even say anything. How can a junior like yourself be allowed to talk drivel here? Yang Xiu said with a cold snort. Xiao Changfeng's brows also knitted slightly. He did not understand why Yi Yuan was so extreme and could not help urging, Little brother Ji, I know that you hope for the Xiao family to win, but it's better to not say these sort of words. He naturally wished to see the Xiao family win. But in front of so many people, the Alchemist Association could not possibly play favoritism and commit irregularities. Yi Yuan doing this was truly a bit unreasonable. But Yi Yuan did not care at all and said coolly, "The path of alchemy is ever-changing. Even if the few of you are alchemy king powerhouses, how can you dare say that the answers that you came up with are the model answers? I don't even have the right to give my opinion." When Yi Yuan's words came out, the expressions of the few alchemy kings from the Alchemist Association changed, their faces revealing unhappiness. And that sovereign star abyss's eyelids quivered, then returned to normal right away. "Xiao Changfeng, is this person that you found intentionally here to cause trouble? Can it be that the 7 of us alchemy kings added together can't even match this alchemy grandmaster brat? Then what's there still to compete in this grand pill? Assembly 4. Your Xiao family can just directly win." But Yang Xiu ignored Yi Yuan and directly questioned Xiao Changfeng. Xiao Changfeng's expression changed. These words from Yi Yuan offended all of the judges. What was there to compete later at the back? "Ji Qing, stop rambling blather. Sit down for me," Xiao Changfeng said solemnly. At this time, he could not help suspecting Yi Yuan's motives. Jumping out to challenge the judges at this time, wasn't this deliberately ruining the Xiao family? Yi Yuan's brows knitted, and he turned his head to look at Xiao Changfeng, his eyes becoming cold. Not knowing why, when Xiao Changfeng saw Yi Yuan's eyes, he involuntarily felt a chill from the bottom of his heart and actually did not dare to meet his gaze. This boy, Xiao Changfeng secretly broke into a sweat in fear. If you use a man, don't suspect him. If you suspect him, don't use him. If family head feels that I'm messing around, I can withdraw right away, Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, but his tone became icy. He was helping the Xiao family fight for benefits, but Xiao Changfeng actually helped outsiders to reproach him. Even if he knew Xiao Changfeng's concerns, Yi Yuan also involuntarily felt bitterly disappointed. Xiao Changfeng, an exalted alchemy king, was actually pressed down by Yi Yuan's aura for a short while. "Ha ha! Xiao Changfeng, you're really deteriorating the longer you live. Did you find such a punk to amuse everybody? The answers derived by the 7 strongest alchemy king elders in the Association are all not correct answers. Is there anything funnier than this?" Tong Fanchua was also fanning the flames by the side. Just as the situation was quite in a stalemate, a rather weak voice sounded out. "Lord Father, I believe that Ji Qing he wouldn't talk nonsense. I like to get an answer." It was precisely Xiao Ruyan. Yi Yuan looked at Xiao Ruyan rather surprisedly. He did not think that this lot S would actually come forward to defend him at this time. Even if Xiao Ruyan was a rarely seen genius, being surrounded by a group of alchemy kings, she was still somewhat nervous in her heart. But having experienced the matters of these few days, especially Yi Yuan's performance when refining the vast tuber essence stimulating pill, Xiao Ruyan had a feeling that perhaps what Yi Yuan said was really not wrong. Originally, Yi Yuan was already planning on flicking his sleeves and leaving, but he dismissed that sort of thought at this moment. Xiao Ruyan's words stirred up a huge commotion once more. 2 alchemy grandmasters were questioning the Alchemist Association's 7 great alchemy king elders. This was way too astounding. Many people looked towards Xiao Ruyan with strange eyes. Could this lot S already be subdued by the brat called Ji Qing? This grand pill assembly has been conducted for so many times. As per His Majesty, the Wind Emperor's instructions, it has always been our Alchemist Association hosting it. No problem had ever appeared before. To think that this time we'd actually be MP into 2 juniors who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. This match is won by Tong Wenwei. If you're unwilling to submit, you can go and lodge a complaint to His Majesty, the Wind Emperor. Now, carry on with the next match. Yang Xiu announced the results very domineeringly. The Alchemist Association hosting the Grand Pill Assembly was the instructions of the Wind Emperor. Yang Xiu had the authority to decide the victor and loser. Moreover, he touched his heart and felt that what he did was unquestionable. He was not afraid of the Xiao family going to the Wind Emperor to lodge a complaint. Furthermore, after today, Whether or not the Shao family could survive in the capital was still unknown. Yi Yuan just sneered incessantly. This bunch of arrogant and overweening fellows was seriously hopeless. But what he did not expect was that right at this moment, the sovereign star abyss who was about to fall asleep spoke unhurriedly. Yang Xiu, listen to what this junior has to say. Yang Xiu's expression changed, but he dare not defy, replying respectfully, yes. After that, he turned to Yi Yuan and said, since Lord Star Abyss wants you to talk, then you tell us. If you can't say the reason why, it won't be as simple as sentencing the Shao family's loss. You'll also be chased out of the Grand Pill Assembly. Yi Yuan felt rather surprised, but was disinclined to bother with Yang Xiu. He said coolly, Wash Star GRAS, and Vermilion Spirit Fruit as the main ingredients. Sky South Star, Violent Flame Sand, and Autumn Pine Nut as supplementary materials. This combination is unable to refine out a medicinal pill. Hence, it simply cannot be considered a correct answer. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, everyone's gaze involuntarily looked towards the light curtain and found Tong Wenhui and the elder's answers very quickly. Indeed, they were the exact same. Ignorant child, the alchemic logic of these 5 types of medicinal herbs has been lies by us. If extensive experiments take place, it can absolutely form a pill formula. Why do you have to say that it can't? Yang Xiu said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan paid no heed to his questioning and continued. From the surface, the alchemic logic of these few types of medicinal herbs doesn't have any conflicting aspects, so it should be able to form a pill formula. But during the medicinal pill refining process, these 3 types of supplementary materials together will cause a series of changes, destroying the medicinal properties of the Wash Star GRAS, and Vermilion Spirit Fruit. It utterly cannot form a pill. When Yi Yuan saw that Yang Xiu wanted to refute, he spoke again, don't be in a hurry to refute me. If you don't believe it, we can verify it right now. Yang Xiu was just about to speak when Sovereign Star Abyss suddenly opened his mouth and said, there's no need to verify. What he said is right. Chapter 379, what? This. How is this possible? What? This. How is this possible? Sovereign Star Abyss actually said that this punk is correct. Doesn't that mean that the 7 great elders were all wrong? It's too subversive. Does this boy have good luck and randomly stumbled upon it? Or is it true skill and genuine knowledge? This. I think it should be a random shot in the dark, right? Those 7 elders are all alchemy king powerhouses. The depth of their understanding towards medicinal herbs is simply not what the likes of us can imagine. It's possible that this punk saw some obscure knowledge before, and this knowledge just happened to be what the elders don't know. True. After all, the elders are not omniscient either. There is bound to be a dead angle in their alchemy knowledge. Sovereign Star Abyss's words made everyone explode. What this boy said was actually correct, and the so-called correct answers that the 7 great elders came up with together was actually wrong. These 7 great elders were all old freaks that had been famous for over 100 years. Each and every one of their strength was unfathomable. Their knowledge about the alchemy path was even more inconceivable by ordinary people. And Yi Yuan? He was only a 16-year-old little fellow. The time he lived was not even a SCRAP of the elders. He actually pointed out the 7 great elders' mistakes right to their faces. No one suspected Sovereign Star Abyss's words, because in the Central Capital's alchemy world, he was the absolute authority. He said that it was wrong. That means that the 7 great elders were surely wrong. There was no need at all to go in doubt. Xiao Changfeng looked at Yi Yuan disbelievingly and involuntarily swallowed hard. He could not help recalling the eyes that Yi Yuan looked at him with earlier. That was a disheartened expression. How could he not tell? If not for Xiao Rian stepping up at the crucial moment, Yi Yuan most likely would have already flicked his sleeves and left at this moment, right? Thinking about it now, Xiao Changfeng could not help feeling fear after the event. Yi Yuan was sincerely helping the Xiao family, while he was suspecting him. Sovereign Star Abyss finished saying that sentence and closed his eyes again as if he slept again. It seemed like that scene earlier was just him sleepwalking. Yangshuo obviously knew that Sovereign Star Abyss was not sleepwalking. It was just that he still did not dare quite believe it. Initially, he thought that this youth was deliberately causing trouble. Who would have thought that there really was such a thing? After the Grand Pill Assembly, he would really have to go and verify to see if what this brat said was true or not. Although his face was swept away by a youngster in public, the Grand Pill Assembly still had to carry on. Yangshuo could only open his mouth to say, since Lord Star Abyss says that this answer is wrong, the first match, Shao Family's Shao Ruyan wins. Tong Wenwei's expression was rather ugly. He had clearly won already. Who would have expected to be thwarted by this brat? He could not help glaring viciously at Yi Yuan with a sort of murderous impulse. The second round, deconstructing medicinal pills. The two of you will each receive 3 medicinal pills momentarily. These medicinal pills were refined according to the Alchemist's Association's pill formulas. They are absolutely impossible for the outside world to have. You need to discern the components of the medicinal pill through sight, smell, and taste. The one who analyzes it correctly wins. The quasi-alchemy king directly brought everyone into the second round of combat. One time, Tong Wenhui had no choice but to put away his thoughts and carry on with the second round of combat. One time, deconstructing medicinal pills was a very high-level skill. It required the alchemist to be exceedingly familiar with medicinal herbs. But the accuracy was hard to guarantee. Furthermore, even if the components of the medicinal pill was fully deconstructed, wanting to refine it was also something not very likely. Hence, that was why the Alchemist Association could rest assured in taking the medicinal pills out for the two families to deconstruct. Shao Ruyan won the first round. Her confidence rose greatly. This second round of combat. 1. Tian. She saw the total of 11 types of spirit medicines from the 3 kinds of medicinal pills, while Tong Wenhui only deconstructed 9 types. Shao Ruyan won again. But the most critical was still the third round, which was pill refinement. As an alchemist, the most important was naturally pill refinement. Hence, the weight occupied by pill refinement in the Grand Pill Assembly was also very huge. In the Grand Pill Assembly, each person had to finish competing in the 3 rounds before the winner could be determined. And all of the variables surfaced in this third round of pill refinement. Even if the first 2 rounds were losses, as long as one completely thrashed their opponent in the third round of refining, they could similarly be victorious. The so-called complete thrash was one party completely cruise. Plusing the other party in terms of medicinal pill quality. Or one side successful refined the medicinal pill while the other party failed. If the difference in quality between the 2 people was not great, it was naturally the one who won the 2 rounds consecutively prior to this that won. And during this process, the opinions of the judges were actually very important. Therefore, that was why the Wind Emperor appointed the Neutral Alchemist Association to host it. Of course, everyone could see the quality of the medicinal pill. The use of the judges would only surface under the situation where the difference was extremely minute. The medicinal pill that the 2 of you are going to refine is Tier 3 high-level medicinal pill, Jade Pith Ice Clear Pill, said the Quasi-Alchemy King. Among the Tier 3 pill formulas, some pill formulas were made known to the public and also publicly acknowledged to be extremely hard to refine medicinal pills. This Jade Pith Ice Clear Pill was one of those. Seeing this pill formula, the expression on Shao Ruyan's face changed. The refining difficulty of this Jade Pith Ice Clear Pill was very high. Shao Ruyan just happened to be weak in refining this sort of medicinal pill. At most, she only had 30% certainty of refining it out. And on the other side, a pleasantly surprised look appeared on Tong Wenhui's face. Evidently, this medicinal pill suited his taste. Shao Rufeng frowned and said, "Why did this topic come out? The Jade Pith Ice Clear Pill just happens to be a medicinal pill that Ruyan is weak at. This battle is not going well." Xiao Chongfeng's expression was also very grave as he said, "The Jade Pith Ice Clear Pills requirement towards fire control is very high. But Ruyan's weak point is fire control. It's really quite troublesome." Xiao Ruyan came before the medicinal cauldron and took in a deep breath. But her eyes involuntarily looked towards Yi Yuan and discovered that Yi Yuan was currently smiling at her. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's finger moved slightly, forming a seal. Xiao Ruyan could not help being stunned when she saw the situation. She thought to herself, wasn't this the seal that he struck out when I was refining the vast tuberescence-stimulating pill? What does he mean? Xiao Ruyan suddenly thought back to the feeling on the day when she was refining the vast tuberescence-stimulating pill. Although she was dog-tired at that time, that sort of feeling was very subtle. Could his meaning be to let me find a feeling on that day when I was refining the vast tuberescence-stimulating pill? But I tried several times afterward and kept being unable to find that sort of state. Xiao Ruyan thought to herself. Calming down her emotions, Xiao Ruyan finally started to move and refine the Jade Pith Ice Clear Pill. Preparing the herbs and refining the medicinal embryo, these were all not difficult things to Xiao Ruyan. On this step, she did an even more outstanding job than Tong Wenhui. What Xiao Ruyan was most worried about was the refinement. She really did not have much assurance. I must refine the Jade Pith Ice Clear Pill, even if it's only a low grade. Tong Wenhui's level is most likely at most just refining out a middle grade pill, even if he's adept at this kind of medicinal pills. As long as my medicinal pill isn't too poor, I'll win. Xiao Ruyan gritted her teeth and secretly made her resolve. Xiao Ruyan beckoned with one hand. The medicinal embryo flew into the medicinal cauldron. The flames gradually rose. Xiao Ruyan began the Jade Pith Ice Clear Pills refinement. Chapter 380. Although she pulled out all stops to refine the Jade Pith Ice Clear Pill, not long after it started, Xiao Ruyan's rhythm became somewhat disorderly. Although she pulled out all stops to refine the Jade Pith Ice Clear Pill, not long after it started, Xiao Ruyan's rhythm became somewhat disorderly. Refining was a task that exhausted mental strength immensely. The aspects that needed to be taken care of was far too many. This was only refining a Tier 3 medicinal pill. When Yi Yuan was refining Tier 9 medicinal pills in his previous life, that was simply a colossal project. Refining a single medicinal pill for a month was something normal. But to the present Xiao Ruyan, the Jade Pith Ice Clear Pill was still an enormous challenge to her. Everyone present was an expert. One look, and they knew that Xiao Ruyan's condition was not quite right. Ruyan, this little girl has talent, but she is still too young in the end. An alchemy king elder evaluated her skill. Fire control requires very exquisite essence energy control. It isn't the work of a single day. For Ruyan, this law S to be able to perform to this step is already very not easy. Yeah, the path of fire control doesn't have shortcuts. One can only become very meticulous through large amounts of practice. Tong Wenhui is several years older than her in the end. In this aspect, he's performing better than her. Looks like the victor is already determined in this match. Those few elders clearly did not think optimistically of Xiao Ruyan, because signs of her defeat had already appeared. Alchemy King experts were Alchemy King experts after all. Even if they were questioned by Yi Yuan, their strength and vision were still right there. Xiao Ruyan felt that she was straining more and more. The medicinal pill inside the medicinal cauldron also became increasingly unstable, with the possibility of becoming a useless pill at any moment. But right at this time, she suddenly sensed a seal being struck into the medicinal cauldron unseen, making her jump in fright. In her panic, Xiao Ruyan nearly caused the medicinal pill in the medicinal cauldron to be ruined. And what's with Ruyan, this La SS? The essence energy undulations earlier were so intense that it nearly ruined the medicinal pill. Yeah, just a little more. But even so, it would probably be very difficult for her to rescue this medicinal pill too, right? It's almost certain that it will be refined into a useless pill. I've seen this La S refined pills before. Although her skills are still lacking, a mistake like this shouldn't have appeared. Could it be that the mental pressure is too great? Xiao Ruyan's little incident was enough to make many people choke up from fear. One had to acknowledge that everyone liked beautiful women. Not only was Xiao Ruyan beautiful, but her alchemy talent was also exceedingly high. Everyone naturally liked her even more. Although the Xiao family's influence was weak, it did not stop everyone from viewing her positively. For these alchemy kings to compare Xiao Ruyan to Tong Wenchang, it could be seen just how positively they viewed Xiao Ruyan. Hence, when they saw that Xiao Ruyan actually made such an error, quite a few people heaved a sigh while wringing their hands. However, Xiao Ruyan, in the midst of refining, not only did not have the slightest hint of remorse at this time, but she was also excited to the point she was about to scream out. It's this sort of feeling. I found it. I found it. Xiao Ruyan was wildly elated in her heart. This sort of feeling was precisely the sort of feeling when Yi Yuan injected the seal while she was refining the vast tuber essence stimulating pill. When she was refining the vast tuber essence stimulating pill previously, she was also in a total mess from the beginning, all the way until Yi Yuan threw in that seal, guiding her into subtle rhythm. Later on, Xiao Ruyan also tried it out a few times, wanting to find that subtle feeling of fire control. But all of it failed, all the way until Yi Yuan gesticulated that hand sign at her just now. Xiao Ruyan finally ascertained that Yi Yuan's seal was absolutely intentional. Her refining the vast tuber essence stimulating pill was no coincidence at all. Yi Yuan helped her to refine the pill. Therefore, she had been following the path from that day when she was refining the vast tuber essence stimulating pill from the very beginning and kept wanting to find that feeling back then. Now, she finally found it. Oh, not only was Ruyan, that La S not affected by that mistake just now, she gradually entered the most optimal state instead. It's true, this La S seems to have gotten a knack for it. Her fire control ability seemed to have gone up a huge step. The medicinal pill is on the verge of taking form soon. She's actually about to refine successfully. Truly inconceivable. According to past experiences, for such a major fault to happen during the refining, it could only refine a useless pill. Wanting to salvage the situation in the later stages was something virtually impossible. However, Xiao Ruyan did it. Condense. Xiao Ruyan gave a light cry. The medicinal pill formed. The result was that Xiao Ruyan actually finished earlier than Tong Wenwei. Xiao Ruffin could not conceal the euphoria in his heart and cried out, "Well done, Ruyan." Although Xiao Chongfeng did not speak, one could tell from his expression that he also felt very surprised and pleased by this result. Except that Xiao Ruyan was not looking at them, but at Yi Yuan, who was at the side instead. Her eyes filled with grat. One-tude. Yi Yuan raised a thumbs up at her and returned a faint smile. At this time, Xiao Ruyan did not have the cold haughtiness from a few days back, but looked like a little girl who received a praise from her lover instead. Her cheeks turned red. When Xiao Chongfeng saw this scene, he involuntarily frowned, but he did not say anything. It was just that Xiao Chongfeng could not help being secretly very puzzled. Could it be that Ruyan being able to refine this medicinal pill was also due to Yi Yuan's credit? This boy, what on earth was his background? Before long, Tong Wenhui also refined successfully. The remainder was left to the 7 alchemy kings to make a verdict. The 2 medicinal pills were placed before the 7 alchemy kings. The few people consulted for a while. Yang Xiu opened his mouth to say what Tong Wenhui refined is middle-grade jade pith ice clear pill, while Xiao Ruyan's is low-grade. The third round, Tong Wenhui wins. Talking up to here, everyone held their breaths. Now, it would have to depend on whether or not Tong Wenhui's medicinal pill could thoroughly suppress Xiao Ruyan's. If it could completely crush hers, he still had a possibility of obtaining victory. Only to see Yang Xiu pause for a moment, then open his mouth again to say, but the medicinal pill that Tong Wenhui refined just barely managed to reach the level of middle grade, while Xiao Ruyan's jade pith ice clear pill is already infinitely close to middle grade. Hence, collating the results of the 3 matches, Xiao Ruyan wins. What? How is that possible? Such a large mistake happened to Xiao Ruyan in the middle. The final completed medicinal pill actually infinitely approaches middle grade. Tong Fangshua blurted out. Yang Xiu's brows knitted, and he said unhappily, "Family head Tong, are you also questioning us old fellows? If you don't trust this elderly self, you can come and see yourself. You're also an alchemy king. It's unlikely that you can't even distinguish the grade of the medicinal pill, right?" Yang Xiu was filled with pent-up anger. Today, he was repeatedly questioned by people. As an alchemist, ace, association elder, since when had he suffered such treatment? But toward Xiao Ruyan's performance, Yang Xiu was also very shocked inwardly. Such a large mistake happened, but not only did Xiao Ruyan not refine a useless pill, she even raised the quality of the medicinal pill to such an extent. It was truly mind-boggling. Tong Fangshua had an awkward look. He hurriedly waved his hands and said, "Elder Yang misunderstood. I'm not questioning the few of you, it's just. Yang Xiu waved his sleeves and interrupted his words, saying, "Come, men, bring these 2 medicinal pills before family head Tong, and let him see for himself whether this old man is lying through my teeth or not." Chapter 381. Tong Fangshua looked at the 2 medicinal pills before his eyes and was silent for a long time. Tong Fangshua looked at the 2 medicinal pills before his eyes and was silent for a long time. "Family head Tong, I wonder if I Yang Xiu talked nonsense or not?" Yang Xiu asked in a voice dripping with sarcasm. Tong Fangshua had an awkward look as he said, "It's this Tong's yardstick of a petty man. I hope that Elder Yang is magnanimous enough to forgive." Humph! Yang Xiu gave a cold snort and spoke no more. Over on this side, the Xiao family members also heaved a long sigh in relief. The first battle was really won in a rather thrilling manner. If not for Yi Yuan coming forward at the crucial moment to point out the mistake of the 7 great elders, Xiao Ruyan would have already been defeated now. The problem was that the Xiao family simply could not afford to lose the first 2 matches. As long as they lose one, this grand pill simply would not have any need to continue either. "Well done, Ruyan. Ruyan, you're truly my Xiao family's fine daughter." For a moment, Xiao family members' praises gushed forward like floodwaters. But Xiao Ruyan was very indifferent. She did not have much good impression towards these family elders. "Ji Qing, thank you." Xiao Ruyan came in front of Yi Yuan and gave thanks solemnly. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "It's Miss Ruyan that is impressive. What has it got to do with me? All right, take a rest first. The match later is about to begin." Xiao Ruyan nodded slightly and sat back on her seat. Xiao family. Many people's complexions were ugly. The feeling of being disregarded by Xiao Ruyan made them very displeased. And this sort of unhappiness was also carried forward to Yi Yuan. Right this time, Yang Xiu said, "All right, the second battle begins now. Xiao family Xiao Rufeng versus Tong family's Tong Wenshou." Xiao Rufeng stood up. Xiao Changfeng instructed, "Keep cool. Take down this match and deny Tong Wenshou the opportunity to step onto the stage, and we'll win." Xiao Rufeng nodded and stepped onto the stage directly. And on the other side, Tong Fangshua similarly stopped Tong Wenshou and exhorted, "Wenshou, teach Xiao Rufeng a good lesson for me, and let everybody see just how great your improvement is." "Yes, family head." Watching Tong Wenshou's departing back view, Tong Fangshua smiled coldly and said, "Xiao Changfeng, do you think that by marshaling soldiers in rank for battle like this can catch me off guard? In front of absolute strength, you're just a joke." The second battle. The development of the battle situation exceeded everyone's expectations. Xiao Rufeng was the Xiao family's #1 genius. Even if he was not at his peak condition right now, his strength and experience should still surpass Tong Wenshou. Yet, when the battle started, Tong Wenshou was unbelievably powerful, making everyone drop their SES. The first match, Const. 1. Tooting medicinal pills. Tong Wenshou actually identified all of the spirit medicines and even wrote down 3 more answers than Xiao Rufeng in the Constant Eye. Tooting medicinal pills part. Everyone was staring open-mouthed. The Xiao family members were completely scared out of their wits. Even Xiao Changfeng had a grave expression too. Tong Wenshou's strength Serpa said everyone's expectations. A dark horse. This is absolutely a dark horse. Xiao Changfeng racked his brains in scheming, but he probably never expected that Tong Wenshou's strength was actually formidable to such an extent. Even if Xiao Rufeng's refining condition was not at his peak state, his foundation skills are still there. He's actually totally suppressed by Tong Wenshou. There's a good show to watch now. I wonder if Xiao Rufeng can salvage the situation at the back. If he can't make a comeback, then the Xiao family is utterly finished. For a moment, whisperings sounded out inside the hall. Tong Wenshou's performance astounded everybody. The situation, which should have been a one-sided win, actually had a drama-like change appear. Xiao Rufeng was also unbelievably stunned. A deep sense of defeat came over. He was already completely beaten down by the Tong family's number 1 genius, Tong Wenchang. If he could not even win the number 2 Tong Wenshou, then wouldn't he, the Xiao family's number 1 genius, become a joke in the capital? Xiao Rufeng gritted his teeth and thought to himself, I must make a comeback at the back. I can't lose. If I lose, the Xiao family will be utterly finished. I absolutely can't lose. Indeed, Xiao Rufeng finally regained 1 round in the second match. Except, Xiao Rufeng's advantage in the second match was negligible. He only wrote 1 more type of medicinal herb than Tong Wenshou. Not only did this result fail to let everyone feel his spur, but also affirmed Tong Wenshou's might instead. The final round. One can tell that Tong Wenshou's basic skills are very solid. It's just who knows what will happen when he really refined pills. Looks like all these years, Tong Wenshou has been covered up by Tong Wenchang's radiance the entire time. The Tong family's number 2 genius actually has such strength. Winning the Xiao family twice in a row is also something within reason. I feel that Tong Wenshou's refining strength might not be weak. At the very least, it won't be much weaker than the peak condition Xiao Rufeng. And now, Xiao Rufeng is not yet fully recovered. The victor is really hard to determine. If one said that a match was still luck after 2 matches in, body doubted Tong Wenshou's strength anymore. The strength of this fellow who lived in the shadow of the genius Tong Wenchang was so powerful that it was terrifying. Those fools from the Xiao family still thought that they could win our Tong family like this. What a freaking joke. Before I broke through, Wenshou's strength was never much weaker than mine. They actually naively believed that they could win Wenshou by relying on an invalid. Too naive, Tong Wenchang burst into laughter. Big brother Wenshou is unleashed. Plussing everything he has after staying low profile. This time, he finally let the people of the capital see his brilliance. Tong Wenhui did not suffer the effects of setback and was full of smiles with Tong Wenchang. But I also never thought that Xiao Changfeng actually arranged for that punk to fight with me. It really makes me very excited. Tong Wenchang looked at Yi Yuan in the distance with unfriendly eyes. He had a feeling of being humiliated previously in front of the gates. This time, he was prepared to vent it out properly and thoroughly shatter Yi Yuan's confidence. As he was talking, he beckoned with his finger. Du Chun, who was behind with a vacant look, carried tea water in front of him. Tong Wenchang received the tea and savored a sip. He pointed at his knee and said, Endless world's trash. Quickly give me a ma. Sage to loosen up my joints. Du Cheng's divine soul was being controlled and could only be at the mercy of Tong Wenchang. He bent his body to help Ma. Sage. SSS. You pig. What are you using so much strength for? Wanna die? As he spoke, Tong Wenchang stomped a foot on Du Cheng's chest, kicking him far away. Du Cheng was directly kicked until he vomited a large mouthful of blood. But he still struggled to his feet and returned to Tong Wenchang's side to continue helping loosen his muscles and bones. Tong Wenchang had an enjoying look this time and groaned. This strength is more like it. Yi Yuan? What wrong with you? Ever since Xiao Rian came back, her attention had been on Yi Yuan all along. Right then, she suddenly sensed that Yi Yuan's breathing was slightly disorderly and could not help being very curious. Yi Yuan's expression was normal as he turned his head and said to Xiao Rian with a smile, "Nothing. It's just that seeing the final decisive battle, my state of mind is in somewhat of an upsurge. That's all." Tong Wenchang did not know how terrifying of an opponent he had provoked. Chapter 382, Xiao Rufeng and Tong Wenchang's match starting to get everyone's attention. Xiao Rufeng and Tong Wenchang's match starting to get everyone's attention. Naturally, there would not be anybody who noticed Yi Yuan's fury, which was constrained to the limits in a corner. The two people started refining. Tong Wenshou's strength refreshed everyone's understanding once again. His movements did not have any areas that were the slightest bit sluggish. He practically completed the medicinal pill's refinement in one go. On the other hand, one could see from Xiao Rufeng's refinement that he was indeed not at his optimal condition. Even so, he still completed the refinement splendidly. When the two medicinal pills were delivered in front of Yang Xiao, everyone held their breaths once again. This match was the crucial battle that determined who won and who lost for the two Xiao and Tong families. The 7 great alchemy king elders evaluated for some time. It was still Yang Xiao who spoke, saying what Xiao Rufeng refined is middle grade. What Tong Wenshou refined is high grade. This match, the Tong family wins. Xiao Rufeng's head exploded with a buzz. Lost just like this? Xiao family. Poor. Xiao Rufeng's emotions were too agitated, which finally brought out his old injuries, spewing out a mouthful of blood. Big brother. Rufeng. Xiao Changfeng and Xiao Rian hurriedly supported Xiao Rufeng, only to see his complexion ashen white, looking extremely frail. Father. Ruyan. Sorry. It's all my fault. The self-reproach in Xiao Rufeng's heart could only be imagined. Don't speak anymore. I'll send people to bring you back to rest properly. Xiao Changfeng said. Brother, don't talk anymore. You've already done your best. Xiao Rian's tears streamed down, but Xiao Rufeng shook his head obstinately and said, No, I'm not going back. I want to see the conclusion. But Xiao Rian and her brother's feelings were evidently very deep. Seeing Xiao Rufeng like this, her heart ached immensely. Right at this moment, a palm reached out in front of her. A medicinal pill was held in the center of the palm. Xiao Rian turned around to take a look. Who could it be but Yi Yuan? Let him eat it, Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Xiao Rian lowered her head to take a look and could not help being greatly shocked, saying, High-grade, vast tuber essence, stimulating pill. Where did you get it from, Ji Qing? Don't Xiao family guest retainers have this authority? I went to ask for some medicinal herbs and took some time out these 2 days to refine it. Quickly let him eat it. If this continues, he'll die, Yi Yuan said coolly. Oh, okay. Xiao Rian hurried fed the medicinal pill to Xiao Rufeng. Xiao Changfeng was also very astonished. The vast tuber essence stimulating pill was a pill formula held only by his Xiao family. Moreover, it was not a complete version. How did Yi Yuan know? Furthermore, this boy could actually refine a high-grade vast tuber essence stimulating pill. When the Xiao family recruited Yi Yuan, what Yi Yuan refined was the Jade Dragonheart calming pill, while the refining difficulty of the vast tuber essence stimulating pill was way greater compared to the Jade Dragonheart calming pill. With Xiao Rian's strength, she only barely refined a low grade. But Yi Yuan could refine a high grade? Perhaps. The Xiao family had not reached the end of their ropes yet. After Xiao Changfeng settled the sun down, he came in front of Yi Yuan and said softly, Little brother Ji. But Yi Yuan interrupted his words and said, No need to promise me anything. This battle, I'll beat Tong Wenchang until he doesn't have the confidence to refine pills anymore in the future. Yi Yuan's words were very calm and did not sound like any heroic words. However, Xiao Changfeng felt a chill arise. He sensed that Yi Yuan was not joking. Except that, Yi Yuan, he was only a middle-rank alchemy grandmaster. Could he beat the quasi-alchemy King Tong Wenchang until he had no confidence to refine pills in the future? This sounded rather comical no matter how one listened to it. But regardless of what, Xiao Changfeng saw the final trace of hope. This was much better than despair. To be able to refine a high-grade, vast tuber essence stimulating pill. Maybe this Ji Qing could really contend with Tong Wenchang? Over on the Xiao family side, it was deathly quiet. Everyone was like a defeated rooster. Towards Yi Yuan, they completely did not have any confidence at all. A middle-rank alchemy grandmaster versus a quasi-alchemy king. Are you kidding? While at the Tong family side, there was jubilation all around. Both sides formed a powerful contrasting difference. Ha ha ha. Well done, Wenshou. Tong Wenchang hugged Tong Wenshou and said happily. Haha, just lucky. Fortunately, Xiao Rufeng is not at his optimal condition right now because he failed his assault on the sea transformation realm. Tong Wenshou was very low profile. Oh, Wenshou, you don't need to belittle yourself. I'm all too clear about Xiao Rufeng's level. Even if he's at his peak condition, he might not be able to beat you. Even if he's stronger than you, he's also not much stronger. Tong Wenshou nodded and said, and next, it will be up to you, Wenchang. Tong Wenchang was delighted when he heard that. He said, haha, I already can't wait to get up on stage. I've been annoyed at that punk long ago. This time, I'm going to let him know how medicinal pills are refined. Tong Wenshou smiled and said, I heard that punk is just a middle-rank alchemy grandmaster. With your strength, you can completely crush him. But Wenchang, you still have to be careful. The Xiao family are not fools. Since they sent him out, he definitely has aspects Serpa. Sing others. But Tong Wenchang replied unconcernedly, what aspects Serpa? Sing others can there be? I've long inquired clearly. This punk can only refine the Jade Dragon Heart calming pill. You get most leap ranks to refine medicinal pills. It's no big deal. If our realms were similar, I would really need to be a little careful. But he's just a middle-rank alchemy grandmaster. He's too weak. Tong Wenshou smiled and did not refute. He knew that what Tong Wenchang said was right. He was also well aware of the degree of Tong Wenchang's genius. It was impossible to lose to such a young middle-rank alchemy grandmaster. Tong Wenshou's talent was not poor. It could even be said to be very impressive. But in the Tong family, he had always been steadily pressed down a notch by Tong Wenchang, who was even younger than him. The disparity between the two could be seen. If Tong Wenchang could not even take care of a brat like this, then that would really be a joke. At this time, Tong Fangshua came over as well and said to Tong Wenchang, Wenchang, take down that boy and on go, and let the Xiao family thoroughly scram out of the capital. We've prepared for so many years. Today, the day of harvest has finally arrived. Tong Wenchang smiled and said, Rest assured, father. I'll be right back. As he said, he kicked aside Du Cheng, who was beside with one leg, and walked into the battle arena. And this scene similarly landed in Yi Yuan's eyes. Yi Yuan was very calm right now. But the calmer he was, the more it showed just how great his rage was at this present moment. Tong Wenchang came before Yi Yuan and said with a wide grin, Punk, when we were outside, you probably never even dreamt that your opponent would be me, right? Haha, don't be afraid. I won't leave any face for you. But Yi Yuan's expression was calm as he said, Hope that you can still laugh in a while. I can't laugh. Ha 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 ha. What a hilarious joke. If you're just amusing me, congratulations to you. You've done it. But I want to see if it's you who can't laugh in a while, or me who can't laugh. Tong Wenchang said with a proud look. Chapter 383. When Yang Xiu saw Yi Yuan, his expression was rather unnatural. When Yang Xiu saw Yi Yuan, his expression was rather unnatural. His authority was questioned by an unknown boy. Furthermore, he even questioned it successfully. No matter how one spun it, it was very humiliating. He reckoned that this matter would spread throughout the capital by tomorrow. But this was a matter that Sovereign Star Abyss personally took an interest in. He could not fly off the handle either. Yang Xiu thought to himself, Don't let me catch your handle in a while. Otherwise, I'll make you die very horribly. Restraining his state of mind, Yang Xiu said the third match, Xiao family's Ji Qing versus Tong family's Tong Wenchang. Begin. The first match, Constant Eye, tooting medicinal pills, bring up the spirit medicines. The quasi-alchemy king's voice sounded out once again. When his voice fell, Tong Wenchao was like on stimulants, oddly excited, while Yi Yuan, who was opposite him, closed his eyes to recuperate as if everything happening here had nothing to do with him. TCH, deliberately mystifying things, Tong Wenchang said disdainfully. Soon enough, 100 types of spirit medicines were brought to the stage and packed to the brim. Tong Wenchang started immediately, entering information into the jade slip at high speed. While at this time, Yi Yuan still did not move yet. Tong Wenchang gave a cold laugh, and his speed of entering the stage did not stop. Identifying these spirit medicines was nothing hard to him. The real difficulty was constant tooting the medicinal pills. Tong Wenchang's speed was exceedingly quick. It was faster than everyone prior to him. One could tell that Tong Wenchang's basic skills were terrifyingly solid. Even the Xiao family's #1 genius known as Xiao Rufeng was far from him. And why hasn't Ji Qing started yet? Could it be that he has already given up? Already said, he definitely just happened to know that obscure knowledge. That's how he guessed it correctly. A teenage baby. How deep can his attainments in the alchemy path be? Sigh. This Ji Qing's performance prior to this was so eye-catching. Originally, I still wanted to see if there are any surprises. Looking at it now, I was thinking too much. Yi Yuan's abnormal actions made many people feel very disappointed. In this sort of time, where every second needed to be seized, Yi Yuan was actually resting his mind with closed eyes. What was he playing at? Posturing was not done like this. No matter how beautifully you postured, what was the use if you lose in an utter mess in the end? When Xiao Changfeng saw this scene, he wished that he could jump up there and wind Yi Yuan up. What was he doing? What on earth is Ji Qing this punk thinking about? Why hasn't he moved yet? Xiao Changfeng said anxiously. Father, Ji Qing doing so should have some deep meaning, Xiao Ruyan said weakly. Actually, she did not dare to confirm either. But Yi Yuan, this punk, was indeed very mysterious. Maybe he really had his own plans. What deep meaning can there be? I don't freaking understand. Could it be he can use his nose to sniff out every type of spirit medicines? Or perhaps he's already deducing the pill formula in his head? Xiao Changfeng said rather exasperatedly. This, Xiao Rian did not know how she should refute it as well. What father said was clearly not possible. Body could do something so heaven-defying. Although Xiao Rian had long viewed Yi Yuan in a completely different light, she also did not think that Yi Yuan could do that. Punk, you just slowly posture there. I'll see how you give an account to the Xiao family in a while. Tong Wenchang had a pleased look. He had already identified half of the spirit medicines. But right at this moment, Yi Yuan finally slowly opened his eyes. Quickly look, Ji Qing is about to begin. Only starting at this time. Doesn't he feel that it's too slow? Tong Wenchang has already identified half of the spirit medicines. Yet, Yi Yuan did not start identifying the spirit medicines as they imagined. He directly picked up the jade slip and started entering the contents. This scene stunned everyone even more. What is he doing here? Started logging in once he opened his eyes? He's trying to defy the heavens here. He can't have already identified all of the spirit medicines, right? I finally understood it. This boy is purely here to be funny. The matter of questioning the 7 great elders earlier might be a blind cat catching a dead rat. Imped into it. Yi Yuan's abnormal actions made everyone's SES drop. Forget about a teenage youth. Even those alchemy kings that have lived for several hundred years did not dare to answer questions like that either. After 15 minutes, Yi Yuan slowly opened his mouth and said, "I'm done." As he spoke, Yi Yuan handed the jade slip to that quasi-alchemy king. Tong Wenchang was stupefied by Yi Yuan's move and involuntarily stopped. No way, right? You're already done? Are you challenging the elder's bottom line? Forget it. I can't be bothered with you either. Tong Wenchang was thoroughly speechless. Outside the stage, there was an even greater commotion. Oh my God, where did this boy come from? I've already been wholly defeated. Does he think he's a God? Swept a glance, and all the answers are crystal clear in his heart. All manners of ridicule came over. But there was a sound, isolating formation in the stage. Yi Yuan could not hear it all. After he handed over the jade slip, he went to one side by himself to rest. Bang! The cup in Xiao Chongfeng's hand was crushed into powder by him. Is this punk making fun of my Xiao family? To actually be so half-hearted like this. Previously, he even said to me to make Tong Wenchang not have the confidence to refine pills in the future. Utter bulls. HI plus T. Xiao Chongfeng gnashed his teeth angrily. Xiao Ruyan was speechless. Honestly speaking, she also felt that he was too slipshod in doing this. Could it be that the thing that happened previously was just her own misconception? After 4 hours, Tong Wenchang finally deduced all of the answers and handed it up. The quasi-alchemy king turned in the two people's jade slips together. Yang Xiu received the two people's jade slips and conveniently placed the model answer's jade slip and Tong Wenchang's jade slip into the spirit artifact. The light curtain appeared. The reason why he did so was that he already firmly believed that Yi Yuan was here to cause trouble. Answering all of the questions in a short 15 minutes? How was that possible? Previously, this brat actually guessed correctly. Heaven is really blind. Comparing it, Yang Xiu nodded secretly. This Tong Wenchang was still very reliable, well-deserving of being the first person among the juniors to advance to quasi-alchemy king. Tong Wenchang, 100 types of spirit medicines, all correct. There are a total of 73 kinds of compositions that the 7 of us inferred, and Tong Wenchang answered 56 kinds. Yang Xiu announced, indeed worthy of being the #1 person in the junior generation. He's actually this impressive. In my opinion, even if Xiao Ruffing really broke through to the sea transformation realm, he probably won't be Tong Wenchang's match either. Yeah, this first match is purely on the understanding of medicinal effects, and it has nothing to do with cultivation realm. Tong Wenchang's performance is way better than Xiao Rufing's. Don't forget, there's still that funny boy. Ha ha ha. Yang Xiu gave Yi Yuan a ruminating look and placed his jade slip into the spirit artifact, saying, next, we'll look at Ji Qing's answers. Answering in just 15 minutes, he should have a well-thought-out plan, right? These words sounded sarcastic upon hearing it. Finally, it was time for him to give vent to his anger. The light display was densely covered in words. What was written was even more than the model answers. With the mentality of poking fun, Yang Xiu swept a look at the light curtain. But the expression on his face now was exceedingly fascinating. Chapter 384, ha ha ha. You guys look at that Ji Qing's answer. It seems to be much longer than the judge's answer. Ha ha. You guys look at that Ji Qing's answer. It seems to be much longer than the judge's answer. He's amazing what? He can even point out the error in the 7 great elders' answer. So his level is naturally higher than the 7 great elders added together. His answer is naturally longer too. Pfft, you're so bad. But this boy really did it over the top, trying to please the public with hogwash, for fear that others don't know that he's a moron. Seeing the densely filled answers on the light curtain, everyone was ridiculing Yi Yuan. A contestant's answer was way more than the model answer. Was this being funny? Did he really think that he was an alchemy sovereign that could overpower 7 great alchemy king experts? They did not notice that Sovereign Star Abyss's eyes, which had been closed all along, opened slightly, his eyes emitting 2 rays of light as he looked at the light curtain. What wrong, Elder Yang? Not announcing the results yet? Said an alchemy king. Seeing Yang Xiu in a daze, the alchemy king could not help but to urge him. He was completely disinclined to even look at the contents on the light curtain. Sheer nonsense also had to have a limit. Yang Xiu took in a deep breath and said slowly to everyone, ladies and gentlemen, wait a moment. Allow us to discuss it. Finished talking, Yang Xiu said to the other 6 judges in a low voice, the few of you, take a close look at Ji Qing's answers. The 6 alchemy kings were stupefied when they heard this. Their gaze involuntarily turned to look at the light curtain. A single look, and they were all horrifyingly shocked. Yi Yuan's answers were actually exactly the same as the answers that they deduced together. No, it could not be said to be exactly the same. because Yi Yuan's answers were even more than their answers. What is going on here? If one says that he is lucky, isn't this too lucky? Then what's with the extra answers? The 73 kinds of answers that we've listed. Ji Qing's answer, have it all up there. The remainder is all answers that we didn't list. How to calculate this? The 7 people gathered together and started to discuss urgently. And this scene made everyone feel bewildered. What in the world is happening? Why aren't they announcing the results yet? Seems like something is not quite right. Can it be that this Ji Qing's answer really has quite a few correct? He didn't blindly toss out so many answers, and he was lucky to guess correctly in the end, right? Wrong. I checked carefully just now. The medicinal pill combinations that the correct answers have. Ji Qing's answer has all of them. That's also to say that he answered all the questions correctly. But what's with the extra answers? What? All of them? How is this possible? A tossed stone caused 1,000 ripples. Everyone checked the answers on the light curtain in succession. They discovered to their astonishment that the 73 kinds of answers the elders listed, Yi Yuan really answered all of them. Tong Wenchang was naturally checking them too. Along with the affirmation of each answer, his expression became exceedingly ugly. What did this count as? Ji Qing shut his eyes for a long time and wrote the answers right after opening his eyes. The result was that all of the answers were correct, and there were even so many more answers. Tong Wenchang suddenly had a very absurd thought. It was not to such an extent where these additional answers were also correct answers, right? Could it be that this boy was clairvoyant and could know the past, present, and future? This was too nonsensical. At this time, Yang Xiao and others still had yet to figure out the result. To say that Ji Qing lost, he had indeed answered all of the questions. To say that Ji Qing won, his answers were several dozen more than the correct answers. What the H? E. L. I was up with these extra answers. Helpless, Yang Xiao could only stand up and salute Sovereign Star Abyss, saying, Lord Star Abyss, have a look at the result of this match. How should this be handled? Star Abyss closed his eyes again at this time. He just lightly uttered 3 words. Ji Qing wins. The voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. Tong Wenchang's entire body quivered, his eyes turning red instantaneously. Forcefully suppressing the rage in his heart, Tong Wenchang gave Star Abyss a bow and asked, Lord Star Abyss, Wenchang boldly asks. Ji Qing, he answered so many nonsensical answers, so why could he still win? Could it be just because he answered all of the model answers? Tong Fangshuo was greatly startled and hurriedly yelled out, Wenchang, shut your mouth for me. How can you dare to be rude to Lord Star Abyss? Who knew that Star Abyss waved his hand slightly to stop him and said coolly, Model answer. Whence does the model answer come from? If one had to say that there is a model answer, then Ji Qing's answer is the model answer. Buzz. When Star Abyss's words came out, there was a huge uproar. Ji Qing's answer was the model answer? How is this possible? Ji Qing's answer was several dozen more than the 7 great alchemy kings' answer. His answer was the model answer. Didn't that mean that his individual strength was even stronger than the 7 great alchemy kings added up together? This kind of result, when heard, was simply a fantasy tale. If these words came out from another person's mouth, they would definitely treat it as bulls. I plus T. But these words were uttered out from Sovereign Star Abyss's mouth. Who was Sovereign Star Abyss? He was the absolute authority in the central capital's alchemy world. The words that he said, who dared to question them? This Ji Qing is simply too heaven-defying to actually list down so many medicinal pill combinations. Could it be that he already knew beforehand which spirit medicines could appear today? Otherwise, how can he possibly infer so many answers within such a short period of time? Yeah, this boy is too heaven-defying. When he wrote the answers from start to end, without pause like he knew the answers long ago, can it be that he really knew the answers in advance? Knew my asterisk SS. Didn't you see that the answers he has written are several dozen more than the model answers? I counted just now. Ji Qing wrote a total of 120 answers, more than twice of the answers that Tong Wenchang wrote. This is really brutal enough. Tong Wenchang looked around vacantly, battered out of his senses. His eyes could not quite find a focal point. The densely filled answers on Ji Qing's light curtain were actually all correct answers. Could it be that this brat's basic skills were even that much stronger than the 7 gray alchemy kings added up together? Comparing him with Yi Yuan was simply like comparing a firefly to the bright moon. At this time, Yi Yuan, who had been sitting quietly the entire time, uninterestedly suddenly got up and came beside Tong Wenchang. He said with a smile on his face, "This is only the beginning. It will be even more interesting at the back. You can continue to laugh. If you don't laugh, it's pointless." Finished talking, Yi Yuan returned to his area and said to that quasi-alchemy king, "You can start the second round already." The quasi-alchemy king was stunned. Oh. As he said, his gaze turned to look at Yang Xiu, waiting for his command. Yang Xiu nodded and said, "The second match, deconstructing medicinal pills. Begin." Overwhelming rage. Tong Wenchang pointed at Yi Yuan and snarled, "Punk, don't think that you'll win for certain like this. We still don't know who will emerge victorious." Chapter 385. 3 medicinal pills were presented before Yi Yuan and Tong Wenchang respectively. 3 medicinal pills were presented before Yi Yuan and Tong Wenchang respectively. That quasi-alchemy king was just about to announce the commencement when he was interrupted by Tong Wenchang. "Wait a minute." The quasi-alchemy king frowned and asked, "What is it?" Tong Wenchang clasped his hands at Yang Xiu and said, "Elder Yang, I request to deconstruct 10 medicinal pills. Furthermore, include 3 quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills among them." When Yang Xiu heard that, his eyes narrowed. Clearly, he was weighing Tong Wenchang's suggestion. Undoubtedly, this request of Tong Wenchang greatly increased the difficulty of deconstructing the medicinal pills. To alchemy grandmasters, they were the most familiar with Tier 3 medicinal pills. Before breaking through to quasi-alchemy king, them researching Tier 4 medicinal pills was simply meaningless. It was completely an action reaching for something beyond their grasp. And Tong Wenchang himself actually just broke through to quasi-alchemy king not long ago too. His proficiency level in quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills was not high. This request undoubtedly increased the difficulty for both sides. After musing for a moment, Yang Xiu slowly said, "I don't have any objections. But this request of yours still has to get the Shao family's approval. After all, this is the compet. 1. Time between your 2 families." "I disagree. The tradition of the Grand Pill A.S. Assembly has always been competing 3 Tier 3 medicinal pills. What qualifications does a junior like Tong Wenchang have to alter the rules?" Xiao Changfeng immediately rejected. Tong Wenchang sneered and said, "Humph. The Shao family are all a bunch of cowards. Don't even dare to fight a fair and above-board compet. 1. Tie in and only know how to use some small tricks. Since this punk can write out so many correct answers, I reckon that deconstructing 10 medicinal pills can't stump him either, right? Why don't you ask his opinion?" Finished talking, Tong Wenchang looked at Yi Yuan with a ridiculing face and said, "Boy, you're not the same as the Shao family members. All cowards, right?" Yi Yuan looked at Tong Wenchang with a smile that was not a smile and answered with a question, "Do you really want to compete?" Not knowing why, when he saw Yi Yuan smile, Tong Wenchang suddenly had a bad feeling. But his words were already said. He naturally had no reason to withdraw them and smack his own face. Moreover, even if this punk was more powerful, it was also not possible to deconstruct quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills, right? Of course, words at eye, Tong Wenchang said, "How can there be the logic of taking them back? You just say whether you dare or not. Since that's the case, then let's play a little bigger. Change the 10 medicinal pills all to quasi-tier 4. How about that?" Yi Yuan was still very indifferent. The words said were light as a feather. Like quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills were the same as candy to him. Tong Wenchang's face darkened, looking at Yi Yuan somewhat disbelievingly. "This punk isn't deliberately forcing me, right? 10 quasi-tier 4 pills. Yi Yuan's words threw everyone into an uproar. A middle-rank alchemy grandmaster actually wanted to deconstruct quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills. Furthermore, it was 10 pills. Although Yi Yuan's performance previously was very monstrous, everyone just thought that he was already familiar with Tier 3 medicinal pills to a heaven-defying degree. It could not go so far as to even quasi-Tier 4 medicinal pills. One had to know that Yi Yuan was only 16 years old. Without repeated tempering, how could one possibly be familiar with medicinal pills to such a degree? Tong Wenchang gritted his teeth and said viciously, 10 pills, then? How can I, an exalted quasi-alchemy king, be afraid of you, a middle-rank alchemy grandmaster? Yang Xiu also showed a slightly excited look. He wanted to see just where Ji Qing, this brat's limits lied. Fine, since both of you parties agree, then compete in deconstructing quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills, Yang Xiu said. When the 10 quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills were placed in front of Tong Wenchang, his expression became very ugly. In deconstructing medicinal pills, the core materials were relatively easier to deconstruct, but the supplementary materials were not so easy to deconstruct. He could not resist taking a look at Yi Yuan, and he could not help being stunned once more. Yi Yuan closed his eyes to rest again. Tong Wenchang was virtually about to break down. Where did this punk's confidence come from? These were quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills. Could it be that he could also instantly answer these quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills? This punk is definitely kicking up a cloud of dust to mess with my mind. Don't look at him anymore. I just have to do my part well, and that will do. Tong Wenchang forcefully dragged his gaze back. But when he had just started to deconstruct the first medicinal pill, before even determining a single type of the main ingredient, Yi Yuan's nightmare-like voice sounded out. I'm done again, Yi Yuan said coolly. This time, the time that he used was even shorter than the previous time. Tong Wenchang opened and closed his mouth, feeling like his throat was somewhat dry. When he watched Yi Yuan hand the jade slip to the quasi-alchemy king, Tong Wenchang was practically about to crumble. But he had to control his impatience to finish deconstructing the 10 medicinal pills. What if Ji Qing is deliberately messing me up? Yes, it's definitely like this. Tong Wenchang secretly encouraged himself and forcefully dragged back his perturbed state of mind. Outside, everyone was exchanging glances. They already did not know what kind of words to use to describe their astoundment. These medicinal pills were quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills, and they were all medicinal pills owned solely by the Alchemist S Association. Not one of them was a Ma. S produced stuff in the outside world. Yi Yuan did not even look at them and deconstructed all of the medicinal pills. Hey, do you think that Ji Qing's answer will be all correct again? This, maybe? Deconstructing 10 quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills so quickly. Forget about quasi-alchemy kings. Even alchemy kings most likely can't do it as well. Unless they know the pill formula beforehand. But these 10 medicinal pills are all the Alchemist S Association's exclusive pill formulas. This grand pill, this assembly today, is truly too surprising. Another long wait. Tong Wenchang finally finished deconstructing all of the medicinal pills. But at present, he was already covered in sweat. Putting aside the mental pressure, deconstructing 10 quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills in such a short time was also an enormous challenge to him. When the quasi-alchemy king presented the two persons' jade slips before Yang Xiu practically and ATC hid from him the two jade slips. But this time, Yang Xiu did not look at Tong Wenchang's jade slips. He plunged his divine sense into Yi Yuan's jade slip at the first moment. After several breaths, amazement was written all over Yang Xiu's face. Elder Yang, could it be that Ji Qing's answer? Yang Xiu smiled bitterly and said, You guys take a look yourselves. As he said, Yang Xiu Pa said Yi Yuan's jade slip to that alchemy king elder. After the alchemy king elder finished looking at it, he murmured to himself, How is this possible? After the 7 elders finished looking at it, the expression on their faces was practically identical. Everyone knew that Tong Wenchang's jade slip completely did not need to be looked at anymore. But out of a responsible attitude, after being shocked for a long time, the 7 elders still endured looking over Tong Wenchang's jade slip. However, their expressions when they were looking at Tong Wenchang's jade slip was with complete nonchalance. Evidently, after finished reading Yi Yuan's jade slip, they already found it tasteless. The second match, deconstructing medicinal pills. Ji Qing fully deconstructed the components of all 10 medicinal pills, and he answered all the questions correctly. This match, Xiao family's Ji Qing victorious. Yang Xiu finally announced the results. Chapter 386 Buzz. Buzz. The word victorious was like a sledgehammer that smashed on a Tong Wenchang's chest, making him feel stifled. All correct. How is this possible? Could it be that Yi Yuan knew the complete pill formula for these 10 medicinal pills? If not for this case, how could he possibly deconstruct all of the components? Tong Wenchang's mind was in a disorderly mess. Yi Yuan won 2 matches in a row like he performed extraordinarily well today. This was too great of a blow to him. He was the Tong family's #1 genius, a legendary figure among the junior generation. Not that he could not take losses, but this manner of defeat really made him unable to accept it. The answers that he went through innumerable difficulties and racked his brains for did not even come close to him. Furthermore, from start to end, Yi Yuan did not even look at the questions and just directly submitted the answers. This way of winning was too abnormal and also too heavy of a blow. Right at this moment, it was only to hear Yang Xiu said slowly, "I know that everybody might have doubts about this result, so I'll order someone to seal up all the medicinal pills present and these 2 jade slips. If anyone has objections, they can go to the Wind Emperor to request to open the seal or pay a sufficient price to the Alchemist Association." These 10 medicinal pills were all exclusively owned by the Alchemist Association. In order to not let the pill formula leak out, one naturally had to pay an adequate price to be able to view it. If it were a normal circumstance, this price naturally would not be too great. But the problem was that Yi Yuan deconstructed all the components of the medicinal pills without missing a single one. This way, the possibility of the pill formulas leaking out would increase dramatically. Hence, if the Tong family wished to view Yi Yuan's jade slip, the price they had to pay would surely be hard to imagine. Up to this point, this crucial yet unsuspenseful combat. 1. Tine actually had a drama-like change. Yi Yuan secured 2 matches like a wild wind sweeping away fallen leaves, beating the Tong family's #1 genius, a low-rank quasi-alchemy King Tong Wenchang, until he could not even raise his head. Previously, everyone thought that the Xiao family would become a bygone after today. But Yi Yuan's sudden emergence forcefully dragged the Xiao family back. Now, the Xiao family already firmly suppressed the Tong family by a head. As long as Yi Yuan did not lose too horribly in the final match, the Xiao family could take back 70% of the medicinal pill market's management rights anew. Xiao Changfeng looked at Yi Yuan's back view and actually felt a chill run down his back. Yes, an alchemy king expert shuddered at an alchemy grandmaster. He finally understood now what that sentence Yi Yuan said prior to this meant. To beat Tong Wenchang until he had no confidence to refine pills. This statement sounded very laughable, but looking at it now, Tong Wenchang might really get a psychological obstacle in alchemy. This kind of simple, yet crude winning method was enough to utterly crush the opponent's confidence. If Tong Wenchang were unable to walk out from the shadow of today's defeat, then his accomplishments in this lifetime would probably end here. But when a person's confidence was completely crushed, how could it be easy to find it again? Such a method that destroyed one's opponent was even crueler than killing him directly. How in the world did Tong Wenchang offend Ji Qing that the latter would actually use such a cruel manner to crush his confidence? Xiao Changfeng dared to confirm that Yi Yuan completely did not have this intention before coming. Deciding to do so should be a sudden thought. Xiao Changfeng remained puzzled after pondering over it. Just what kind of freak did my girl find? Xiao Changfeng unwittingly laughed wryly in his heart. Xiao Changfeng was originally the most worried person among everyone about the final match. But now, he had inexplicable confidence in Yi Yuan. He felt that Yi Yuan could definitely defeat Tong Wenchang in refining pills. Because to want to thoroughly crush Tong Wenchang's confidence, this third match was the most crucial one. The third match, the medicinal pill that the two of you will be refining, is the Tier 3 high-level medicinal pill, Explosive Rising Dragon Pill. Yang Xiu said. When his voice fell, the surroundings burst into an uproar all at once. Oh my God, it's actually the Explosive Rising Dragon Pill. This is seriously crazy. The Explosive Rising Dragon Pill is known as an emperor-like existence among Tier 3 medicinal pills. It was not because of its medicinal effect, but because of its refining difficulty. Yeah, the Explosive Rising Dragon Pill's requirement towards soul force is exceedingly high. Up until now, I've never heard of any alchemy grandmasters that refined the Explosive Rising Dragon Pill before. Tong Wenchang was utterly defeated in 2 matches. This match, he finally saw a bit of hope. In the case of the Explosive Rising Dragon Pill, the advantage that he has is too great. The Explosive Rising Dragon Pill's pill formula was not really precious. Many major factions had it, but its refining difficulty was seriously too high. Those who could refine the Explosive Rising Dragon Pill were all quasi-alchemy, king strength, and above. Even low-rank quasi-alchemy kings would also find it very taxing to refine this medicinal pill. As for an alchemy grandmaster, this medicinal pill was impossible to refine. Ha ha ha! When Tong Wenchang heard the contents of the final match, he started laughing madly. Ji Qing, even the heaven is helping me. I want to see just how you'll refine this medicinal pill that is unsolvable to alchemy grandmasters. Yi Yuan did not pay attention to him. He still sat there with his eyes closed to rest his mind. With an appearance like this matter did not concern him. Tong Wenchang finally managed to find a bit of superiority sense and wanted to deal a good blow to Yi Yuan. But his fist landed on cotton, making him very depressed. Tong Fangshua could not help frowning when he saw the situation and finally could not sit still anymore. Wenchang, come over here, Tong Fangshua said solemnly. Tong Wenchang was startled and came before Tong Fangshua. Father, Wenchang, this boy is very abnormal, and his strength is formidable. You mustn't lower your guard. This third match concerns our Tong family's next 10 years' fortunes. The load on your shoulders is very heavy. Tong Fangshua said. Tong Wenchang broke into a sweat and hurriedly said, Wenchang knows. Father, please put your heart at ease. Tong Fangshua sighed lightly and said, How do you want me to feel at ease when you're like this? Didn't you notice that you've been completely brought into his rhythm by that kid? Tong Wenchang's hairs stood on its ends from fear, and he broke into a cold sweat. But that punk, I know. That's why I didn't say anything when you lost the first 2 matches. This kid's knowledge in the alchemy path is extremely solid. He probably grew up in a medicine garden from a young age. But no matter how amazing he is, he's also just a 16-year-old youth. Do you understand? Tong Fangshua said. Father's meaning is, solid fundamental skills is Ji Qing's greatest advantage, but also his greatest disadvantage. The alchemy path has never had a shortcut that can be taken. Without copious amount of severe training and practice, there's no way to have any sort of accomplishments. He's only 16. How formidable do you think he can be when he's truly refining pills? Tong Wenchang's eyes lit up and said in delight. Father's meaning is that this Ji Qing, his theoretical knowledge, is extremely powerful, so it delayed actual practice instead? Tong Fangshua nodded slightly and said, That's right. If it was some other medicinal pill, then forget it. But this Explosive Rising Dragon Pill is immensely advantageous to you. You just have to refine the pill according to your own rhythm. Forget all about the first 2 matches defeat. This match, you can definitely turn defeat into victory. Chapter 387. When he came back again, Tong Wenchang's emotion was much more stable. When he came back again, Tong Wenchang's emotion was much more stable. Looking at Yi Yuan, who was still closing his eyes and resting, he sneered coldly and returned back to his operating platform. The third match began. Tong Wenchang did not start right away, but took a deep breath to calm his mind before he started to portion the medicine. The medicinal herbs were already prepared. The alchemist just needed to dispense it according to the pill formula, then refined it into a medicinal embryo, and that would do. This was naturally not something difficult for Tong Wenchang. Soon enough, Tong Wenchang finished dispensing the medicinal herbs, but then he took a look at Yi Yuan on some devilish impulse. With this glance, he involuntarily had an impulse to spew blood again. Yi Yuan, this fellow, was actually closing his eyes to rest again. He had been bustling about for a long time, and Yi Yuan actually had not started work yet. My G. Oh, DP, you really have to posture like that? The first time was like this, the second time like this, and the third time was still like this. Ignore him. Ignore him. I just have to do things according to my own rhythm. He's only a middle-rank alchemy grandmaster. It's impossible to refine the explosive, rising dragon pill. Tong Wenchang repeatedly exhorted himself. After reciting it silently for 10 times, Tong Wenchang's emotions finally stabilized somewhat. This time, he swore to never look at Yi Yuan again. Roughly an hour later, Tong Wenchang's refinement of the medicine embryo was already drawing to an end. Right at this moment, Yi Yuan finally moved. He came before the operating platform and directly crushed and mixed the spirit medicines together. Then he started refining the medicinal embryo straight away. There's such dispense. ENT medicine? He doesn't even weigh it out? F*CK me. Today, I've really broadened my horizons. If this Ji Qing can refine out the explosive rising dragon pill like this, then us, these quasi-alchemy kings, really need to go jump into the river and kill ourselves. You should hold your words back a little. This Ji Qing has already consecutively created 2 miracles in a row. You're certain that he can't create another miracle? Hand-grabbing style of medicine portioning once again astonished everyone. But Yi Yuan already fully entered a state at this time and was utterly unconcerned with everything in the outside world. Next was refining the medicinal embryo. It was only to see Yi Yuan's fingers moved like phantoms, completing the refinement of the medicinal embryo with extreme speed. Everyone was taken aback from shock. Yi Yuan actually completed refining the medicinal embryo at the same time as Tong Wenchang. What skill level was this? I've really increased my knowledge today. Turns out that prepping the medicine and refining the medicinal embryo can actually be done like this. Previously, I was still worried that Ji Qing's skill and actual practice would be lacking. Now it looks like this worry was totally undue. Yeah, if preparing the materials and refining the medicinal embryo are both fine, then Ji Qing is really too heaven-defying. Whether there's an issue or not, we'll know in a while. If the portioning ratio is wrong, even if Ji Qing is the reincarnation of a divine Buddha, it's also not possible to refine out a finished medicinal pill. And he's starting. Everyone held their breaths, wanting to see if any shocking actions would appear once again when Yi Yuan was refining the pill. Yi Yuan naturally would not disappoint them. Try Origin's Samsara Art. Activate. The furnace fire rose sharply. Yi Yuan's figure vanished from the original spot. At the same time, Sovereign Star Abyss, who had his eyes shut all along, snapped open his eyes abruptly and stared fixedly in Yi Yuan's direction. What refining method is this? So formidable. Simply unheard of. How is this refining pills? This is simply performing movement technique. No, wait. I feel that Ji Qing's refining method is very extraordinary. Did you guys see clearly? In the process of Ji Qing revolving his skill, he's actually hitting out one seal after another constantly. Of course I saw that, but does firing out seals like this has any benefits in forming the pill? Don't know, but have you noticed? When he circles one round around the medicinal cauldron, he only fires out seals at 3 fixed points. It really is true. Yi Yuan already had a middle-rank alchemy Grandmaster Soul Force at this time. Executing the Triorgan's Samsara art again was way easier compared to at the Spirit Condensation realm. His current movement technique was faster compared to before. The seals were already grasped more soundly and accurately. Gradually, a peculiar atmosphere undulated out in the hall. Under everyone's eyes, Yi Yuan's figure became increasingly slower and progressively clearer, just like the scene was playing in slow motion. Of course, even if it was in slow motion, Yi Yuan's figure was still very swift. Because his movements were too quick, everyone felt like it was pleasing to the eyes and mind. Yi Yuan's refining process was as if a form of art in their perspective. They were wrapped in the ecstasy of it. It was like they were drunk or dreaming. Under such a condition, time flew by swiftly. An hour went by in a flash. Then Yi Yuan cried out lightly, "Condense!" At this instant, the medicinal cauldron was actually enveloped by a multicolored light. It was persisting for a long time without dissipating. The entire place was deathly quiet, as if time had stopped. Only Tong Wenchang's actions, with sweat pouring down his face, made people feel like time was still flowing. Except that compared to Yi Yuan's refinement process, Tong Wenchang's refinement was just like a clown act. It was without any aesthetic sense to speak of. For a good long while, no idea who said the word legendary, which shattered this death-like silence. Legendary realm. This is the legendary realm. My G. O. D. I didn't think that I could actually see the legendary realm in my remaining years. Too marvelous. Refining pills, this sort of dry and dull thing, was actually given such a wonderful sense of beauty by Ji Qing. Truly too unbelievable. After the silence, sounds of exclamations sounded out all around. The few Alchemy King elders at the top seats all exchanged glances. They saw from the other party's eyes amazement and envy. Yes, as an alchemist, this was the realm that they chased after all their life. They never would have expected that such a realm would actually appear on a 16-year-old youth. "I'm done," Yi Yuan nonchalantly said a sentence. He then returned back to his seat to close his eyes and rest. While on the other side, Tong Wenchang was still risking his life to refine the pill. He had also entered his own state and was completely oblivious to Yi Yuan's performance. He naturally did not know, either, that everyone was all using sympathetic eyes to look at him. After another hour, Tong Wenchang completed the pill refinement. Ha ha ha! My explosive rising dragon pill is at the very least middle grade, maybe even possibly high grade. Ji Qing, you'll lose this match for sure. Tong Wenchang clearly had yet to detect his own situation, laughing wildly after forming the pill. But he soon discovered that the atmosphere was not quite right. "En? What's going on? Why are you all looking at me with those eyes? What I refined is a middle grade, maybe even high-grade explosive rising dragon pill. Even among low-rank quasi-alchemy kings, only a few can refine it, right?" Tong Wenchang was rather baffled. Present Ji Qing's and Tong Wenchang's medicinal pills. I think this match doesn't have any suspense anymore. No, wait, I should say that the suspense is even greater. I think that everyone would want to know just what grade of explosive rising dragon pill Ji Qing refined, right? Yang Xiu said with some slight agitation. Chapter 388, the medicinal pill fragrance had already permeated the entire hall. Everyone knew that this medicinal pill that Yi Yuan refined would certainly be extraordinary. The medicinal pill fragrance had already permeated the entire hall. Everyone knew that this medicinal pill that Yi Yuan refined would certainly be extraordinary. As for Tong Wenchang's despotic words, everyone overlooked it directly. At this time, there was already no one at all who paid attention to him. Elder Yang, quickly unveil the mystery. I can't wait anymore. Yeah, this explosive, rising dragon pill, even if an alchemy king expert came to refine it, they might not be able to guarantee high grade every time, let alone superior grade. I have a feeling that this explosive rising dragon pill is probably not limited to the level of superior grade. My G.O.D., a transcendent grade explosive, rising dragon pill. I simply dare not believe my eyes. Tong Wenchang looked perplexed, but when he heard everyone's words, he finally understood a little. At the very least, he knew that he was already utterly disregarded by people. Ji Qing, what on earth did he do? Yang Xiu looked at Yi Yuan's medicinal pill from left to right. The more he looked, the more he could not bear to part with it. Finally, Yang Xiu heaved a sigh in admiration and said, "You all guessed correctly. Ji Qing's explosive rising dragon pill is beyond all doubt transcendent grade. This is simply like an immortal medicine to martial artists who cultivates fire attribute cultivation methods." Tong Wenchang's entire being was petrified there. Only two words repeatedly reverberated in his head. Transcendent grade. Transcendent grade. A transcendent grade tier 3 high-level medicinal pill. This. I heard it wrongly. I must have heard it wrongly. A high-rank alchemy grandmaster refining a transcendent grade tier 3 high-level medicinal pill? Isn't this insulting my intelligence? Tong Wenchang repeatedly suggested to himself. Still, body paid attention to him. Everyone's eyes were glued at the medicinal pill that Yi Yuan refined. Really transcendent grade. Really transcendent grade. How many years has it been since a transcendent grade tier 3 high-level medicinal pill has appeared in our capital? Yeah, this is simply the pinnacle work of tier 3 medicinal pills. At least, among alchemy grandmasters. No, within quasi-alchemy king realm, it's impossible for anyone to refine such a medicinal pill. Legendary realm. Transcendent grade, tier 3 high-level medicinal pill. I've simply witnessed a miracle today. Yi Yuan's masterpiece made everyone lose themselves in the wonder. Yang Xiu already could not wait to end this grand pill assembly. He wanted to have a good chat with this young man. The results don't need me to say it, right? This third match, the Xiao family. Wait. Yang Xiu's words were said halfway when it was rudely interrupted by Tong Wenchang. Yang Xiu's brows furrowed, his tone becoming cold as he said, "What do you have to say?" Tong Wenchang had a ferocious face as he said, "I feel that there's something fishy going on with this match. That boy is only a middle-rank alchemy grandmaster. How can he possibly refine a transcendent grade explosive rising dragon pill? And also, the previous two match, his answers were too strange." Rumble. Yang Xiu's Soul Sea Realm aura erupted completely. An overwhelmingly powerful aura crushed Tong Wenchang until he felt asphyxiated. Clearly, Yang Xiu really became enraged this time. "Your meaning is that our Alchemist's Association would collude with the Xiao family to engage in fraud in this grand pill assembly?" Yang Xiu said leisurely, but anyone could sense his fury. Everyone was horrifyingly shocked. These words from Tong Wenchang could be considered to have poked the hornet's nest. Although the capital's Alchemist Association headquarters was under the rule of the Wind Emperor, it did not mean that the Wind Emperor could freely issue orders to the Alchemist Association. In reality, the Alchemist Association could entirely not listen to the Wind Emperor's commands. It was just that because in the Fear-Scale world, the Wind Emperor was an extremely special existence. He was this small world's one-of-a-kind powerhouse. In order to express their respect, that was why the Alchemist Association was brought under the Wind Emperor's rule. While the Alchemist Association organized all past sessions of the Grand Pill Assembly, this was not an order issued by the Wind Emperor, but the Wind Emperor inviting this neutral organization. In the lower realms, unless they were brain damaged, otherwise body dared to provoke an organization like the Alchemist Association. If not for this case, with the Wind Emperor's might, he could completely swallow up the Alchemist Association. However, did he dare? Tong Fangshua was greatly frightened by Tong Wenchang's words. He came forward to salute Yang Xiu and said, "Please don't blame him, Elder Yang. Wenchang, he is momentarily confused. That's why he would say such offending words. The Alchemist Association has hosted so many sessions of the Grand Pill Assembly and has always been impartial. How can we dare to question? Wenchang, why haven't you apologized to Elder Yang? As he reached the end, Tong Fengshuo already had a stern tone and countenance. Yet, Tong Wenchang had already completely lost himself. How could he listen? Why do I have to apologize? Father, don't you feel that it's very fishy? That boy didn't even look and composed so many pill formulas. He even deconstructed all 10 of the quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills. If not because he knew the answers beforehand, with him just being a middle-rank alchemy grandmaster. Slap! Tong Wenchang had yet to finish talking when Tong Fengshuo sent a large slap over, directly sending him flying. When he crawled up again, Tong Wenchang's entire face already swelled like a pig's head. Blood was everywhere on his face, looking extremely wretched. Unfilial son, if you say any more nonsense, see if I don't cripple you. Come in, bring this unfilial son of mine back for me, and watch him strictly, without my permission, body is allowed to let him out. Tong Fengshuo was so furious that blue veins throbbed. The Wind Emperor, dreading the Alchemist Association, was only because he feared the force behind it. But to the Alchemist world's Tong family, the Alchemist Association was absolutely in existence, which could not be offended. Tong Wenchang was missing a screw right now, to actually dare to rebut Yang Xiao. That wouldn't be a problem of just losing a few percentages of shares of the medicinal pill market. While this move looked very ruthless, it protected Tong Wenchang very well. Bringing him back to lock him up, that was just the Tong family's internal affairs. If Yang Xiao really pursued this matter, whether Tong Wenchang's puny life could be preserved or not was still another matter altogether. How could an old fox like Yang Xiao, who lived for several hundred years, not understand Tong Fengshuo's intentions? But in the capital, the Alchemist Association also had the Alchemist Association's difficulties. Tong Fengshuo already did it to this step. He could not very well pursue this matter further. All right. Today's matter ends here. Now, I'll announce the results. This Grand Pill Assembly, the Xiao family wins with 2-1. If the Tong family is unwilling to submit to this result, you can very well go and complain to His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, Yang Xiao said. Within these words already disclosed his thick displeasure. Although Yang Xiao was not a character whose words were as heavy as 9 tripods, he was also a figure who carried weight. His words still had plenty of weight. Tong Fengshuo was having a headache. This was not Yang Xiao alone being unhappy. Tong Wenchang's words already offended everyone in the Alchemist Association. This kind of CHNK who knew how much effort was needed to be able to mend it later. In truth, Tong Fengshuo could not blame it on his son either. Anybody who encountered something like this would probably lose their sense of propriety as well. What he was worried about now was whether Tong Wenchang still had the confidence to stand before a medicinal cauldron again to refine pills after today. It took 10 years to grow a tree, but 100 years to raise a person. For Tong Wenchang to become hailed as the Tong family's #1 genius, all the expended resources up until now was only more and not less than Xiao Ruffin. But after today, Chapter 389 before today, Tong Wenchang was in high and vigorous spirits. His limelight covered everyone in the capital's junior generation, tramping the Xiao family's junior, Xiao Ruffeng, beneath his foot. Before today, Tong Wenchang was in high and vigorous spirits. His limelight covered everyone in the capital's junior generation, tramping the Xiao family's junior, Xiao Ruffeng, beneath his foot. But just as he was about to reach the summit, he was kicked down directly from the altar by Yi Yuan. There was no battle at the summit, not even evenly matched. Yi Yuan, this alchemist who was younger and had even lower cultivation realm than him, had used absolute strength to crush Tong Wenchang. No glint and flash of cold steel, but such a wound was even harder to heal compared to knife and sword injuries. Tong Fengshuo knew that after today, Tong Wenchang would probably fade away into the SES. But what he was worried about right now was not this. It was how the Tong family should receive the wrath of the Alchemist A.S. Association as well as the suppression after the Shao family took their place. Once he thought of this, Tong Fangshua could not help feeling incredibly vexed. Right at this moment, Sovereign Star Abyss opened his mouth and said, "Ji Qing." The hall quieted down straight away. Everyone guessed what this peak figure in the capital's alchemy world was about to do next. Everyone's eyes when looking toward Yi Yuan was filled with envy and congratulating intent. Yes, Body was jealous. Yi Yuan already used his strength to conquer everyone. They knew that they did not have the qualifications to be jealous. Yi Yuan bowed slightly and said, "Lord Star Abyss." Star Abyss nodded his head slightly and said, "Are you willing to acknowledge this old man as your master?" If it were somebody else, they would likely be so agitated that they would jump up. But to Yi Yuan, this was rather laughable. After musing for a brief moment, Yi Yuan said coolly, "Junior is willing." Star Abyss naturally had no qualifications to be his master. Yi Yuan obviously did not wish to acknowledge him as master either. But Yi Yuan's current situation was very special. Within this capital, one might say that he had enemies everywhere. Once someone discovered his identity, he would face certain death. In the capital, forget about divine traversing realm powerhouses. Soul Sea realm experts were simply as many as oxen fur. Any one of them randomly pops out, and he could die without a burial ground. Although he could use a divine soul mystic art to cover up his divine soul, his appearance could not be changed at all. If he was recognized by the Lan family tribe members, he would be dead for sure. Finding a backer, such as Star Abyss, his safety would increase dramatically. Wanting to rescue people would also be way more convenient. Star Abyss nodded with a smile, clearly very pleased with this disciple. And at this time, Yi Yuan's weight in everyone's eyes naturally became different. People from factions all around hurriedly encircled around. Congratulations to little brother Ji for acknowledging a famed master. Your future prospects are limitless. Congratulations to little brother Ji Qing. I'm the boss of the Dehua Hall. In future, if little brother Ji has any needs, you just have to instruct. What my Dehua Hall can take out, I'll absolutely do it without demur. For a moment, Yi Yuan was totally swarmed. This process lasted roughly an hour before everyone gradually dispersed. At this time, the people in the hall were already pretty much all gone. Even the 7 great alchemy king elders and Sovereign Star Abyss had already left. Only now did Shao Changfeng come forward and bow deeply to Yi Yuan. I represent the Shao family to give thanks to little brother Ji's great kindness. This grace is the same as giving my Shao family a new lease on life. Originally, this Shao was planning on giving little brother the position of Shao family's guest retainer elder. Little brother could demand the Shao family's resources limitlessly. But since little brother became Sovereign Star Abyss's brilliant pupil, I'm afraid you will turn your nose up in contempt at this tiny bit of reward. If little brother has any areas where you have use of this Shao for, feel free to speak. This Shao will not shrink from death to accomplish it. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, "Family head don't need to be courteous. I have no request for the Shao family. If family head really wants to help me thank Miss Rian then. If not for her, this Ji would probably have flicked my sleeves and left already." But these words sounded rather ambiguous. Shao Ruyan, who was behind Shao Changfeng, flushed red. Shao Changfeng felt anguished in his heart. His actions previously indeed still infuriated this little ancestor. But he was also secretly rejoicing that this little ancestor seemed to have taken a fancy to his own daughter. Except that the Shao family was going to hold the spouse finding martial combat. One time very soon. The Shui and Huang, 2 families, were already glaring like a tiger with covetous eyes. Now, there was an additional Ji Qing. How should this be done? Shao Changfeng felt a headache. He fished out a token from his body and said it to Yi Yuan, saying, "Little brother Ji, this is my Shao family's highest level token. If you have any needs, you just have to bring this token to any business under the Shao family's name, and they will collaborate with you. Yi Yuan nodded and was not courteous this time. This was what he deserved. In truth, if not because he was afraid that this old fox would become suspicious, Yi Yuan even wanted to directly open his mouth to ask for that 2 slaves from him. But Yi Yuan also knew that his origin was unknown. Even if he kept things as vague as possible, it would also be hard to prevent Shao Changfeng becoming suspicious. How to approach those 2 people without leaving a trace would probably still have to be said about through Shao Ruyan. That was why he deliberately mentioned Shao Ruyan, and not to show Shao Changfeng any attitude. Since that's the case, then this Ji thanks family head. Yi Yuan extended his hand to receive the token. Seeing Yi Yuan accept the token, Shao Changfeng also heaved a long sigh in relief. After today, Yi Yuan's status would be extraordinary. Sovereign Star Abyss's brilliant pupil, and his own strength stood head and shoulders above all others too. Such a figure did not need long before he would be known to all in the capital. To be on friendly terms with him was absolutely beneficial to the Shao family. Shao Changfeng chuckled and said, "Little brother is too polite. That, you youngsters have common topics. This old fellow, won't mingle together. This Shao takes my leave first. Ruyan, you and little brother Ji interact together more. If little brother Ji has any requests, you do your best to agree to it. Rufing's old injuries relapsed and still needs to return to have a good rest to recuperate. He'll be going back together with me." After Shao Changfeng left, Shao Ruyan finally loosened up a little. She said with a slightly flushed face, "Ji Qing, this time, it's really all thanks to you." But at this time, Ji Qing suddenly put on a teasing smile and said, "I thought that you would say something like unable to repay the kindness and can only offer myself in marriage. That way, I can just conveniently accept it." At this, Shao Ruyan's face blushed scarlet red, and she could not help saying disdainfully, Why are you always not serious?" "Haha, a fair maiden is a gentleman's good match. How is it not serious? I'm very serious right now." While he verbally said serious, his face was not serious at all. If it were before, Shao Ruyan would definitely have stomped off already. But this was not her first day coming into contact with Yi Yuan anymore. She knew that he was joking, although it was quite unbearably embarrassing. She also forcefully endured it and did not cover her face and run. But Yi Yuan did not expect that Shao Ruyan's expression suddenly became downcast, and she said, "A fair maiden is a gentleman's good match? But I don't have command over myself." Yi Yuan asked curiously, now that the Shao family crisis is averted, this matter of martial combat. Time to find a spouse still has to continue? Shao Ruyan shook her head dejectedly and said, "Martial reigns supreme in the fierce Gale world. Apart from the alchemist A.S. Association being able to isolate and safeguard themselves, alchemy families are all Virginia-S. Sal existences. If not, with the Shao family and Tong family's financial power, we would have long ranked among first-rate families. In the capital, the truly powerful ones are still the first-rate families like the Huang family, Shui family, as well as the Shangwan family.